think it's about time to start. And a hush covers the room. Welcome to our first ever partner event, Public Ed and Higher Ed. This was the brainstorm of some folks over at TEA who thought, wouldn't it be nice to get our higher ed and public ed partners together for an event? We call it Smart Connections. What we're trying to do is help each other understand the other part of the aisle. We all talk different languages, and we've discovered that in our work with our colleagues at TEA. And so I think it's an important thing for us to do, to learn from each other. No blaming. We're not going to be doing any of that today. It's all about working together on moving education in the state of Texas forward. So welcome. I'm Lynette Heckman, and I'm from the coordinating board side of the camp. Just a couple of housekeeping things before we get started. The restrooms, which do become important since you've had coffee this morning, are located right outside this, either entrance, right in the middle of the hall. We'll have lunch later. There, coffee and goodies all morning, so just help yourself. Breaks throughout the day, so you'll have plenty of time to mingle and take care of other activities. Cell phones, we would appreciate it if you'd at least put them on vibrate. We do know that you've got important things to be doing, and so we don't expect you to just shut your life off. But if you would put it on vibrate, we'd appreciate it. Just to give you some idea of the day's activities, we'll start with, after we take care of a little housekeeping, Commissioner of Higher Education, Dr. Paredes, will share some remarks with you folks, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of him too. We have about 10 minutes for that. Then we get right into model partnerships. So most of the morning is going to be about showing how you folks work so well together and establishing these partnerships at the local level. So that's going to be the bulk of the morning. Then we have lunch. And then this afternoon, I think that's on the back page, we have a presentation on college readiness standards, which will be something that both TEA and the coordinating board will be sharing with you. We've got two of our co-chairs here today from the vertical teams who have been developing those standards, and their work is almost complete on the development of the standards. So there will be more information about that, which will affect all of you in some way, because this is transformational work that we're doing at the state level and will affect you folks at the local level. So we're excited about this work. So there'll be a presentation on the standards given hopefully by Evie Hyatt. Evie's may or may not be here today. She was feeling poorly over the weekend and said, I may or may not be there, so I may be it later on with Dr. Sharon Jackson from TEA. So it'll be a co-presentation. And then this afternoon, some of you may have heard this presentation given by Kelly Calloway and James Goman on, it's kind of speaking the language of your partner. So I think you'll find that very engaging, and hopefully you folks will have questions that you have about the kinds of things that they will be talking about. So it's a full day of activity. Tomorrow is a short day for folks from P-16 regional councils and from the summer bridge programs. For the rest of you, today is it. But it's jam-packed full, and so we're delighted that you're here. We had over 180 folks register. We were a little worried that we'd even hit 100, so you have far exceeded our expectations, and we're delighted to have you here. Now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague at TEA, Patricia Hicks, who will also give some welcoming remarks.
Good morning. a very, very nice crowd. It's so good to see you all, and welcome to Austin, to those of you who had to travel to get here this morning. Thank you so much for taking out time from your busy schedules to come and learn from each other. As Lynette said, we for so long have spoken a different language, public education, higher education, but I think that we're becoming better at understanding each other and just really trying to be more of a cohesive community of education, and not only in public and higher education but also with our business partners. I mean, it really takes the whole, to use the term not lightly, but a whole village to make a difference, and I know that you all are doing that in your respective communities, and we really, really appreciate and look forward to hearing from each and every one of you about what you're doing in your respective communities. First of all, I wanted to try to get a gauge of who's from higher education and who's from public education. So why don't we start with public education, if you just raise your hand. Wow. Higher education? And business or other stakeholders? That's awesome. It's almost half and half public and higher ed, and I'm very appreciative of our business partners as well. I wanted to ask for just a moment all of our colleagues from the Texas Education Agency and then the coordinating board to please stand so you'll know who some of the staff folks are who can assist you with anything you may have questions about. First of all, Texas Education Agency, would you please stand? We have Kelly Calloway from the Advanced Academics Division, and we have a couple of our division folks from the Office of P-16, Angela DeLeon and Kristen Reynolds. Thank you. And then we have tons of coordinating board folks here, I'm sure. Would you please stand? That's Dr. James Goldman, and I can't... Claudette. And some folks here at the table to assist you in any way that you may need assistance. I won't take up a whole lot of your time. I just really wanted to say thank you for all that you do locally. I know that we do a whole lot at the state level. Some things you blame us for, some things, but it really doesn't make a real difference unless we have those of you who actually have direct impact on the students in the community. So I really, really hope that this is a productive couple of days for you, and we look forward to hearing all good things that are happening in your communities. Thank you so much.
And now we have just a few minutes for PSA. Dominic Chavez of our government relations area has some information that he's sharing with you on Proposition 2. So, Dominic.
Thank you, Lynette. Again, my name is Dominic Chavez. I'm with the Office of External Relations here at the Coordinating Board. I just wanted to take 2 minutes to talk a little bit about Proposition 2. There should be a one-page fact sheet that's making its way around the room that I'd like you to be able to take a look at and take home with you after the events of the next couple days. As you probably know, or may not know, because it doesn't get a lot of attention, there is an election coming up this November, November 6th. It is primarily dedicated for constitutional amendments as well as some local school bonds throughout the state of Texas that I'm sure many of you are aware of in your communities. I want to take a few moments to talk about Proposition 2. Now, as you know, as a state agency, we cannot promote, we cannot tell you how to vote, we cannot tell you to vote. But we are well within our rights to provide as much factual information as we can, and we are taking every opportunity to do that. And so when Lynette said there would be 200 opinion leaders from around the state here today, we thought this would be a great opportunity since I know you all are very interested in higher education and in education in general. Proposition 2 is an amendment that's going to allow the coordinating board to extend our bonding authority to support what is the longest serving student loan program in the state of Texas, the Hinson Hazelwood Student Loan Program. As you know, we have student loans here out of the coordinating board that offer low interest, low fee loans, affordable loans for students to attend college. These bonds help finance that. And the students repay it, again, at a very low rate of interest. Helps a lot of students get to college. In fact, over the 40 years we've been in business, it's about $1 billion, serving over 290,000 students in the state of Texas achieve loans, literally generations of Texans. So there's two facts that I want to leave you with before you leave here today and hopefully take back to your communities. One, because there's a lot of school bonds on many local ballots, people see the bond, they see $500 million in the word bond, and they associate that with some sort of tax increase. The one fact that we want people to realize is that our bonds do not have any tax implications. No property tax increase, no sales tax, no tax collected by your local or state entity. These bonds are repaid again by the students who borrow the money through their student loan repayments. The second fact that I'd like you to walk away with is a sense of urgency. We project that if our bonding authority is not extended this November, that because of the increase in the number of students attending a college, because of the increases in the cost of attending, we project that by the spring of 2009, we will no longer have access to bonds to finance these loans. So what that means is sophomores in high school today, when they show up on the college campus of their choice in Texas, whether they're getting their associate degree, their bachelor degree, or a graduate degree, there is a high probability that they will not have access to this program. So I hope that creates some sort of sense of urgency for this measure. So again, this information is coming around. I'm going to leave a stack of my business cards at the desk here. One of the things that we're able to do, you'll notice there's a question on the back of the sheet that talks about how many students have been served in the state of Texas. We are able to micro-target that information for your particular community. So if you're from Tyler, Texas, we can tell you how many students in Tyler, Texas have been served. San Antonio, Lubbock, you name the place, we can do that. And we're happy to provide that information electronically, because one of the things we're trying to do is get factual information into the hands of opinion leaders like yourselves, with the hope that while we cannot promote or engage or tell people how to vote, certainly many of you can with many of your professional networks, your personal networks. And so we're happy to help you provide whatever information you think is necessary to get that message out. So again, I'll leave a stack of my cards up here. Thank you for your time and appreciate any effort you can to help educate folks in your communities about this important measure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dominic. Before I introduce our next speaker, Kelsey Garvey, the gal standing at the back of the room, is really the one that this was her brainstorm, her brainchild. She's the one that said, you know, why don't we do something together? So, Kelsey, thank you for putting all of this hard work into this event. We hope this is the beginning of a number of such events. So thank you. Next up, Commissioner Paredes, Commissioner of Higher Education, joined us. I guess it's been a couple of years, 3 years. Time flies when you're having fun. He comes to us from the great state of California, but he is a Texas boy. So coming from El Paso, he spent most of his career in California and has come back to help Texas move forward, as we need to do, in educating our young folks, getting them ready for college. So, Dr. Paredes. You want to stand?
I'll speak.
Okay.
We apologize for the architecture of the building. Well, good morning and welcome to the Higher Education Coordinating Board. As all of you know, the Higher Education Coordinating Board has been involved since the year 2000 in this critical initiative for the state called Closing the Gaps. And I assume that most of you are familiar with it. I won't describe it in great detail. I'll simply tell you that the two most important components of it are these. First of all, we want to enroll 630,000 more students in Texas higher education by the year 2015. That number was determined as a means of simply getting Texas to parity with college participation rates around the country. That's how far behind we are. We have to enroll 630,000 more students in our colleges and universities simply to reach the average for college participation rates around the country. We are not going to have any kind of a competitive advantage. That's our next initiative. Right now, we simply want to get to parity with the rest of the country. If you look at the history of Texas, and if you look at the situation in which the state currently finds itself, you see very quickly that Texas has always been among the lowest states in terms of college participation, college graduation, and the percentage of its adults. It's people over 25 who have college degrees. Now, for the longest time, that wasn't a serious issue because, of course, there were jobs on farms, there were manufacturing jobs, there were other jobs that required relatively low levels of skill. That's no longer the case. We know that somewhere between 80 and 85% of all the significant jobs that will be created in this country over the next 15 to 20 years will require some form of post-secondary education. We have dramatic shortages and are projecting dramatic shortages in certain critical fields. All of you know about the nursing shortage. We also will have a shortage of physicians in Texas over the next 10 to 15 years. We already have a shortage of pharmacists. We have a shortage of engineers. I was at a meeting not long ago where one of the largest high-tech employers in Texas said that they had such a shortage of engineers that that single company could place every engineering graduate produced in Texas. One company. We are projecting to have shortages in certain fields of teaching. We're not obviously producing enough science and math teachers. We have a long way to go. We need to close this gap very quickly. Otherwise, Texas will be at a significant economic competitive disadvantage compared to other states. We not only will see our competitive advantages or position eroded, but we'll find that the quality of life is likely to decline. Another issue that we have to face squarely is that not only are we already behind, but unless we make some dramatic changes, we're going to fall further behind. The fastest growing part of the Texas population by a wide margin is the part that is least educated. So unless there's a dramatic turnaround in educational attainment, we're going to have a decline in our position, and as I said a moment ago, it's a very weak position to begin with. We know one thing about our educational challenges in Texas, and that is that we can't get there by doing business as usual. We cannot reach our goals by doing the same educational things that we've done before, by employing the same educational strategies. We know we have to do things radically differently. Radically differently. And where we have to begin is by having a level of partnership among all the sectors of education that we've never had before. Historically in this country, higher education and public education have acted rather autonomously, unilaterally. We see that most dramatically, for example, in the very different notions that you see expressed by the K-12 sector on such fundamental issues as college readiness compared to what you hear from people in higher education. There was a poll that was taken recently by the Chronicle of Higher Education, and it asked a very simple question. And the question was asked of faculty in colleges and universities, and asked of faculty in high schools. And the question was this: are you getting your students college ready? Over 70% of high school teachers said, yes, we are getting our students college ready. The figures for university faculty were under 30%. This huge gap, disjuncture between the perceptions of the high school faculty and the university faculty. The high school faculty thought that they were doing an excellent job in getting their students prepared to go to college. University faculty thought that high schools were doing a lousy job. There's no point in assigning blame. The only point that I'm making right here is clearly the first thing that you have to do if we're going to reach our educational goals is you have to get all the different sides, all the different parties, all the different groups that are interested in educational attainment in Texas talking to one another on a regular, sustained basis. If we don't do that, we'll never reach our goals. And we'll have a continuation of the same phenomenon that we've seen in Texas and around the country for a long time. And that is that higher education looks at public education and says, you've got to do a better job. And public education saying to higher education, well, you're the ones that send us the teachers. The business community saying, you're all doing a lousy job. Whether we're talking about students coming out of high school or coming out of colleges and universities, parents being confused because their students or their children graduate from high school with a 3.5 or 4.0 GPA and they go to University X, UT Austin, and suddenly they're making C's and D's. And they have a valid argument to make. How can this be? How can there be such a difference between my child's performance in high school or perceptions of his or her performance and the grades that they're getting in college? The business community has some very strong feelings about how well prepared our students are. And once again, it's not only what the K-12 sector is doing. We have a lot of employers who tell us that students graduate from college. They can't read and think critically, write and think critically very well. There's no doubt that the educational system in this country and in Texas is not performing at adequate levels. If you look at the way the United States competes, or compares rather, with the rest of the world, we're ranked around 19th or 20th among all the countries in the world in terms of academic performance in K through 12. For the longest time, we took for granted in this country that we were way ahead of all the other countries in terms of performance in higher education. That's no longer true. The United States ranks about 8th or 9th and the percentage of its population that is going to college and graduating from college. And we're also finding that more and more our college graduates are not doing as well as they should competitively. There was a study that was issued last year by the National Commission on Writing that found that only 31% of college graduates had adequate writing and critical thinking skills. 31%. We've got a lot of work to do. The most important thing we have to do, and this is shown in the data time and time again, is we have to raise expectations for all students. This country is still operating on an early 20th century model that held that it was sufficient to prepare about 20% of your high school graduates for college. And that's what we're doing. A recent study by the American College Testing Service in Texas found that about 18% of high school graduates in Texas are prepared to do rigorous college work across the board. You'll recall that I said a couple of moments ago that 80% of the jobs that are being created in the American and the Texas economies over the next 10 to 15 years will require some form of post-secondary education. That's what we have to do. We have to prepare 80% of our high school graduates to do post-secondary work. Whether in a community college, whether at UT Austin, it doesn't matter. We've got to meet that challenge. Now, the question that comes up when I make this point is, how can we go from 20% to 80%? Well, that's the reason we have meetings like this. Because once again, it will require a radical change in the way we do education. We have to train our teachers to a much higher level of rigor. I've taken a look, for example, at teacher preparation programs, not only in Texas but around the country, and they're not very rigorous. They're not very demanding. A lot of the methods courses are not terribly challenging or interesting. And it occurs to me, how do we expect teachers to teach at a high level of rigor if we don't expose them to rigor in their training? We've got to start with rigor, and then the second thing we have to do is we have to make sure that all of the children in Texas have access to rigor. And not only have access to rigor, but they have access to the academic support programs that will help them reach those levels of rigor. Our kids can do it. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about white kids or black kids or brown kids. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about rich kids or poor kids. It doesn't matter whether we're talking about rural kids or city kids. They can do it. There's ample evidence around the country. If you look at the YES academies in Houston, that take some of the poorest kids in the city, a lot of immigrant kids, and get them college ready, that's proof that we can do it. The KIPP schools. We have school districts in South Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, the poorest part of the United States. And there are schools, there are districts down there that are performing at a high level. Our kids can do it. If you look at the evidence of history, if you look at the arguments that during the Industrial Revolution about whether you could take all these peasants from the countryside and take them to large cities like London and expect them to do sophisticated technical work, there was a lot of discussion about whether they could do the demanding technical work, whether they could actually learn to read in order to run the machines. They did it. In a situation that very much resembles what we're going through today, at the end of the 19th century when we had a surge of immigration, and it was different from what the United States had experienced before, mostly immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, Catholic and Jewish instead of Protestant. And if you look at the literature, particularly in cities like New York and Philadelphia, the question was, what are these immigrants going to do to our culture? They're not sophisticated. They're not educated. They're poor. What did they do? Were they able to meet the challenge of high expectations? Of course they were. They represent the backbone of this country now. The City University of New York was created to accommodate all these immigrant kids. The City University of New York is the educational backbone of that city, and it's arguable that those generations of immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe who settled in New York, one of the members of that wave of immigration is running for president, Giuliani. You could argue that those poor, unsophisticated, uneducated immigrants have created what is, by many accounts, the richest intellectual city in the world. Look at the GI Bill. When the GI Bill was passed at the end of World War II, the president of Harvard and the president of the University of Chicago said, this bill is the stupidest thing we've ever done educationally. You can't take all these farm boys from Texas and Iowa and Kansas, send them to college and expect that they'll be successful. The GI Bill, which provided a higher educational opportunity to people who had never thought about going to college before, created the greatest period of prosperity in the history of the world. The greatest expansion of the middle class in the history of the world. We are at a similar moment today in the United States and in Texas. And the place to begin is, number one, with a commitment to cooperation across all educational sectors, and number two, with a commitment to a belief that our children can accomplish at very high levels. The mind is expansive. The minds of our children are expansive. You pour more information, more knowledge, and more wisdom into their heads, and the more they'll absorb. All the information about cognitive development demonstrates that clearly. But you've got to have faith in our kids. So I urge you over the next couple of days to make a commitment to this notion of partnership, of working together, educators from higher ed and public ed, business people, workforce people, faith-based groups, community action groups, working together to give our children in Texas the best opportunities in education possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paredes. We've got a few minutes for questions. If you have, if you don't mind sticking around for 5 minutes or so, if you've got any questions you'd like to pose to our commissioner, we've got microphones. Any questions? He told you everything you needed to know. There's one. Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
With the challenge of 600,000 kids that we're trying to get into the system, what is the capacity of the infrastructures that we have today?
In universities?
In our higher education universities.
We have a challenge. It's a challenge I'm eager to engage. We are going to have to, first of all, we have capacity in some of our institutions. We have institutions scattered around Texas that are looking for more students. We've overbuilt universities in some ways. So we're going to have to distribute students around all of our universities more effectively than we currently do. One of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to improve the quality of undergraduate education across the board. There are clearly a lot of parents. If you look at the pressure that's brought to bear particularly on the University of Texas here in Austin by the top 10% law and all the controversy around it, you very quickly notice right away that one of the reasons that there's so much controversy around that issue is because a lot of people feel that if their students don't get into UT Austin or Texas A&M, then they're settling for a decidedly inferior public education in the state. So we have to call attention to the excellence that already exists and then raise excellence where it doesn't. That's number one. Secondly, we don't know how much more building of bricks and mortars we have to do over the next 10 years because instruction is changing dramatically. Students are taking more online courses. There will be more courses that feature a combination of online computer-based instruction and traditional face-to-face contact. So we don't know how much classroom space, how many more faculty, how many more dormitories we'll need compared to what we've had previously because the old models simply don't apply anymore. There are some states that are meeting this challenge by requiring more college students to take online courses. Even if you're a resident at, say, the University of Maryland, College Park, you still have to take an online course or two. So that's another consideration. Another thing that we're going to have to do is we're going to have to accelerate the time to degree to open up spaces in our universities. We need to get closer to the traditional four-year model where students went to college for 4 years and graduated in that time. I know that we're not going to get down to 4 years, but we can shorten the time through a number of educational strategies. We're going to have to, I think, consider more seriously doing 2+2 strategies where students go to community college for the first 2 years and then transfer to a university. That will save money on dormitories, will save money instructionally across the board because the cost of educating students in community college is less than it is in universities. And if community colleges are as strong as they ought to be, they'll provide the first 2 years of education at a level of quality equivalent to what you can get in a university. A lot of states have already done that. So those are some of the things that we have to do. But we will have some problems, and I welcome them because that'll mean we're coming close to achieving our goals. Any other questions?
Good morning. Just wanted to ask your thoughts about, we talked about the higher ed and the public schools coming together. Can you share your thoughts with us on how the private sector will help us with this endeavor?
Well, the private sector can help in a lot of different ways. For example, I can tell you that here at the coordinating board, we've had a very dramatic example of how the private sector can help. The Texas Retailers Association, through its foundation, has given us, what, 800 and how much? $650,000 in scholarships in the past, year? About the past year. We hope to raise more money from the private sector to finance students who go on to higher education. It's the private sector that eventually is the consumer for the products that we produce. And it's the private sector that needs to tell us exactly what they expect from students who graduate high school, who graduate a career technical education program in a community college, who receive baccalaureate or some kind of advanced degree. They are working directly in the marketplace. They can tell us exactly whether we're producing students that make us competitive with China, with India, with the European bloc that is now working in concert much more closely than it ever has before. We can use help from the private sector, the corporate sector, in other ways. We sometimes worry about whether the education that our students get in universities is practical and is closely connected to specific careers as it has to be, so the business community can get more involved in helping to design educational programs and working as mentors, providing internships for college students or high school students so that they get a real-life experience of what it's like to work in a particular field. All of those ways, all of those particular partnerships would be extremely useful to us.
You had said something about radical changes.
Yes.
What are some of those radical changes? And my other question is some of the research shows that a lot of our public schools that have choice programs, CAPE programs, magnet schools, the rigor is being raised and we're producing more college-ready students in those types of schools. Is there any kind of plan for increasing that kind of opportunity for public schools?
You mean choice? Well, there's a lot of discussion about it. I don't know. I don't know how far it will get. Clearly, there's a huge disjuncture between people who support choice and people who oppose it with every atom of their being. What?
I'm not talking about voucher choice. I'm talking about high schools that offer choice programs like magnet schools, health nursing programs in the public school. And the rigor at those schools seems to be higher than in the general public school. And so is that kind of a plan for getting the rigor up for the other schools too, to try to put those kinds of programs?
Well, I think it's useful to develop schools that have a particular focus. As you know, we are developing T-STEM academies all over the state. We'll focus on science, technology, engineering, and math. We have early college high schools that are proliferating around the state. El Paso has built one and is going to build 3 others in the next year or so. Those are all good ideas. My question is, if these strategies work in these particular schools, why can't we adopt them statewide? What works well, if a school is representative of the population, it ought to work in just about any school. But getting back to your point, as I said, what do we have to do fundamentally? We have to expect more of our kids. We have to train teachers better. We have to train teachers to be intellectuals. We have to train teachers to make decisions in the classroom about what is best for their students. We have to train teachers to be lifelong students of their discipline. We're going to have to change a lot of things. For example, the Yes Academies, there's no mystery about the Yes Academies. The kids go to have a much longer school day. They go to school in summer. They go to school on Saturdays. It's very clear that the single most important factor in helping students that are behind is time on task. Useful, productive time on task. We have to do that. We can look at interesting models, not only in the United States, but all over the world, and see that certain strategies have worked effectively. It's very clear that one of the things we do poorly in this country, all through the educational system, not just public, but higher education as well, are breadth. Let me back up. We focus too much on breadth and not enough on depth. Our curriculum, to a large extent, is out of alignment with what we know about cognitive development. For example, everybody knows that children absorb languages much earlier than they do as they get older. And yet, our educational system is not set up that way. We probably are going to have to change the way we do science in high school. What's the last course kids take when they take science in high school? Physics. What's the basic science field? Physics. We ought to teach physics first. What's the most difficult science field? Biology. That's the one we should teach last. We know that children learn science through hands-on involvement, not lectures. And yet, that's still what we primarily do. I read an article last night that was produced by the National Science Foundation that said that the National Science Foundation for the past 10 years has been generating hundreds of studies that show how science should be taught effectively in colleges and universities. Less than 20% of college faculty use those techniques. We've got a long way to go.
I think we've got time for one more question. Right here.
Coming from rural West Texas, one of the major impediments, it seems, that that the kids there say is to go into college is actually the cost of college. You try to ask a teenager to take the college prep plan, and they have actually no real desire or want to do that because forever they have heard that it costs too much. You know, tuition has doubled in the last 10 years. We've got $85 billion out in student loans now that people say are the next sub-loan mortgage problem coming down the road. How can we bring the cost down vis-a-vis the 600,000 more kids you're going to put in that is going to probably have the absolute opposite effect?
Well, one correction, tuitions haven't doubled. They've increased about 40-50% in that period of time, which is dramatic, but they haven't quite doubled. The simple, truthful answer to your question is costs are not coming down. Costs, like virtually every other sector of the economy, are going up, and there are some costs that you can't regulate in higher education. For example, the University of Texas here in Austin, it's competing at a national level, and UT Austin wants to be one of the best universities in the world, and the only way you're going to achieve that status is to compete with the best universities in the world. And if the average salary for a professor at Harvard is $175,000, and the average faculty salary at UT Austin is $115,000, you're obviously not going to become more competitive unless you increase your costs and pay faculty more. The simple fact of the matter is that higher education in Texas has been underfunded, and costs are not coming down. What we have to do is we have to do several things. We have to the extent possible, we have to raise financial aid, whether through grants or through loans. And the second thing is that even when families have to take out loans, we have to make sure that families and the students themselves understand that it's still a good investment in their future. All of you in this room know that the average college graduate earns somewhere between $1,500,000 over a course of a career than somebody who doesn't graduate from college. That we need to pass that information on so that people know that if you have to invest $20,000 in loans, and I know that's a large amount of money, it's still worth it. It's still worth it. It's not the ideal solution, but it's still worth the investment and the sacrifice. We have to make sure that our young people and their families understand that. And then to the original point that you made about a college-going curriculum, we shouldn't have that problem as of next year. The recommended high school program, which is a college prep curriculum, will become the default curriculum in Texas. So students should be taking a college-ready curriculum as a matter of course. We've got the courses down. Now we have to attend to the rigor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paredes. Okay, we have time for a very short break. 5 minutes. Because we... So, wasn't quite a 15-minute break. It wasn't quite a 15-minute break, but I think it was worth it to hear Dr. Paredes. As you could tell, he's pretty passionate about this work. And we're grateful that he decided to come back to Texas. Spent 30 years at UCLA. And all of that experience is to our benefit. So we're delighted that he's here and glad that he took the time to share with you some of his thoughts in what we're doing collectively to move Texas forward. So now we're going to get into the partnership part. First off, we've got East Early College High School, and they will introduce themselves. And welcome.
Thank you. My name is Joel Castro. I'm principal at East Early College High School in the Houston Independent School District.
And I'm Karen Steins. I'm Social Science and Teacher Education Department here at Southeast College of Houston Community College. That's my real life. A major part of my life is the college liaison for East Early College High School.
We do have a PowerPoint presentation in your folder. You can notice that under Model Partnerships East Early College High School if you want to follow along. And I'd like to get started just by letting you know that we had members of the board from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation come tour our school a number of months ago, and they kind of chuckled at the idea. When I think out of nervousness, I said, we're two governmental entities. I didn't really mean to say it like that, but in essence, we are a political subdivision of the state of Texas, and that's kind of the launching point when we talk about model partnerships, because each of these organizations have their own board, have their ideas, and now it's always interesting to see when you're implementing the program and then you hear a board member speaking about it, you're thinking, we're doing that, or we're going to be doing that. So that is kind of the beginning point for this conversation. Also, in this partnership, I need to I think to thank the Texas High School Project. Two of those people who have helped us found this school, Miss Alma Garcia, is she back over there? Alma, would you wave if you're in the room? Yes. And Miss Pam Tackett, our intermediary and person on the ground with us who helped us launch this program. And so in the spirit of cooperation, Karen and I are going to kind of do different slides here, so I'm going to turn it over to Karen.
Next slide, please. Thanks. This idea was basically hatched by our Vice Chancellor on the HCC side, Dr. Charles Cook. Some of you probably know Charles. He wrote the grant to the Gates Foundation for this money way back in 2004. None of this stuff happens, nothing happens instantly in this partnership because we're dealing with such huge bureaucracies of this. You can see there the goal that we've got to put the school in the East End of Houston, which did not have a strong magnet kind of program. It's not a magnet school, but that kind of thing, a strong school with, if you look down on the purpose of rigor, relevance, and relationship. Those are the 3 R's from the Gates Foundation, and we have worked very hard to maintain that rigor, relevance, and relationship. We've been held accountable for that and have really worked to get that going. Our goal is for the students to be ready for pretty much all college level work by the time they are juniors, 11th grade. That's where we need them to be. So we're working really hard to get them. They still have to take the placement test as any other community college student would have to do, and basically they need college level reading and college level writing before they can even get in the door to college level classes. College level math comes a little bit slower for them than the reading and the writing. But we've got probably about 50% of them as sophomores this year are at college level reading, and it's a little slower on the writing, not quite the 50% yet, but we're getting there, working very quickly on that. I went to a conference this summer, and one of the comments was that this early college movement is kind of going in the direction of the European model, that they finish their high school by the time they're about 16 or so, end of our sophomore year, and then have this 2 years of kind of a transition before they head off to university. So that's kind of what we're doing. It seems to work a bit that way. And strong partnership. Well, go ahead, that's fine. And can't work without partnership. Joel.
Probably the first bullet there may have been more appropriately written as partnership was implemented, meaning if you compare this to the last slide where it says the partnership began in 2004, it should be implemented in 2006 on this slide. That's how long it took us to get the owners in both of the organizations, the support, get all the partners together, and with the Texas High School project prodding us both along. Not that either organization was adverse to the formation of an early college high school. They were quite supportive. It just takes time when you're working with the second largest community college system in the country, and the seventh or so largest school district in the country with over about 200,000 students. So we are in line with a lot of other people to get things done. As Karen mentioned, the partnership was created by a grant that Dr. Charles Cook at the Houston Community College System Vice Chancellor wrote. And our third partner, who has been with us all along, the Texas High School Project, has provided not only, it has helped us just tremendously in an advisory capacity, as well as a resource capacity, and continues to do so. And we've been working with them and continue to work with them. There is a perceived need in the East End, what is termed the East End of Houston, basically the East region of Houston. Recent studies that were researched by the Houston Community College System on census demographics indicate that somewhere around the high school graduation rate is around 45% of all the families in the East End. So that's shows a tremendous amount of need, not only for high school, and I want to say less than 10%, somewhere around 5% college graduation rate in the East End of Houston. So we are appropriately placed in terms of geography to affect what Dr. Paredes was talking about earlier, higher high school and college graduation rates. And of course there was a win-win for everyone involved, not only the residents of the east side, but we would increase high school graduation rates, which are one of the prime directives of the Houston Independent School District and all school districts, but also increase college graduation rates in terms of associate's degrees. And that is our goal at the East Early College High School. We don't let students settle for anything less. It is an associate's degree. But what if I don't want an associate's degree? That is what we focus on in the school system. We have, by the way, I think it's we're just finishing the information for this year, but last year, if it's any indicator, we will be at about 90 to 92% free and reduced lunch rate for the school. So we are working with a group that definitely there definitely is need. And earlier, again, I refer back to Dr. Paredes' comments that if you set the bar high, they will climb to it. They will wrestle, they will complain, they'll say they're going to go to another school. But the benefit of working in an early college high school is so small that we can immediately contact the parents. Poor students, they don't get any break. They know if they do poorly on a quiz, their teacher, of course, knows about it, the student knows about it, parent knows about it, I know about it, and so they can't get out of the class without getting the attention that they need, sometimes in a little bit more. And that's where the support comes along with the rigor.
Well, Annette's been mentioning the village raising the child, and that's exactly what's going on, even from the college side. I'm over there enough. They know who I am, and they are beginning to now be in college classes, and I'm teaching some of them, and they really know who I am, and they know if they're tardy, it's instantly going to be heard about it over at the high school. So we keep up with them quite tightly. One of the most important events in this forming of this partnership was a trip that we took to California. There were 3 schools that Pam was working with as an intermediary. All 3 of us were on about the same track, one in El Paso, one in Corpus Christi. And all of us went together to California to visit early college high schools. And it was just one of those enlightening insight. You can see the light bulbs going off. We got it. We all got it. Before that, I got assigned to this task, and it was one of those, okay, one more thing to do. Thanks a lot, pal. Giving all the thanks, of course, to my supervisor, right? And it was like, okay, fine, we'll just make sure that the high school faculty's got their masters and they can teach the college classes, and we'll keep them over there, that kind of thing. You can picture the language that was being uttered, uneven thought. And then we went to California and we saw what an early college was supposed to look like, that it was embedded on a college campus with most of the students taking their classes with the regular traditional college students, and it was just an amazing thing. And all of us did a 180. We really did. We came out of that trip and said, okay, we need the classes to be embedded. They need to be working with the college students. They will probably set the standards for the college students in classes, and indeed they are. They're doing that for us. But it was just an amazing thing. Had we not seen what an early college is supposed to look like, I'm not sure we would have gone down the path to success that we have indeed encountered. So touring other early colleges, having a partnership that Pam has provided with the Corpus Christi folks and the El Paso folks to share ideas and challenges and that kind of thing has just been an amazing benefit to getting us all set up. We also went to Massachusetts and went to University Park and saw how their model that they are using, and have just had an outstanding success doing that. Came back and incorporated all those ideas. Of course, in the process of doing that, team building was happening between us and my supervisor. Our dean of academics went with us. The three of us traveled to all of these places together. So you get time to hash around some of these ideas and to write down this is what we want to happen. So I encourage you, if you're thinking about starting an early college, high school, that you need some of that team building kind of time. Next, please.
Working with the two large entities, the Houston Community College System and the Houston Independent School District, it would be easy for Karen and I to sit down and start pointing the finger at each other, or not even at each other, but each other's organizations, and saying, well, look how many warts you all have. Well, look how many you guys have, right? And Karen is right. They're in any new project implementation stage, there's going to be naysayers and so forth. And on the college, I will say that, there were a few, but not really that many. And the whole thing about, well, I didn't get my doctorate to teach high school students or my master's to teach high school students, that came up. And on the high school side, certainly, well, they don't know how to teach at the college, that kind of thing. So there was, initially some a little bit of, pistols may have been drawn, but we got them to, put them back in the holster, and we worked forward to. But that's what this meeting today, of course, is all about, to see what commonalities and to respect the different operating procedures, organizational culture of each of the entities, so that we can move forward with what is most definitely a desirable program. So rather than dwell on the differences, I think when we came up on those differences, Karen and I just sat and we laughed about them all the time. Can you believe we're doing? Can you believe y'all do? We just laughed, because that's really, sometimes you have to do that to move forward. So the foundational document, I suppose, in all this, aside from the grant, is the Memorandum of Understanding, and the devil is in the details when we talk about the Memorandum of Understanding, because in the planning stage of any program, you have very broad sweeping ideas. Houston Community College will handle security. What does that mean? And you don't realize that until you get down to the actual implementation stage where we are, that does that mean a full-time police officer? That means two of them. Does that mean none of them, and maybe a security guard? And did they, by the way, mention it to the person in charge of security, the lieutenant, that they were going to need to spend some money on the budget? No, they didn't. So, these kind of things have to be very gingerly and tenderly, addressed to make it go forward. Otherwise, you get people to fall back into those positions of resistance. So that is part of developing the strong partnership. We also came up with mutually established goals. That was that came tremendously in terms of academics from the Texas High School Project, with their help, with Alma and Pam's direction, and establishing rigor. But not only just this kind of statement of what rigor is, but rigor with support. Is it okay? Well, I delivered the lesson. They didn't get it. Tough luck. No. you're responsible for them. There no child shall fail, or failure is not an option, as the book says. So we established that as a mutual goal, and also I think we both divided and conquered to some extent in identifying the owners or supporters that would help us maneuver through the political waters when we needed to in both of the organizations, and also help us to bring those people together when the need arose. For example, of course, money is always the issue, and so the funds were deposited with the college for the grant, so how do we spend that? Well, I don't understand the procurement procedure and so forth, so we move forward with a subrecipient agreement to have funds distributed to the school district, or to the school actually, so that we could facilitate efficient and effective and timely purchasing by the district, about school, because when you're in the startup phase, you have to move. I mean, it has to crank, and you can't wait around for things to get done. So we were very, I think, effective in that respect. Perseverance is definitely the order of the day.
That's all you're going to say about that? I'll add on to that. Oh, my goodness. Everything that should have taken, maybe a month or so, 6 to 8 months, maybe more. It's got to go to our lawyers. It's got to go to their lawyers. It's got to go to everybody else's in their dog and cat and the parakeet. And then come back and everybody gets to redo it again. It's just an amazing process. Some of the other schools, El Paso was so efficient in getting theirs done. They just made it happen like that. And they're saying, what's wrong with you fools? And we're saying, it's bigger than that in these bureaucracies. So perseverance, learning to work the system, learning who to go to try to make something happen when you really need to raise the red flag and get somebody truly yelling at somebody else from one side to another. It was an amazing part. Obstacles is where are we? Operating procedures, sorry. Joel's job, of course, is principal. Most of you are fairly familiar with the duties of a high school principal. They increase dramatically when you've got a small school. We were chatting about that not long ago, that the principals of schools with 3,000-4,000 students have a hierarchy, a chain of command, and the principal is busy doing the big picture kind of thing. In a small school like this, Joel gets the opportunity to know every kid, every child, every parent, their grandparents, and probably little brothers and sisters, and maybe even the parakeet's name. Literally. All of that is involved with it, and it's a very different hands-on kind of experience than a principal at a huge school. Does that make sense? It really does. We just walked up to the fact that it's just a totally different job. My job is liaison. It took me a year to come up with the job description because it kept evolving as we went. I finally settled on the most important thing that I do is promotion, to help my colleagues on the college side understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and why it's a benefit to us, what's in it for us. Enrollment is what's in it for us with college-level students is what's in it for us, and that is a huge benefit on the college side, and not have the students spend quite so much time in developmental classes, if at all. That's so much of what we do. I work with the fish camp and the sophomore camp that we have in the summer. Some of our students had no clue what we were talking about fish camp, so we had to define that. Working with the MOU, that kind of thing. I work with curriculum, I work with the students, but most of what I do as the liaison is promotion on our side. I had a huge success last week when Joel and I can say we've done our job well when our department chairs are just eager to work with the early college kids. They are excited about having them in class. They're going to fight over these students. That's doing my job. So we've done that well, and I'm very excited about it. We have kind of created a basic pattern, a track is a word. It's not probably the best word. They all start with the college and career planning class, also called freshman experience at many colleges and universities. They need to start there. They do not have to have college level reading or writing to take that class, but we determined that they need to be pretty close to ready to do that. They take the compass testing and that kind of thing to get ready to determine where they need to be. After their college level, we've tracked them pretty much into a speech class. Interestingly enough, I'm credentialed to teach speech, so I'm their speech teacher, and I'm having a wonderful time with that. We've decided that this is a really good thing because I become a kind of a filter for them. This is their first step into a college class in a college campus with a real college teacher, not just a class on their own campus. And no matter what they do, if they mess up or whatever, I love them anyway because I know who they are. I know them. I know these students. So I'm working with them to get them where they need to be. If they're not up to where the standard that they need to be, then we double team them to get them where they need to be. So it's a real good place for them to start rather than just tossing them out there to whichever college class that they land in. It's a cohort class. We're defining cohort class as one that is just the early college students, no traditional college students within the class. Is that making sense? Okay. The other side of that is what we call embedded classes, when they will actually be part of an existing college class. And like I said, they're setting the standards quite nicely for the rest of the college students. I use WebCT in my classes, and they stepped up to the plate quite quickly on WebCT and just outshone my typical on-campus class students by far. And it's just incredible. This semester we've got them in biology as a cohort class, in speech as a cohort class, of course the college and career planning class. Embedded classes, they are in psychology, art appreciation, and Spanish. And they're heading towards some college level math, college algebra in the spring for several of them. These are first semester sophomores. So they're really doing well. We're proud of them. Of our 111 sophomores that we've got, duplicated enrollment is about 100 of them taking dual credit this semester. So that's just incredible. They're really doing well. We're very proud of them. Next, please.
With respect to the evolution of the partnership, I think that even though we'd like to tell you that we plan for every single occurrence that would happen, such is not the case. But there were so many things that just came up that were unexpected, and a lot of those things had to do with the just the different organizations, higher education, K-12. I remember the third week of school, there was unfortunately a homicide a couple of blocks from the school, and the suspect was on foot running toward the school. We had a call from the police department, lockdown. We put the school on lockdown. At the time, we had a college, a technology person from the college working in the building, and he had gone out for lunch, and he comes back with a Burger King, and he can't get in the building, and he kept banging on the front door, and the police officer went to the front door and said, "You bang on the door one more time, and I'm going to arrest you." And he's going, "What is a lockdown?" So from that point, we thought, we might want to inform the college of what a lockdown is and what we have to do in those situations. So we did a lot of planning. We planned some more, but there are those things that come up. And so the evolution is partly planning, partly as the need arises, and then we try to document or meet with the have a meeting between the two, the college and the school, to iron out some of those misunderstandings. There are, of course, territory issues, even within an agency and between agencies, and we were no exception to the territory issue. We had a break-in. Unfortunately, the alarm went off, and the person left. But what happened is the police show up, both the Houston Community College Police, the Houston Independent School District Police, and the City of Houston HPD police, and nobody can get in the building because somebody has keys to this door, but they don't have keys to another door, and nobody has keys to turn off the alarm. So, after things like that happen, and they call me out of bed at 2:30 in the morning, then we kind of figure out, we might want to come up with a system to solve these kind of issues. So the evolution of the partnership has been a lot experiential in terms of coming to agreements. Parking, use of the facilities, we doubled in size in the first year, and I don't think anyone was ready for that, but certainly we take up twice as many parking spaces. And now we're going to the college and we're telling them, by the way, we need to figure out a plan for student parking. Why would your students want to park? Well, they turned 16 this year and they're already asking, so there's another thing that comes up, and we have to work with the college police department to make sure these things happen. Most of all, and we're pretty good at this, although occasionally we're human, we step on each other's toes, but what we try to do is understand that each of us, Karen on the college side and myself on the school district side, understand our organizations better than the other, and so that's mostly what we do. When an issue comes up and we know we need support at higher levels, Karen runs it up the flagpole all the way up to the vice chancellor or chancellor's office as needed, and I do the same on the high school side all the way up to the superintendent's office. So we've also been very effective at delineating the academic versus the business procedures. I scheduled a meeting the other day with the chief business officer at the college, and invited Karen to come and discuss what we were going to do with the parking lot striping, and she politely declined to come because it's not an academic issue, and I understand, but and that's not where she is needed. So that kind of tells us that we've got somebody on the college side we've identified now that's definitely a supporter and owner on business procedures, and she's been tremendously helpful in helping us get some things done in respect to these intergovernmental issues.
But when there's a mix-up in assignment of classrooms, they do call me to see what I can do to sort that out. And fortunately, I've learned some channels to go to manage to make that happen. That happened this week as our second start classes began, and some students were in the wrong place and didn't know the room had been changed. We got that fixed. The evolution of this partnership, when I started with this back in 2005, it was way at the higher end of this, with the chancellors and down to the president and down to the dean's level, and then I got assigned to this. At the time, I was the dual credit coordinator for Southeast College, so I was working closely with lots of the high schools on the dual credit program, so I guess it was a fairly logical choice. But one of the things that I learned from the dual credit side is that the principal or the counselor can get together with the deans and make all these decisions, but until you get down to the faculty talking to faculty and department chairs talking to department chairs, it's not going where it needs to go, or at least not as efficiently as it will when you get down to that worker bee level, is what I call myself. That it's got to be on the department chair to the department chair, faculty to faculty, from one side to the other. And that is just such an important part of this ground-up kind of thing of experience that we're working with here. And again, the Texas High School Project, both Alma and Pam have just been extraordinary in their assistance to us to make all of this happen. Next slide, please.
The first bullet, oh how naive, was definitely the case. We've learned a lot in the course of 1 year. We have two board members, by the way. One sits on HISD's board, one that sits on Houston Community College District's board, that are married. And, I initially thought, wow, this is just great. It's going to grease, the wheels and make everything happen. Oh, how naive. They are tremendous supporters of the school, let me first say. But, all boards, they have a vision, and part of it is communicating it in the first year from the ground up and from the top down, so that we are all on the same page, and when we speak in public, that we all have a mutual understanding or in lockstep about what the issues are and how we're going to solve them. And as Karen mentioned earlier, I previously served as an assistant principal at a school of 3,500, and I thought, gosh, small school, a lot easier. And the other day when truly I had a plunger and because we had a PTO meeting, and I was repairing one of the toilets because the custodian had left for the day. I'm thinking, I wonder if my former boss at the school of 3,500 used to do this. I don't think so. But those are just, we wear many, many, many different hats, both Karen and I, to make things happen.
Next slide. Excellent. Questions? We've got 30 seconds. Is that about it? There's one back there. Can you repeat that question?
Let me understand your question correctly. With respect to GED, quite frankly, a couple of things. Number one, we started only with a freshman class. We now have a sophomore class in our second year, so those things haven't yet popped up. But from the early part of our presentation, our goal is an associate's degree from the college, nothing less, and we don't want to have the students think about that as an option right now. Will it become a reality? Perhaps, but I'm thinking 100% that's not going to happen. It's an expectation that we're setting, and if we blink and let students know that there's another way, they may not buy into the expectation. With respect to the extra seat time, we've had no pushback. We just like in every other school have tutorials after school and more tutorials in the morning, and they're sometimes politely required, although I don't know if I could hold them to that. But the parents, we interview every single student that comes in. I interview every single student that comes in, and I require their parents to attend. And if they don't attend, and we've had a couple of, call your mom, tell her, there might be another school that's better for you, and suddenly the parents show up. We want the parents to know this is not a romantic dream about college education. It is truly it's truly an endeavor in which the parents have to fully participate, and there are expectations, perhaps above and beyond, well above and beyond what they might find at another school, that if we are going to, in fact, make them college graduates, they have to commit. So it's a bit harsh in that respect. We do ask our board for waivers, a few waivers to accomplish our goals with respect to seat time, but otherwise, and I'm not sure if I'm addressing your question, it was kind of a little bit hard to hear.
One of the biggest advantages we've discovered that we have is that we have the students come in as freshmen, and we don't take them after that incoming freshman class. So you come in as a freshman, and that's the only time you can enter the school, as compared to lots of the huge schools that there's just this constant swinging door of students coming in and coming out and coming in and coming out. And the continuity of keeping our students is a huge, amazing difference that it makes. So they can only come in as a freshman. We take about 112, 115, something like that, a little over our 100, because we know some are probably going to move at some point during their time, and that's the only time that they can get in is the beginning of the freshman year.
One more question,
There's one.
because we need to get back on task. So,
extracurricular activities do y'all have?
Therein lies a really big challenge, because we have so much time focused on academics that we certainly make it very clear at the beginning that we don't have a football stadium, we don't have a gymnasium, And so now, by our school district, and I'm not sure if that's a state policy, but our school district policy certainly allows our students to participate in football, basketball, baseball, all the other volleyball programs at their home comprehensive high school. So, but the transportation's up to that part, up to the parents. What we have found is that they started, at least in the first year, maybe many kids started, and it got old after a while traveling back and forth, and the parents and the students started to bond at East Early College High School, so they found their friends group there at the school. We do have a soccer team that we hope next year will be competing at UIL. There are some certain advantages to soccer in terms of cost. You need an open field, and that's put up a couple of goals and some balls, and you're at least on your way to supporting a team. We are also looking at girls softball as an option. We have a number, probably about 25 different clubs and organizations on campus and growing. Everything from math science club to anime, Japanese cartoon stuff. I didn't know what it was. To music clubs. There's a guitar club. There's chess clubs. So the students really start to participate in those things. Student government seems to be another thing that they're really jumping in. And this is campaign season, and so we have campaign posters all over the place. That is a good question, in that it shows one of the difficulties of starting one of these programs. Usually when you walk into school, there is a school culture in place. There is none in place, and the kids need it. It's developmentally appropriate. They need to be part of teams, clubs, organizations. So we have really, that's one of our SMART goals for this year, is to develop that school culture and extend it so when they go out, they're wearing their East Early College T-shirts. They're proud. They're the Mighty Falcons, whatever that means. And so we're really striving to build the extracurricular culture at the school.
And you've got our email addresses up on your handout. If you have questions, we'll happy to hear from you.
You'll have opportunity at breaks and lunchtime to network, and if you need to ask these folks other questions, you'll have opportunity to do it then. Thank you, Karen and Joel. Appreciate your presentation.
Welcome, thank you.
Yes, give them a round of applause. Now we have Laredo Early College High School at TAMU, and I'll let those two folks introduce themselves to you. We're in order to kind of keep things on task, we hope that presenters will be able to give their presentation in 20 minutes so that you folks have times for Q&A. So maybe a little speed activity here. Don't go too fast.
We know how to do it.
Anyway, Laredo Early College High School.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Uribe, and I'm the principal of the Laredo Early College High School.
And I'm Humberto Gonzalez. I'm the dean of the College of Education.
A lot of the things that Joel said are very similar to what has happened with us at the Laredo Early College. I will say that the partnership that we have is with Laredo Independent School District, and we do have 24,000 students. 97% of them are economically disadvantaged, and we are actually the 4th high school for LISD. And one of the neat things is that we are physically located on the Texas A&M campus, and we currently have 207 students. And like Joel said, our third partner is the Community Foundations of Texas, which I will say has been very instrumental in not just allowing us to network, because we are very different from other high schools, so we do get together and we network and share with one another. And they also help us in providing the staff development, again, the rigor, the relevance, the relationship, which is very, very important.
Texas A&M International University is one of the 9 universities in the A&M system. It was for many years an upper level university, and for the last 10 years has been a full comprehensive university. And the Early College High School, I think, was a natural for us because of the area, because of the students that are not going to university, they're dropping out of high school, they're not getting a college education, so that was high on our list in terms of attracting students to the university. We are, for the first time, have sustained 5,300 students as part of our enrollment. every semester we're at over 6% growth. So we're an emerging university. We're growing, and embracing a college, high school on our campus has been a challenge, and it is a challenge, but it's a tremendous opportunity for us to work with the community. And so it's been a great success story for the university.
And like Joel said, when you set up a partnership like this, it's not to say we didn't crack some eggs, because you go through this and you learn a lot of things from each other, but we have come against stumbling blocks. But I will tell you that our biggest supporter is, I work very, very closely with the dean from the College of Ed. Everything that goes on, we are constant communication. And I will tell you that the university has been probably our biggest advocate, starting with the president, who very on from the very beginning sent out an email to the entire staff letting them know that we were coming on board, cited some of the research, and to embrace it, because as you all said prior to us, there are some people who are leery that there goes the neighborhood, here come high school kids, and we don't want them on the campus. And so it's been very, very enlightening to be able to see what has transposed in one particular year, but the support has always been there from the university. And from the very beginning, Dr. Gonzalez was, when we started, said, we've got to get talking to the university professors. And so he's the one that's from October. Once, because we actually started very, very late. I didn't get hired until May, and the students had not yet been identified. So getting that up and going by August was burning midnight oil and working Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays till all hours to be able to get that done. But once we got the school started, we went ahead and we started to talk about the dialogue that needed to take place. So Dr. Gonzalez right away said, let's identify some of the professors. And so the deans from the College of Arts and Science and Dr. Gonzalez quickly identified the university professors that we wanted to work with. I sat down and had a meeting with them and talked to them about our goals and what we needed to do. And I will be honest with you, at the very beginning, when sitting with some of the professors, one of the professors right away said, you do know that 70% of my class fails, my university freshmen fail. I'm going like, oh gosh, maybe this is not the right person. I will tell you that she is now our biggest advocate, being part of the group. And one of the things that we did was I submitted a proposal to the school district saying this is what we wanted to do, these were our goals, outlining what we were going to talk about, the outcome, things of that sort. We did have meetings set up. There were minutes taken for every one of the meetings that were attended. We did a lot of team teaching. This university professor in particular, while we were discussing the different things that were going on, said, I'd like to team teach. I want to take your 102 freshmen and I want to do a session with them. And so after the discussions, she gave out some handouts. She went in there, the students got ready, and she did a presentation to them. We had been teaching the students through a college readiness class, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little while, to get ready for how to take notes. Unbeknownst to them, she picked up their notes and critiqued every single one and gave them back the information. And at the end of the period, she did give them a quiz, and our students did outperform her university students. So now she's been a big believer, and she's one of our biggest advocates. But one of the things that we started from the very beginning was a college readiness class. Our 8th graders come and they don't even have organizational skills. They cannot keep a binder. They can't keep their paperwork in order. So one of our classes at the very, very beginning is to be able to do graphic organizers, time management, organizing, how to take Cornell notes, critiquing, talking, thinking about the rigor. And I will tell you, as Joel has said before, the very first 6 weeks, I had kids crying in my office saying, I made the wrong decision. I could breathe in the 8th grade and get an A. I can't do it here, ma'am. And would sit there. So the counseling component, don't underestimate the counseling component at the early college high schools, because there's kids that want to bail the first 6 weeks. And I have them now coming crying saying, thank you for not letting me out as their sophomores, because now that they've gotten to understand what the expectations are. But as Joel also mentioned, we know every one of our students by name. And the biggest, one of our biggest advantages or part of the part why the students are successful is every Friday we do have a common planning time where I meet with the teachers for 2 hours, and we talk about individual students. We talk about rigor. This is where we said, is it happening in your class? We double block them. So do they need tutorials? The intervention is there. Everything is data driven. Every time they take a test, every time we take benchmarks, we talk about the individual students. So it's really, really important. But going back to our meeting with the professors, we speak very different languages. Our teachers at the early college were a little intimidated. We're dealing with PhDs, and they know about THEA, but they don't know what THEA covers. And then our professors are, well, you know, they're never ready. I mean, so we talked about college readiness indicators, and we did talk a lot about college knowledge and David Conley and the college readiness indicators here. But they also helped us disaggregate data. They were part of the disaggregation team for data. Our teachers started to also feel a little bit more comfortable because it wasn't a one-time thing. The dialogue was going on constantly. So now we network, and I can tell you that I feel very comfortable with the professors that are on our committee. I mean, we have problems with, we didn't have enough calculators when tax came around, and we went to the math department and they lent them to us right away. So there's a lot of networking going on. Our teachers went to visit their classrooms to see how they taught their classrooms, and then they started coming into ours. So as far as the networking was concerned, the constant dialogue, which is very, very important because they're not aware of tax or what tax tests, and they're not aware of our text. So all of us sharing information has been really, really good as far as that's concerned. We were very lucky this year, and we did get an exemplary status. And some people think that early college high schools actually cream and have the GT kids or their magnet. I can honestly tell you that they are not. I have high achievers, but I also have strugglers. The sophomore group, we have 95 of them are first generation college goers. The second group are 89 college goers, and like I said, 97% of them are free and reduced or economically disadvantaged.
I think one of the critical pieces of an early college high school is the engagement of university faculty. If you don't do that, all you're going to have is a high school on a university campus. And, you know, what is that? So my greatest nightmare as we began this process was at some point where the students became sophomores or juniors or seniors, they would not be ready for college courses. So engagement of university faculty is critical from the very beginning. I tell the university professors when I can, you come and tell us and work with our students and tell us what it is that they're lacking so we can make sure that they're ready for you. Don't wait until they get to you when they're juniors and tell us, well, they're not mustering up. Tell us now what it is that they need so that they can be in your classes and be successful in your classes. So that communication, and it's hard to pull arts and sciences professors away from their regular assignments to come and engage with high school faculty and high school students, but it's critical. It's a must. You have to do that. And I think we've done it, and we probably haven't done it enough because we need to do more of it. As the program progresses, now we have 200 kids. We had 100. Now we have 207. So they're a recognizable group on campus. You see them going to lunch, and you know who they are. One of the other critical components looking at operating procedures is the organization of the committee that oversees the colleges of ed, the early college high school. And for us, we wanted decision makers on the table. Not only do you want to bring them up to the table, you want to keep them on the table forever, because they're an integral part of the operation of an early college. The superintendent of schools, the president, the assistant superintendent for instruction, the provost, the one in charge of finance, the CFO for the university, the one in charge of technology at the public schools, the one in charge of technology for the university, the HR person in the public schools, the HR person at the university. We do roll call at the beginning of our meetings, and if those divisions are not represented, they send a delegate, so that every time we sit as a committee to look at issues, we can turn to HR or finance or facilities and say, what can we do here? We're having a problem with technology or facilities or those types of things. And we have been able to do a lot of work. For the first time, we have, as I mentioned, our university is growing. We have our own challenge meeting the student population that we have. So LISD brought in portables this summer, $1.5 million worth of portables for 2 years to get them on the university campus so the students would have their own facilities right in the middle of our university campus. The A&M system does not believe in portable buildings. So we had to go to the A&M system and ask for permission. They gave us a 2-year window, get them out there by the end of 2 years. So we've got some challenges. We've got to build new facilities for the early college. We're looking at whether it's going to be on the university campus or on the boundary of the university campus so we can have accessibility. Our model calls for our students to be resident students when they get to be juniors in high school. So they're day students, freshmen and sophomores, they're residential students, juniors and seniors. That's a tremendous challenge for a university. How do we accommodate 200 students in dormitories and classrooms and so on and so forth? The only way you can do that is to have people communicate with each other. I mean, so you got to have those people sit at the table and look at those kinds of issues and solve those kinds of issues.
Going back to the committee, other things that we did look at were course sequence, and we do have a tentative course sequence for the early college, and it has changed at least 20 times based on the recommendations of each one of the subcommittees, because we do have a subcommittee for each content area. Also, this committee does provide, we do have a report that is complete for this year, because we want to continue this coming year. And they present this report to the advisory committee, and that advisory committee, like Dr. Lozada says, is very important. And I will tell you, the university people are there all the time to talk about what are the issues, and this is where when we run into some obstacles that they're hashed out at this particular point. So that advisory committee is extremely important. And like he said, we're just, because that we sit on the university property, the partnership, I mean, you're only limited by your creativity. We get to use everyone. I mean, we're on 300 acres, and that's a challenge to take care of kids on 300 acres. And I will tell you, as they come in as freshmen, they explore every nook and cranny of that university, so it's been very interesting. But you will see the difference, because when Dr. Keck, the university president, comes in, he tells them, this is your campus. And in addition to that, it also sits, there's so much wildlife on that campus. You'll see bucks, you'll see deers, you'll see bobtails, you'll see just about everything. So the kids are amazed to be able to go to high school. It's got so much wildlife. But when they see another bus, because there's a planetarium on the university, when they see another bus come into the university, they always want to know who is here, because this is their campus. I mean, so they're always trying to figure out what other students are there visiting at the planetarium. But there is a sense of pride. At the very beginning, our freshmen were a little intimidated, and you see the difference now. Our sophomores, they're just, in some cases, you can't tell the difference between some of our kids and some of the university kids. The only difference you're going to see is that our kids carry they each got their own laptop that Dell, we purchased laptops for them, and they come in their own carrying case of their backpack that says Dell. That's the only way you'll be able to tell some of them, some differences between the different students. But there's a lot of pride, and they've actually risen. You see the university environment, what it does to them. We also have an advisory period every day, and during this time we bring university professors, and they're constantly talking college education, so they get to hear and listen to all our renowned professors that have published books, the different deans from the different colleges. The university president comes quite regularly also to talk to them. So that makes a very, very big difference as far as the climate is concerned. Also, as part of the committee, we do discuss the course description and the textbooks. We've also had a dual partnership agreement, the dual credit partnership agreement, so that is something else that we've talked about. When we get to obstacles, some of the obstacles has just been facilities, but we've been able to work that out. But the school district did pass a bond of $3.1 million, so we will be building a permanent facility, like Dr. said, if not on the campus, right adjacent to the campus, where our students still will be able to walk to the university.
One of the things that you need to be careful with, at least we are, because it's critical. You have a principal that's operating in two different worlds. She's got this huge bureaucracy in the school districts that expects certain things from her day, her teachers, and then and she's sitting in another huge bureaucracy made up of university administrators that want to know when her kids go to eat lunch, what classrooms they're using, the police, the janitorial services. So she can literally be consumed with administrative tasks, answering to both different entities. So we try very carefully to make sure that she does the principal job first, and we become her liaison, trying to because she is hired by the school district. The students are school district students. I mean, they're visitors on our campus, and when they take classes, they're our students. But they really report to the ISD, and so we need to know that, and we need to work with her. So I know that it has been a tremendous challenge for her to be able to work with everybody she needs to work with to be successful. The other thing, I think it's not an obstacle, but I think it's a critical component for the population that we serve in the Laredo area. Our students, because a lot of our ELL students, for us, it's very, very important that we develop a literacy-based instructional model for them. And so we've begun that process. We're going to engage to the next level. Our students need to read, write, reflect, and create in every class that they take. And this model, I think, is going to make a difference, and is making a difference for the students because reading and writing is everything. That they're able to read and write and reflect about what they have written, what they have read, and even create new products and new things and ideas about what they have reflected upon, written, and read. This process can be interdisciplinary, and for our students, I think it's critical. There are two requirements, there are two skills that you will need when you go to the university for college, and that's literacy and numeracy. And literacy, if our kids don't have it, it takes a while for them to get it. And so we're working with the public schools early on so that middle school students get into a literacy-based model. Numeracy, the good news is you get them a good math teacher, you get them the good things that they missed, and they will be fine. But literacy, they will not be fine unless it has been something that has been embedded in their curriculum early on. And so that's a tremendous challenge for us, and we're working on that every year as we look at curriculum things.
As part of our evolution, and when we were talking about that we do have a literacy-based curriculum throughout, Dr. Gonzalez came up with this idea to do a TAMIU writing project, and we got university professors to actually engage our students to do a research by groups of 5, and that was very difficult because when I met with the professors, I said, they do not know research design. We've got to do that first. But it was enlightening in that the students are already beginning to understand what research design is and not cut and paste. And then our top groups actually presented at the College of Ed Research Council. So that was something that they have done, and so they're getting to know a little bit about that already, starting up as freshmen and getting better and better as we do that. As far as lessons learned, we go back, as Dr. Gonzalez said, we've learned things having to do with, in my part, as far as enrollment and staffing, the placement criteria, is working with the university professors, and this curriculum committee has been probably one of the most important aspects of the early college high schools to get these students ready. Because my biggest fear as a principal is that the exemplary ratings don't mean much, because we can get exemplary ratings the first 2 years, but if my students get over to the university when they're full-time students and 50% of them are not college ready, because there's a big difference between the college eligible and college ready, that's my concern. So we're looking at the higher level. We're looking at BS. We're looking at the rigor here to make sure that once they get to the university as full-time students, that they will be successful. And again, the advisory committee is also very, very important to the early college high school.
This is a tripart commitment, not only from the ISD, the university, but I think for our part, from Communities Foundation of Texas. I think they have been, we were created not by TA cycle grant 1 or 2, but actually by the Communities Foundation of Texas. So we owe them, and they're always on our campus. They're always advising us on what we need to do. So they have been an exemplary partnership in our evolution as an early college high school.
Okay, time for a couple of questions.
Hi, I'm from Texas City, and we have a collegiate high school that started as tech prep. So it's juniors and seniors on the college campus. The freshmen and sophomores are still treated or still in school on 6 different ISD campuses. So we're very different in that we're run more through all the college side. But have you started working with or planning for the students as far as extracurricular activities? Because on our campus, the students are eligible for the college programs, any college organization except the outdoors club, and they do co-ed trips, so they don't let them in there. But other than that, do you plan to or have you considered that? Because we have, in fact, the president of our student government is one of our seniors. So will you, and have you thought about it, and what's been said?
Yes, we do, and that was one of the concerns because the students do give a cheerleading band, the sports. So what we did during those 2 hours of common planning time, I went and knocked on several of the doors of the adjunct professors at the Fine and Performing Arts. While we are doing the team building and everything else, the students are out taking guitar, piano, voice, art, weightlifting, several of the different, and it's a non-credit course, but then through that, we would see the notices where they were auditioning for the TAMU Mariachi Band, so I called and said, would you just, there's one little girl that really wants to try, would you just give her an opportunity to audition? They said yes, she made it. The entire school cheered when we found out that she made it. She's part of the TAMU Mariachi Band. This summer, Dr. Gonzalez is a former band director, so he pushes that. We went to go talk to the band people. We started small because the kids do come take a class at 6 o'clock. We have 7 students marching in the TAMU band. So we're also looking at intramurals as far as sports are concerned with the university. So little by little we're trying to add the extracurricular.
Another question.
You mentioned the importance of faculty involvement by the university faculty. I'm wondering how or if the faculty reward structure has been adjusted to take into account that kind of activity. We pay them, and I think that's critical. You don't expect anybody to engage at that level without a stipend. So we pay them. In fact, we use some of the funds that have no flexibility to do that. Part of that engagement with the university is we pay them, we give them a stipend, not only to work with the students, but to help us develop curriculum, high school curriculum and university curriculum. So no, and I think they do very well, and you have to compensate them. Don't expect that they're going to come just to get merit points for their promotion and tenure. That is possible, but a lot of them, have full assignments, and so and they want to be engaged. But I think it makes a big difference when you compensate them for it.
That question about faculty reward systems, Commissioner Paredes has been talking with chancellors and presidents about that very issue, because as you're working in more P-16 activities, the current reward system, tenure, or to get tenure, probably doesn't have much opportunity for those kinds of things as a way to earn tenure. So he's challenged presidents and chancellors to rethink the tenure faculty reward system. So while I think compensation is important part of these kinds of partnerships, I do think presidents and chancellors need to rethink, and they are. I understand that's a challenge they're taking on, how to take that into account. So, well, thank you for your presentation. Excellent. Now we move on to our college readiness standards development. We have the science co-chairs representing as a model partnership, bringing higher education and public education to the table at a state level activity, which is a little bit different than what you folks are doing at the local level, but you still have the same kinds of challenges. So I'll let those folks introduce themselves and take off.
Well, I'd like to introduce you to my co-chair, Mercedes Guzman from El Paso. And I'm Pat Patterson from Texas A&M. I'm in the biology department over at College Station. As you will see, and as we go through this, our task has been a little different from the ones that you have heard described earlier, and we have dealt with it in a slightly different way. Our organizational structure has been a little different, and we'd like to begin telling you about that.
Good morning. Some of you may be wondering what a facilitator does, and since I'm in the public school system, facilitator, for example, I work with 15 high schools and 150 high school science teachers, and our biggest concern, as the commissioner said, was rigor and college standards, and that's what we're here to explain to you, and it's a little different from the other presentations that you've been hearing, as Pat said. And we have the TEA and the coordinating board to thank for this project under House Bill number 1. I think it's something that's long due, and I think it's something that all the students will benefit a great deal from.
As laid out in House Bill 1, our task really has 3 phases. We have been working on the first phase for a number of months now, and we hope that we're getting close to completion of that first phase. In this first phase, we have had 4 vertical teams, 1 in English Language Arts, 1 in Math, 1 in Social Studies, and 1 in Science. We are the co-chairs of the Science vertical team. As each team has had 10 members, 6 from higher ed, 4 from public ed, the membership will change as we move forward into additional phases. And one question is sometimes asked, why do we need to develop these college readiness standards? What really is the goal that we're trying to accomplish here? So let me tell you just a personal story for a moment. I entered graduate school in the fall of 1964. That was shortly after dinosaurs ruled the earth. And I sometimes think back to the topics, the material that we covered in graduate seminars the first year that I was in graduate school. The topics that were considered so complex, so abstract, so complicated that they were only suitable for graduate seminars. Those are the topics that we now cover in the first semester of our freshman course. So in the space of one person's career, we have seen a complete transformation in the kind of material that we expect our students to be able to not only deal with but master at their entry-level courses. And we need to be explicit about what these expectations are. So a team was put together. The team was deliberately chosen to represent a wide variety of interests, both in terms of discipline, physics, chemistry, biology, earth science, environmental science, but also to represent a broad spectrum across the state. So we have members from far South Texas, the deep Rio Grande Valley. We have members from Amarillo. We have members from Harris County. We have members from El Paso. We have members from San Angelo and College Station. And we have really been charged with representing not only our disciplines, but a broad diversity of interests and backgrounds across the state. Fortunately, we've found that we are in considerable agreement on the topics to be covered, and that has helped us tremendously, as Mercy will describe.
As Pat started to tell you, we started with a certain ratio for the beginning of our work, and I will tell you that some of us are way past the stage of doing homework, but with the first stage of this, I really, in addition to your regular job, we had homework to do. And it had to be done by a certain time. There was no give me an extra day or not. We had the EPIC organization led by Dr. David Connolly, and they are very strong taskmasters, believe me. So this was an adventure, something that took a little getting used to, and now after January, hopefully our ratio will change. There'll be more public ed people on the committee, and we're going to start looking at the gap analysis between what is expected in college and what we actually do in high school to get students ready for college, and we're going to start looking at curriculum and professional development for teachers. And I think you'll all agree that it's the professional development that the teachers receive, as the commissioner said. You know, he's seen the gamut, I'm sure, as he's visited across the state, but it's that professional development that will really get the teachers ready to implement the college standards that we come up with. And I can foresee, just looking at my own teachers, that some of them are going to look at these standards when they come out, and they're going to say, you know, what were you thinking? But, you know, when you think it's always the student that you want to think of, and as the commissioner has said many times, he always says that the students can do it. If you push them, they can do it. And what we are hoping is to have a direct impact on the textbooks and other materials that are selected to support high school curriculum. So this really is a very, very important project. And some of us that are on the team that have been teaching for quite a long time, you know, you start thinking about retirement, but then you start thinking, no, this project is really something that I want to stay with and see how it finally ends up, because I've never seen anything that has had such a coordinated effort and such support across the state.
We were asked to describe any obstacles that we faced or that we overcame, and we have really faced no obstacles except the calendar and the clock, because our task and the timeline for that task were pretty much determined for us by legislative action. So we knew that we had a deadline to finish the job, and we really wanted to get it done correctly and do the best job possible. So we felt very rushed, not because we were having difficulty working together, but simply because we were trying to deal with a lot of different material, trying to get it just right and not have to return and readjust and think, oh, we did it wrong and we've got to go back. And so we've been very concerned both to be careful that we've included everything that should be there, but that we have not gone overboard, and that we have set up a series of expectations that are reasonable, that can be met, but at the same time that really do provide a groundwork, a firm foundation for students to succeed. And so we have spent time talking about things like, should we mention logarithms? How important are logarithms to mastery of introductory level science? And of course the chemists say, well, how do you talk about pH if you don't talk about logarithms? We had hoped to have time, and the math team hoped to have time, to sit down together so that we could say, well, now, are you going to include this in your standard, or do we put it in our standard? We have been quite rushed. Most of the team members found out in late January or early February that they were going to be on the team, and we're getting very close to submitting an initial draft. So we've had barely 6 months to get this done, and we would have liked to have had more, but there's just not time. We've got to get this thing completed. So we've asked questions like, do we really need to talk about centripetal acceleration? Do we really need to talk about crystal structure and mineral identification? And all of these issues. Fortunately, we didn't have a lot of disagreement. The earth science people said, no, you don't really need to know about crystal structure. And the physicists are still a little uneasy. It would be nice if we could talk about centripetal, I can't even say it, centripetal acceleration. But we've come to the conclusion that there are probably other things that are really more important. So we have had the happy situation of not having to deal with many of the bureaucratic problems that the other teams have described to you, but we've had real-time pressure. So it was necessary for us to have some pretty defined operating procedures.
Well, you know how it is when you get a group of teachers together. And I think TEA was very wise in having EPIC as our taskmaster, and they set the rules for us right away, and this is what is expected, and this is the time that you have to do it. So we spent a lot of time talking to each other through telephone calls. We had many web conferences, live web conferences. We email each other a lot. I have Pat on speed dial because I'm always calling him, because I always defer a lot to his judgment. And we all knew what we were expected to do and by when. And we did have a really nice, lovely lady, Daria Beach, who was our facilitator from EPIC. And she was there with us every minute. And she kept us on time and to make sure, because all of you I know have been speaking about your time constraints and how you thought something was going to take you a few months and then it spread out into many months. Well, we didn't have that luxury. We had a definite deadline, and that was it. So that was something that we really had to deal with. Plus the fact that we had so many people that were experts in their field. You know, when you get physicists and chemists and then earth science people together, everybody has their own ideas about things, but I think that we all were in consensus that this was something that would benefit everybody, because, you know, physics needs somebody else as a partner and vice versa. So we found out very quickly that with everybody's experience and the time constraints that we were facing, we really didn't have problems with our operating procedures because we knew about them way ahead. Plus the fact that time was hanging over our heads all the time.
We had an advantage in that we were somewhat working outside our usual administrative bureaucracies. So we were not having to make a lot of arrangements with our principals, with our deans, and so forth. But on the other hand, we all still had our day jobs to get done. And in some cases, we had to scramble a little bit to be sure that we covered our classes. At the same time, we had the time pressure to get this done. So in a sense, we were pulled together by this shared adversity in the sense that we all felt the same kinds of pressures to do it right and do it on time. And from that, I think we grew as a team, but we also learned some lessons in the process.
Well, I think one of the things that we did learn that was really very, very important is that the people that you select are very important when you're working in a group. And just from listening to some of the speakers this morning, I can see why they were chosen for the jobs that they were doing. And all the people on our vertical team had some kind of experience working with the public ed, with higher ed, and vice versa. And we had the additional responsibility of knowing that what we were doing was going to affect not only students who are going to be going to college, but students that have to be work ready as well, because that was a big concern that a lot of business people, as you've heard, bring to the table. So I think that all in all, we learned that we already knew we were going to have to work together, so that it was very easy to reach consensus. If someone disagreed with something, we talked it over very quickly, and it was majority rule, and that was it.
And so to sum up, we learned a few lessons, and we hope that we have been successful. We called these the secrets of our success, but I don't think any of them are really a secret. We went in with a clear, well-defined task and a timeline that had already been determined for us. Fortunately, we had a team made up of friendly and goal-oriented people. We didn't have anyone who was really grouchy or grumpy. Everybody knew there was a job to be done, and let's get it over with. We had some very helpful professional facilitators, and in some cases, their biggest role was to just keep us moving. You know, you get a bunch of scientists together, and details become very interesting. Well, how do you present this? Well, do you have them work this problem? And Daria would say, come on, we've got to move, we've got to move. What are you going to write for a standard? And as Mercy just mentioned, we had the advantage going in that all of our team members had collaborated in public ed and higher ed partnerships before. Some of them had worked on P-16 councils, some had done dual credit presentations, many of us had worked on advanced placement projects, so all of us had some prior background in talking the language of all of our partners. And this turned out to be tremendously important, and I think it's really something that we want to encourage TEA and the coordinating board to continue to support. The more opportunities that are available for more people to have this kind of prior experience, the easier and easier it becomes to set up additional projects and maintain the ones that are ongoing. So I guess that pretty much concludes our presentation, and we take questions if there are.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Question, you talked a lot about what I would call content, curricular content. What about pedagogy, or as we talk in the teacher preparation business, content pedagogy, content specific? How much was that a part of your discussion? And second, could you also talk a little more about preparation for college versus, if that's the right word, preparation for workforce, and how did that play out in your discussions?
We didn't get into a lot of the pedagogy because what we were charged with was working on the standards. And then I think it'll go more toward the school districts, and when we change the ratio of the team to more public ed than higher ed, when we'll really start working on the professional development for the teachers. But of course, higher ed has to be included in that because many times they're the ones that provide the professional development for us. And then I believe, what was the second part of your question was?
With regard to workforce.
Well, in our standards, when the standards are published, I think you'll see that there are a lot of standards in there that apply to both college readiness and work readiness. Things like perseverance in what you're doing and working as a team, being part of a team, and I think you'll see that it can apply to both arenas for that.
I should also mention, although we're specifically representing the vertical teams, at the same time that the vertical teams have been working, the governor's office has appointed a statewide commission for a college-ready, and some people say career-ready, Texas, CCRT. All of the vertical team co-chairs serve as ex officio members on that commission as well. And we have been having a series of panel discussions, meetings with business roundtable representatives, public hearings around the state. I think we're up to about 8 or 10 now. So we have been hearing quite frequently from the business community. And what we're hearing as we have presented to them the preliminary versions of our readiness standards is that they're really rather pleased that they're saying that these are the things that are needed not only for college readiness but also for workforce, for career readiness. Now, one of the issues that has arisen is the issue of what we might call soft skills. Timeliness, punctuality, regular attendance, ability to work in teams, ability to meet the public and deal with the public's needs in a business setting. And frankly, we are still struggling with how do we teach that. We think we do need those skills both for academic success, but is this something that we include explicitly in the curriculum, or is it sort of a built-in, implied responsibility for us to teach? And then there's the question of how do you assess it, because we've always got the assessment issue lurking in the background.
How come all the questions are on this side? Yes, I just wondered if your vertical team also considered the 4x4 in science, and whether or not you and your infinite wisdom recommended that science at the college level be included for the fourth year of the science component.
Well, you know, the 4x4 for high school would include AP classes, which would give students credit for, you know, their for some college hours if they pass the test, or dual credit. That includes it also.
We also want to be very careful not to encroach on the responsibilities of the elected and appointed agencies of the state. In other words, we can suggest that these standards are appropriate. How those are implemented really becomes the responsibility of the state board. And so we can advise as to what we think is useful. They must make the final decision as to how this is implemented.
By the way, this afternoon, Sharon Jackson from TEA and I will give some more information on the college readiness standards. So there'll be other opportunities to, maybe we'll answer some of those questions that you may have. But let's take, we've got a little bit of time. Another question?
As you were looking at adding the college readiness standards, did you look at the curriculum and take anything out? Because at public ed, we always feel like every time the legislature meets, they tell us something else to do. For instance, this spring, they added dating violence and obesity testing. Didn't tell us where to teach it or how to teach it, but it has to be done. So as you were looking at the curriculum, were there things that you felt like you could take out, or did you just add more?
Well, I think that, no, as a high school teacher, I understand what you mean, and I think the science text, especially biology, has gotten the comment that that's got the most in it, and there's way too much in it, and that's a comment heard all over the state. But I think the second phase of this program is a gap analysis to see exactly if a gap analysis between the new science texts, because they're being revised right now, high school, as we speak. So this gap analysis plus the new science text that will be revealed, I guess, at the end of the year, then that will really answer your question, I think, right now, because we did not compare the high school text per se with the college standards, line by line. We haven't done that yet.
But as we have developed these, one of the issues that has been constantly in the back of our mind is the issue of breadth versus depth, and the issue of can we reasonably expect this amount of material to be covered. And we have dealt with it in each area, biology, chemistry, physics, earth science. How much can we really get through with any comprehension on the student's part?
Any other questions for our vertical team, science co-chairs, Mercy and Pat? Thank you so much for
And we will
your
be here
presentation.
for most of the rest of the day, and we'd be happy to talk with any of you.
I think the key to this partnership working is that we didn't give much time. They didn't have time to argue about anything. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we have a little bit more time for a break. We need to be back by, what, 11:15? All of this networking is wonderful, and you'll have more opportunity for doing the same at lunchtime. So, but if you come back to your seats, we'd appreciate it, so we get started with the next model partnership presentation. And we have a plethora of folks up here. This is great.
Well, you talk about a partnership.
This is great. Oh, it's one of our summer bridge programs. Excellent. We heard about early college high schools this morning. We heard about the vertical teamwork that's going on at the state level. What we tried to do was select model partnerships from all of the groups that are represented here. So we are now moving to the summer bridge programs that we had this summer. Coordinating board had both high school summer bridge and post-high school developmental-ed summer bridge programs, and this, I believe, is a high school summer bridge program. So I'm going to let those folks introduce themselves. So take it away.
Hi, I'm Ruben Flores, Dean of Evening, Weekend, and Distance Education at San Antonio College.
My name is David Ellis. I'm a guidance counselor at Thomas Edison High School in San Antonio.
I'm Sarah Croft, Director of College Readiness for San Antonio Independent School District. And this group has been together longer than my third marriage. No, not really. Not really.
I'm Helen Torres, and I'm the Director of Distance Education at San Antonio College and Director of SAC Online.
I'm Daniel Sustaita, San Antonio College Summer Bridge Coordinator.
And my name is Fabian Cortez, and I'm the dual credit coordinator for San Antonio College.
As you can see, I brought in the whole staff because the whole staff worked with us for the summer bridge program. We've got some other programs, so before I lead into this one, I'd like to tell you about some of the others. Now, San Antonio College is the biggest single campus community college in the state. We average about 22,000 students in the fall, 22,000 in the spring, and about 10,000 in the summer. Demographics, however, have changed. When I first got to SAC in 1984, 51% of our students were Hispanic. Our 4 inner city schools were our top 10 feeder schools. 15 years later, we're down to 48%, even though there are more Hispanics in San Antonio. And our top 4 feeder schools are no longer in our top 10. Therefore, we try to see how can we partner with the San Antonio ISD in order to get some programs to get some of these completers. More Hispanics are going to college, but it seems that they're not from San Antonio. And so what we wanted to do was develop partnerships with the San Antonio ISD in order to get more of the Hispanics to go to college. The 4 schools that we're dealing with are Jefferson High School, Edison High School, Fox Tech, and Lanier High School. Under my division, we have what we call the Institute of Community Initiatives, where all of these programs come together. We have the Family Learning Academy, which was funded by DuPont several years ago. We have a leadership planning workshop, 9 leadership modules. We have the dual credit weekend college, and we also have a senior summer program. That was the one we started in the summer of '99. Started with the Family Learning Academy. 30 years ago, I was working for a project called TEAM, Texans for the Educational Advancement of the Mexican American. The intent of that program was to develop consejos, councils of community people, not your PTA type, okay? Those who rarely involve themselves in the educational process of their kids. So what we did, we formed and organized 4 consejos in these 4 inner city schools. From those 4 consejos, we took 10 volunteers. They had to devote, most of these people, incidentally people, are mostly females in the late 40s, 50s, and some in their 60s. They had to devote 80 hours within an academic year working in the schools, but working out in the community, promoting education. At the end of the year, we would give them a $500 scholarship to apply to SAC, utilizing it for themselves or giving it to somebody else. The first year, one of the parents gave out 5 $100 scholarships. Now, this is in addition to financial aid. This year, I told the director we need to emphasize that these parents need to go to school, not for them to give it to somebody else, but to apply it to themselves. So we got 3 of the promotoras now going to school at SAC. Okay, 2 of them in their 50s, 1 is in their 60s. We also have a mentorship program at the 4 senior schools. All right, we recruit primera generación students, first generation high school students, to become first generation college students. They have to devote 100 hours. Okay, now all of this is documented because they have to turn in timesheets. In some cases, they devote more. At the end of the academic year, we give them a $1,000 scholarship to go to SAC. This is in addition to financial assistance. We also have a component on Saturdays. We bring all these people together, the adults and the students, in what we call leadership planning, 9 leadership modules. For the first 2 hours, we have scenarios, discussion, debate, and then for the last hour, we bring in people that they only read about in the paper. Congressman Ciro Rodriguez. All right. We have this year, we have the superintendent of schools, Dr. Robert Duron, and we were talking about partnership on that day. Joaquin and Julian Castro, one who's a state legislature, the other one who ran for mayor. They're both only 34 years old. Now, this way, if these kids can see, that somebody out there is making it from the barrio, then it's very easy to persuade them that college is one way to get where they want to go. One of the things we did before we started our program, I went to talk to superintendent and his area superintendent and some of the principals, and I asked him, what's wrong with this picture? We've got like 600 students from an affluent school district in dual credit. We got over 100 from another affluent school district in dual credit. Grand Canyon, which is about 35 miles away, 50 miles away, we got about 100. Here in the San Antonio Independent School District, we don't even have 100. There's something wrong here, folks. There's something wrong. So what I indicated to him was, I want to bridge the 10th through the 13th grade. He said, why not bridge the 9th? So in the spring of 06, 05, I started the weekend college for dual credit students. We started with freshmen that first year. 33 students. We enrolled them in sociology. Okay. Our teacher, 5 A's, 20 B's, 7 C's, and 1 withdrawal. And these are freshmen, folks. The following year, we expanded it to sociology and psychology. Now, psychology is a little more rigorous, and you notice our completion rate, or our productive grade rate, decreased because of that psychology course. The first semester we lost about 6. The second semester we lost about 8 students. However, those who stayed and completed the course, they all passed. This past year we also have sociology and psychology. We had 106 students. Completion rate 73%. That was due, of course, to that psychology course. This semester, because of the Bridges program, we have 71 students enrolled. 34 enrolled in sociology, 37 enrolled in government. For the spring, we're going to change it around. We're going to offer sociology, but we're also going to offer economics and speech. We've also opened it up freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. For next year, we're going to open it up for seniors and offer biology and English. Senior summer data. Like I indicated, one of the things we wanted to do was to increase the number of students going to college from the inner city schools. So the chair of the political science department and I got together because he was concerned that the students from the inner city schools also were not coming to school. So we got together and we came up with what we call the Senior Summer Program. We go out and recruit those that nobody recruits, your low B and C students. A standalone program. We emphasize cohort enrollment, meaning the kids from the same school are in the same section. Emphasis on financial assistance. That first year, if you notice, the intent is to transition them, preferably to San Antonio College, but if not, transition them to other institutions. Now, those transition rates, folks, are strictly to SAC. We've been averaging between 85 and 90% transition rate. Okay, 85 to 90%. And you might say, yeah, but you're losing 10%. Keep in mind, folks, most of the students never thought about going to college. So 62%, that's a pretty good rate for SAC. If you look at your summer 03, we had 108 enrolled. Our completion rate was 94%. Our productive grade rate was 90%. But look how much we gave out in financial assistance, folks. $132,000. Without this aid, these students would not be able to go to school. Emphasis again, folks, on Primera Generación. First generation high school students to become first generation college students. Summer 05, we had 236 students. Heavy recruitment in the San Antonio ISD, just from the 4 schools. We had 116 students. Possibly 116 who never thought about going to college. Completion rate was 92%. Productive grade rate was 87%. But close to 80% transition to SAC. We gave out $189,000 worth of financial assistance, folks. Summer of 06, we jumped up to 255. From San Antonio ISD, only from those 4 schools, 137. Completion rate, 81%. We expanded, keep in mind, most of these courses that we offer are remedial courses in English, math, and reading. We also offer English 1301, history, and sociology. We expanded the math, okay? We offered more courses in math that year, and in a sense, it was a mistake. A lot of the students are really not prepared in math. A lot of those placed in 0302 really belong in 0301. A lot of those placed in 0303 really belong in 0302. But we're placed based upon their occupational scores. We have no choice. In fact, one of the teachers teaching 0301 indicated to me that half of his class of 17 really belong in math 0300. Okay, so that's one of the things that we want to emphasize from here on in with some of our programs is really the math portion. Go ahead.
Having said that, I guess I'd like to transition to the Summer Bridge program and how it relates with what Dean Flores has just talked about. So we already have an existing dual credit program, and we have an existing senior summer program. The goal was to transition to bring in and incorporate the Summer Bridge funding that we received from the coordinating board and recruit students from the inner city schools that were mentioned and to try to prepare them or offer them courses to prepare them to be college ready, so that in the fall of 2007 we could then enroll them in the dual credit program. And that's exactly what the goal was. So what we did, as you can see on the other slide, where it shows what the summer bridge results were, we enrolled 40 students. We actually tested 150 students, and the person that did most of that work was Mr. Fabian Cortez, our dual credit coordinator. He already had a presence in the high school, so he went and his staff and tested 150 students. And then out of the 150, because of the timelines between the time that we got the award and some of the students were already taking off on vacation or had gotten a job, we were able to recruit 40 students. And out of the 40 students that we did recruit for Summer Bridge, we were able to retain 100% of them, which I think was pretty remarkable, because again, consider the population that we're talking about. And 100% of them became eligible for fall 07 dual credit, and we have enrolled them in the different schools, Jefferson, Fox Tech, and Edison High School. And I also want to emphasize here, as you can see on the slide, that the average rate of improvement on the post-acuplacer exam was pretty impressive. In some cases, the one student averaged like 17 points the second time that he took the acuplacer exam. And these are students that had never even considered going to college, so we were continuously working with them. And at this point, I'd like to also talk about we have 5 minutes left, so I want to kind of bring all these points together. Some of the lessons that we learned are also the same highlights that made us successful at San Antonio College with Summer Bridge. And I want to start by saying the partnership that we have with San Antonio Independent School District. We started that several years ago, as Dean Flores said, working on the other programs. We have memorandums of understanding with the school district. But what made this particularly important was the fact that we already had, for example, Daniel Sausteta, he has a presence at all of those high schools. He goes there once a week or twice a week and works with the students. But the other point that is critical, we heard it all this morning about choosing the right staff, the right people to run these programs so that we can generate the results that we want. And sitting over here on my far left is Mr. Dave Ellis. He is not only the counselor for Edison High School, but he really served as our program director for Summer Bridge, and he had all of the insight to the parents, to the students. He had contact with the students not only at his high school, but at the other high schools as well. He's also the regional counselor for the district, and so was able to be very instrumental in helping us obtain information from the students and helping in the recruitment of the students. So I can't emphasize his role enough. And one of the other things that made us successful very quickly were the fact that we have a lot of resources at our college, and we were able to mobilize those resources pretty quickly. We allowed the students to register online using the Texas Common Application, just like a regular college student. We also held very effective evening information sessions with the parents and students a couple of weeks before the program actually started. We talked about the mission of the program to the parents, what we expected from them, the fact that it was a 50% contract on their part, 50% of the part of the college. We provided them an on-campus tour. We gave them a very in-depth orientation at the beginning of the program. We also made daily and weekly contact with the students by monitoring them in their classes. We also identified the right faculty that were energetic, faculty that wanted to try new things with these students. For example, we also incorporated service learning in one of our English courses, and we also had a plan for program exit activities as well. Instead of just saying, okay, on July 20th, you're done, and okay, we'll see you again in the fall. We didn't do anything like that. In fact, we had a very detailed plan of how to exit the students. We held for them a luncheon and graduation ceremony. We gave them certificates of completion. We brought in the parents so that they could see, remember what the goal was. Here we are again at the end of 6 weeks. Now here we're facing the graduation and the success of our program. We also gave them a student satisfaction survey so that we could get input from the students and find out what they had found to be successful or not successful in terms of our delivery of services. And they were very honest, and they told us two things that they did not like, that we had done incorrectly in terms of their perceptions. And one of them was because of the timeline of when we got the award money, we did not get the books to them the first day of class. It wasn't until the third day, and they let us know that that had really affected them. And then number two, we were giving them afternoon snacks. They said, we don't need afternoon snacks. We need breakfast in the morning so we can be energetic. And so we are going to take that into serious consideration for next summer. And the other thing also is choose your faculty well. I've heard it said this morning several times. It really is true, because if you don't have the right faculty, if you're just ordering them to do it, it's not going to be a good program. But if you have faculty that really believe in what you're doing, they understand the goals, they have student learning outcomes that they can use to measure and to show performance, then you're going to have more of a chance of success. And I think that our numbers speak for themselves. Yes, we only had 40 out of 150 students that we tested, but the fact is we retained all 40, and look at, they're all now eligible for dual credit, and we actually have met our goal of transitioning them into college, and we're going to continue working with them in the fall semester and on the weekends. And one other thing that we did that was very instrumental, we really took advantage of our college's writing center. I don't know if all of you have a writing center at your institution, but we just recently got one, and what the faculty did is they made sure that after the students got out of class, they would go to the writing center and they would get reinforcement in all of their lessons that they had learned. And in the service learning class, they developed children's books, and then they went and presented them at Travis Elementary. That was another partner that we had across the street from the San Antonio College. And so we did all of those things. And we also, what we did is we took advantage of our existing partnerships with the departments and the department chairs that we've worked well with. And for next summer, we plan to use this template if we get funded again, and to continuously improve our Summer Bridge program and hopefully improve the success of our students.
Just one more thing before we leave. On the very first day, when we had orientation, I asked the kids, how many of you from Fox Tech? How many of you from Edison? Yay. How many of you from Jefferson? Yay. I said, no, it's up to date. You're San Antonio College students, and don't you forget it. So and when we had the graduation exercises, I asked them, how many of you from Jeff? Nothing. How many of you from Edison? Nothing. How many of you from Fox Tech? Nothing. How many of you from SAC? Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we have pictures of the successes. As those pictures are rolling, any questions for our presenters? Oh, there's one right off the bat.
Yes, I'm interested in your plan for spring 2008 to offer remedial classes to dual credit students. How are you getting around? Well, we've always been told that you couldn't do that.
We have some leftover funds. They told us we could utilize them, and that's what we want to do.
I think she was talking about the requirements for college, for the demonstrating college readiness. You know, the testing.
Yeah, I can please.
Yeah.
Most of the kids, like I said, we felt that we really want to target those math deficiencies. Okay, all of these kids coming in, these are graduating seniors, folks. And if they're scoring it, if they're being assessed at 0301 or even 0300, they got 2 or 3 more remedial courses to go through before they even get to college algebra. And so one of the things we want to do with those leftover funds, of course, is try to enroll them in remedial math this year while they're juniors, remedial math while they're seniors, so when they graduate, they'll be able to go into college.
One back there.
Yes. Could you clarify for me now, the students in your summer bridge program, they were 11th graders going into the 12th grade?
They were 10th graders who were going to be 11th graders and 11th graders who were going to be seniors.
Okay, all right. And you taught and you worked with remedial courses?
Remedial English and remedial reading.
But to go back to the dual credit remedial classes.
No, we don't have dual credit remedial. We want to have sociology and we have psychology.
But your statement was that you were going to offer remedial math classes for dual credit. That's against.
No.
That's what it says in your presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, and
no.
that's what their question was.
No. The only thing that, we can offer them, except we're not going to be reimbursed.
Right.
That's the difference. Okay, and we've been talking about this now for 4 years, except that our college, they no longer incur the expense because we waive tuition and fees, folks. So we would lose out on tuition and fees, and we would also lose out on reimbursement. But what I'm talking about is, with those funds that we have left over, that we do want to remediate it. Not for dual credit, just to upgrade the math skills.
Does that clarification help? Any other questions? One more, way in the back. And then we need to move on.
Lynette, then we have one more just over here.
Okay, 2 more.
Did you use your grant funding to pay the tuition for the students' dual credit classes?
We didn't pay.
Do your dual credit students normally pay tuition for their courses?
No, they don't.
They're waived. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
tuition waived. Now keep in mind, during the summer, these were not dual credit students. We're trying to increase their English and reading level in order for us to be able to enroll them for dual credit in the fall and the spring.
My question is on the introducing the remediated math course. Who teaches that? A high school teacher or one of your college faculty?
College faculty. All of our teachers were college faculty, except our director.
Okay. I think that does it for San Antonio. It's got to be really quick.
Real quick, just a little heads up. I think y'all know what we did, but the point is that these are kids that have failed tax. These are kids who have not fared well on their AccuPlacer score. So we took the kid, which composed basically the bulk of your students in your ISDs, and took them, offered remediation. Now they flow back into their dual credit classes back at their home campuses. So I hope that helps for you. Thank you.
Okay. Next up. Okay. I think some of this will be clarified for you this afternoon as you think about some of the questions that you had for the Summer Bridge program in the Speaking the Language of Your Partner presentation by Kelly Calloway and James Goman this afternoon. I think some of this will be clarified at that point. Okay, now we have our model partnerships from our P-16 councils. E3 Alliance. I'm going to, as the protocol, let you introduce yourselves. So, take it away.
Thank you. I'm Susan Dawson with the E3 Alliance. We also have up here Michelle Pope from Texas State University and Betty Richardson from the Bastrop Independent School District. These are 2 of our many partners. I'm going to provide the bulk of the information. We have a lot of slides, so I'll go through it quickly. It sounds like I'm getting some feedback. Is that okay? If I come over here, is that better? So the E3 Alliance, is that okay? E3 Alliance is purposefully branded as, it's not working. Okay, how about if I stand forward? Is that better? Okay, we're purposefully branded as a kind of an in-your-face tie between education and economics. We are the catalyst for change in tying, through research-based regional blueprint, our educational outcomes to our economic outcomes in Central Texas. So it's a little bit different spin. Many of you were at the state P-16 conference in the summer and heard what Houston and El Paso and others are doing. This was not a P-16 council from the beginning. This was an effort that was really born out of the business community through what's called Austin Area Research Organization, or ARRO, which is a membership-based organization of community and business leaders designed to tie that, to make that economic tie to prosperity, and then became a P-16 council as they started rolling out. Sorry about that. So we looked around and looked at other regional partnerships around both the state and the country and tried to take those as a model to leverage those lessons learned. We're housed at Austin Community College, formally launched May of last year, May of 2006. The governance structure that we put together was purposefully intended to be replicable. You'll hear that a lot of the times through here as we talk about this. We looked at what can we steal from others, what seems to have worked, what can we leverage, and what can we build that others might want to replicate. So for instance, in our board structure, we said, well, you're going to for sure want the president of your community college system. You're going to for sure want the president of whatever is the largest regional university. You're going to want at least 3 business CEOs. You're going to want the head of the United Way to enable to access all of the youth services and educational surrounding support services, a superintendent, the head of the regional service center. So we put together this model based on what you might want the ideal structure for a board to be. We are housed, as I said, at Austin Community College. Our founding partners were Austin Area Research Organization, ACC, and then University of Texas. So based around that, we have active working partnerships with the 7 colleges based here in the Central Texas region, public and private, including UT. We have 35 school districts in this regional overlay. We look at the 5-county MSA plus the service area of ACC. That covers 35 school districts. Of those, we chose 7 to parallel those 7 colleges and said these will be the target districts that we're going to start our initial alignment efforts with, and Bastrop is one of those. And then we used Austin Area Research Organization, again, to be our outreach to business leaders and CEOs. The model for change that we have adopted, again, trying to take these replicable models from other parts of the state and the country, is basically 3 tracks. So right now, simultaneously, we're working on what we call the data evaluation and research track. How is it that we build a longitudinal performance framework that allows communities to objectively identify where are our best leverage points, where do we make decisions, where do we put resources, where are we not sharing best practices that we can and should be, that will present us with the highest opportunities for change. And that's combined with a community engagement track to try to bring our region together on what are our real goals, what's our vision for educational outcomes, how can we reach that, how can we bring the community will behind what we're doing. Those tie together into what we call the blueprint for change. Think of this as Dr. Podetta started this morning about the 630,000 students in colleges, our Closing the Gaps goal. We find quickly that that makes everybody's eyes glaze over. So there's a natural tendency to say, 630,000 students, what the heck do I do about that? I'm just going to worry about my own. What we need to be able to do is translate that back to our communities. What does that mean to my high school? What does that mean to my church? How many kids do we need to get through Algebra 1 this fall? Those kinds of things, so we can put that together in a blueprint where people understand what their part can be. And then that leads to systemic alignment, but we've actually pulled back some pilot projects for that, so I'll talk just quickly to one of those. These are some of the deliverables that we've put together so far. A number of white papers and Central Texas Education Snapshot, which is our first look at aggregate data. I'll show you a little bit of that. One of the things that we did is worked with, community organizations to put together what we called an attribute profile of an effective school board trustee. School board trustees obviously are a linchpin in a lot of the ability to address change. So we're working with our districts to say, how do you find and recruit and attract and bring together the highest quality school board trustees you can. So almost all of these are on our website if anyone is interested. This data evaluation and research track, We went to Steve Murdoch, the state demographer, Pedro Reyes, Lee Holcomb, some of the best researchers around the state, and said, help us build a multi-phased methodology that can build this performance framework that we're after. We're in phase 2 right now of this effort, and we're moving into phase 3 around the beginning of 2008. A lot of the work we've been doing has been working with TEA, the coordinating board, some private sources, but mostly publicly available information, and taking that down to the region and saying, how do we expose to people the right kind of information to start making decisions? And this is just a quick example. We looked just at our region, and we have the 2007 data now, but it's not on this slide. What are our tax scores? What are our achievement gaps between white and African American and Hispanic and lower income students? We see very clear trends in Central Texas. In 5th grade, our students are scoring relatively well on tax, reading, and math, and the gaps are not very big, about 20%. By the time we get to 8th grade, our students are performing 15 points lower in math than they are in reading, and we have 40-point gaps between groups, and we can trace those kids to the dropouts. How do we start using this data to make decisions? We've sliced and diced all 35 districts. Rich, poor, fast-growing, slow-growing, urban, suburban, rural. This is looking at just those districts that are in that third quartile, if you will, of economically disadvantaged, those with 50 to 75% socioeconomic disadvantaged in their districts. And we said, now what are the differences that we see between those relatively common districts? What you're looking here is graduation rate gaps. The blue lines are the graduation rates of the white students. The maroon down here is the average of African American and Hispanic students. So you can quickly see we've got 2 districts here. Gerald, small, very involved parental and community, relatively high graduation rates, 0 gap between different groups. Versus Luling, relatively small, relatively involved parents, huge gaps. What is it that we can learn? We're sharing this with our school districts, so in our strategic planning process, we can wrap in this kind of information. Here's a quick look at college graduation rates. After our students go to college, they still have huge differences in graduation rates. In those 7 target districts, we've got one district with a 10% 6-year college success rate and one with a 60% 6-year college success rate. So we went back and did a regression analysis, and what you're looking here on this scale is the percent economic disadvantage in a district and the graduation rate, and what you see is that the economic disadvantaged rate of the districts continues to flow through on college success rates. Even those students who filled out their FAFSA, who figured out how to get to college, are still failing at a college level at much higher rates. We've got to figure out as a community, how do we provide much better support systems like what you were seeing here as our students get into college. This is a quick example after college of tying it to our business needs. So what we did was we took our goals for our economic development plans and said, what industries are we trying to attract? What jobs are we trying to build here in Central Texas? And what does that relate to in terms of college degree? And of course, it's not an exact match. But basically, we need a lot more STEM degrees. And again, you heard Dr. Paredes talking about this. So we took every one of our degrees for Central Texas students that went to Central Texas colleges. So clearly we're going to import and export people, but those are our natural workforce, those that went to high school here and went to college here, and we said, what degrees did they get, and did they map to the job needs? Well, the basic answer is no, not at all. Of those students, we granted 4,129 degrees in the last 3-year cohort. Only 350 of them were in any of our high target needs areas: biological, biomedical sciences, health science, engineering, math, computer science. 350 out of 4,129. Now, clearly we need teachers and accountants and other things, but clearly we're also putting out a lot of Scandinavian studies majors who aren't necessarily mapping to the job needs here in Central Texas. So phase 2 activities in progress. We're working on continuing to drive down this analysis into more individualized data. How do we figure out how to tease out economic disadvantage versus cultural and ethnic issues and things like that. We're working on a second version of this snapshot that you saw just a few slides of. It's now 175 slides, so it turned into a photo album instead of a snapshot, so we're renaming it. But we're working on that right now. A lot of literature review from other parts of the state and country so we can apply where we can't do controlled studies on our student outcomes. We're also working on a major RFP right now, and this is one of the reasons we wanted to talk to this group today, because our phase 3 research, really when we get down into the meat of how do we make the statistical predictions about where the best interventions are, this is work that we can't do in-house. It can only be done by a few research organizations around the state. Our RFP goes out in a week and a half. And so, for instance, the Houston P-16 Council, P-16 Plus Council, has already reviewed this. Others who might be interested in how this kind of research model might be applicable in your regions, we want very much to have your input and make sure that we can build a model where the data might be different in the Valley or Houston area or El Paso or Central Texas, but the model should be useful to anyone. So we invite anybody's input onto that. Looking at the other side, this community engagement model, what we've done is tried to create some whole series of strategies that include, newsletters and media and newspaper articles, the kinds of things that you would do, but that are on a range of looking at breadth of exposure. In other words, how do we get messages out to everyone literally in the Central Texas region at a very shallow level about what we're trying to do? And then the other end of the spectrum is building this depth. How do we get in enough people, a much smaller group, enough of a tipping point to try to create systemic change? So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. This is an effort that we're calling Too Many Children Left Behind, Closing the Education Gaps in Central Texas. And again, this is an area where other communities may be interested in doing something similar. What we've done is partnered with the Kettering Foundation nationally, but Central Texas is the first region in the country to take a series of deliberative dialogues to our communities. We're actually doing them in 6 communities around Central Texas, so Central Austin, Manor, Bastrop, San Marcos, Round Rock, I'm missing one, Eames. And in those 6 communities, we've kicked off a process where they are bringing to the table on an ongoing series of conversations about education achievement gaps. And what do those mean? And why should I care if my kid's doing fine, how her kid is doing, and how does that impact my future? So it's basically a pyramid scheme. We got together some community leaders, business, higher ed, K through 12, political leaders in each of these 6 communities, and we said, help us build a local team that can then help build up into a set of dialogues with at least 60 to 100 participants in your community that then come together in a regional forum where we take those ideas and build them into an action plan for change throughout Central Texas. So we're in the middle of this process right now. In fact, our first dialogue happens tomorrow night in Round Rock, and then over the course of October and early November, those are going on again throughout the region. This is just some of the materials. You can't see this in depth, but we've done everything in flyers, the online, the website is all in English and Spanish. We have discussion guides that guide the conversation. They're all in English and Spanish. So the website's up on this. The discussions are going on. We just did our moderator training. Michelle was part of that. Last Saturday was our 3rd moderator training. And then those, as I said, roll up into this delegates forum the 15th. That all comes together to a thought leader summit in January where we bring our political leaders, our college presidents, our superintendents, our business CEOs, etc., and bring them a word from the community as well as our research to try to meld these together into common goals for the region. Quickly, on the other end of the spectrum, our breadth but not depth is in piercing the cultural bubble, and this is a simple message that we're trying to get out to every social services agency, every high school, every middle school, every kid, every family. Graduate high school, it's worth an extra $1 million in your lifetime. Graduate college, it's worth an extra $2 million. Speak 2 languages, you have more opportunity and better pay. This is an example, and if you can stand up, Sally Foster is in the back, if you want to talk to her, as one of our business partners of working on articulation. Again, everybody has issues with nursing pipeline. How do we build a nursing cohort? We need 8,000 in Central Texas. We have a pipeline that doesn't produce enough. So we've gotten together our hospital system, Sally's formerly with Seton, with our workforce board, with our area universities to try to expand and enhance that pipeline and use it as a model then for computer science and engineering and other areas. This is a timeline of how all these events come together over the next few quarters at least. Quickly, our operating procedures, we have a staff of 4 plus 3 part-time graduate researchers. We have regular meetings with our board, with our superintendents from those target districts, our college presidents, and then ad hoc meetings with particular areas of expertise within all of those groups. I'm going to turn it over. Do you want me to cover it or do you want me?
I'll cover it. Do you want to talk about the P-16 specifically?
This is an example just of Bastrop, where we have a local community that's built a partnership in support of their local school district needs.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We have been, our community is located about 30 miles due east of Austin. We do not have a local college in our community, but we are very close to Texas State and, of course, the University of Texas. We do have a very strong partnership with ACC, but we don't have a college in our community, so it has been very vital for us to attach to the E3 partnership that are doing these community forums to help come together in a regional effort. We have about a 25% mobility rate, so our kids move all over the central Texas area. So it was very important to draw this partnership together. Along with the E3 partnership we have, then we were fortunate to receive some grant funding, and you can see on the information, from several sources to start a local P-16 to attach ourselves with what the region and state is doing on the P-16 effort. And what all has been said this morning is the importance of the people on the committees. And so our partnership, we have brought in Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board staff, the E3 staff, our mayor who is on our P6 partnership. We also have Austin Community College, the vice president. We have University Council Outreach Center that's a part of our partnership in Bastrop ISD to try to get more of our students to college and be successful. Last year, we have about 8,400 students in our district, and last year we grew by about 290 students, and all but 2 of those were Hispanic. So our demographics are changing. Right now last year we were about 35% Hispanic, 10% African American, and the rest Anglo. We anticipate a huge number and a huge growth. We grew about that many this year, and we're feeling that most of our kids coming in are Hispanic. We are over 15% limited English speaking, so there's a huge responsibility to get more of our students successful, close those achievement gaps, and go on to post-secondary education. You can see the goals that were laid out by our partnership committee this summer. It's about creating the culture. It's about providing that more rigorous curriculum. So I am very grateful to what TEA and Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board in this group is doing to increase our standards. In our district, we underwent a whole 5 through 8 rewrite of our curriculum because we realized it doesn't just start at high school. All of our 5th and 6th graders now have laptop computers that they can use. Next year, 7th and 8th, and we hope to extend that to high school to show the importance of a relevant curriculum. We also are in our district, it's not just about kids going to college. Our students want to do post-secondary, but it's about money. So we were fortunate in the grant to hire a P-16 coordinator who is a first-generation college graduate who came from us from the University of Texas, where she was responsible for financial aid for over 3,200 students. So in our district, it's not about going to college. We can get them ready to go, and through all of these efforts for college readiness and curriculum, we can be there. But the bottom line is we have to help them financially. So that's an area that we are really excited about, the E3 Alliance and our regional efforts, so that we can ensure that when our kids do get ready, when we provide them that rigorous curriculum, that we then can take the next step and get them to post-secondary and be successful when they're there.
Thank you. Okay. And Michelle is with San Marcos at Texas State University and is going to talk just briefly about what's there.
Yes, we're at Texas State University, and although we are an E3 Alliance partner, our efforts are really just in the initial stages of developing a P-16 Council. Just a little bit of background about Texas State University for those of you who aren't in our area. This fall, we reached 28,132 enrollment for our student population at Texas State University. We also, in the community, we have 50,000 residents. We are often referred to as one of the largest colleges in a small town. That creates its own set of unique challenges. Just a little bit of background about our student population. in San Marcos School District, there are about approximately 7,200 students that were enrolled this fall. We have one high school, we have 3 elementary, and 2 middle schools. A lot of our students are economically disadvantaged. We have approximately 62 to 64% of our students are economically disadvantaged, and also along with that, limited English proficiency. We are, again, and in our initial stages, one of the first things that, as Susan referred to, we're having a set of discussions starting at the end of October. Those discussions center around looking at increasing accountability. How do the residents feel about that as an issue? It also looks at, should we reallocate resources, and how should we address some of the root causes in our educational system? In terms of our community and political leaders, we are also trying to develop a going-to-college culture. Some of our efforts are including looking at San Marcos success stories, looking at who are the residents who have been successful, gone to college, telling their story. One of the things that Susan and I just talked about was broadcasting those on Univision, so that it gets out to the public that these are people who have been successful. Also getting the economic message out. It translates into dollars. We want the public to know that. Going down the slide, one of the things at Texas State University that has been very apparent is there are a lot of fragmented efforts between Texas State University and the San Marcos Public School System. For instance, we have a chapter of a Hispanic Business Association that actually goes onto campus and tries to help students fill out FAFSA forms. But one of the things that we don't have a lot of knowledge of is how to make those into a systematic delivery system. So we're trying to find a little bit more about that, those programs that are currently in progress. And finally, one of the last things we're trying to do is to identify not only programs that work, but specific components of programs that work. And that information is going to be informed by some of the discussions that are going on in October. Thank you.
So you can see 2 of our local efforts and how those fit in, where you've got to finish up, but quickly some lessons learned. We think that this whole state, regional, local model can work if we figure out how to focus on what we need to do best, and that's what we're trying to figure out through this process. Some other lessons for people who have these new P-16 councils that we found in our research is, first, don't ally with any single political leader or obviously party, because as soon as they change, no matter how well you've done, you're in the tank. Don't base it around a single college university. We think it's very, very important to work through the community college system, through the 4-year regionals, through the University of Texas, if you have them in your community, through the spectrum so that we can provide the opportunities of what's best for all of our students. A lot of small wins to keep people excited. This is a long-term process. We have to have objective information and community will. We think those feed off of each other, and anybody who's talked to Gates Foundation, they didn't used to be public about this, but they are very public now, that they think they've wasted millions and millions of dollars in great efforts that didn't necessarily have the community will behind them to sustain them. So we think that community will is very, very important, and Gates and others are helping us with this. Business involvement is key to driving change. Our business partners have to be at the table, and they have to be saying, why is this important for our future, and how do we create this alignment? And that alignment, as you can see from that one slide, is just as important between business and education as it is between K through 12 and higher ed, we think. And lastly, balancing bias for action with making the case for change. I come from the business community. I'm one of those few that raised their hands when we weren't higher ed or K through 12. We have a strong bias for action, but you have to be able to do that with the right decisions, and where does your money go and where does your time go where it actually makes a difference. And so we constantly are trying to balance those. Bottom line, collaboration and replication. We have materials that we would love to share with others about this community engagement process. If people are interested, we have information on this research methodology if people are interested and want your input. We'll continue to look at if there are other research models. I know there's a new one going on in San Antonio working with the coordinating board or others that we can leverage. We don't want to do this 30 times for 30 different places around the state. If we can do it once or twice, all the better. So I think that's it. If we have any time for questions, we've about
used up our time. For questions. Here's one right up front.
This is for the lady from Bastrop. I know that your group is working very closely with Austin Community College, and certainly for schools or for communities in outer lying areas, I think the community college works very well with distance ed and that type of thing. But how is your P through 16 group addressing one of the barriers that I think that many outer lying areas face, and that is, especially in this climate, transportation for students in the rural area? What have you all discussed that, and how are you helping to resolve that?
We are just in the beginning. This is our first. Last summer was when we first started this P-16 Council, and transportation is an issue. As our students graduate from college, our partnership, we are involved in dual enrollment with Austin Community College during the school day and evening classes, and that has helped tremendously because they come to us. We have found unless they come to us, our students have a difficult time, especially as juniors, getting over to Austin. So that's been a real success for us, is to bringing it down. Our mayor, who's on our council, is working really hard for us to be pulled into the Austin Community College region, so that in our perfect world we can actually set up a community college in our community. Once our kids graduate, at this point we really hadn't had long conversations about how to take our graduates over to Austin. If someone has the answer for that, that would be great. Because it is about transportation, and again, it falls back to money and students being far. Our district covers 450 square miles for just a little bitty district, and we go all the way to Travis County. So a lot of our kids really on the outskirts of the Bastrop ISD are not too far from A&M, and really just very 10, 15 minutes from Texas State or from Austin. So in the outer regions of our district, transportation isn't as much of an issue. But that is something we will have to address.
Other questions? Oh, from West Texas.
Maybe it's coming a little later in here. There seems to be this, there's this real hierarchy, it looks like, in education. And the lady here, and I can say from rural West Texas, but you've got, the high schools kind of lead the way, and the high school principals, and of course football, and then you go on into college, and you guys seem to have this kind of rub or whatever we're talking about between public ed and higher ed. And I really hadn't heard anybody say anything about an elementary teacher or a kindergartner. It seems like you guys are doing a tremendous amount of remediation instead of fixing on the front end.
Yeah, I think you bring up an important point. We didn't talk about it here and didn't really have the time, but in fact I would go before that, which is to say early childhood education. And
Exactly.
if you look at our sort of continuum of information and our continuum of need, at least in the K through 12 space, we know where the students are and we have enough data to figure out what's going on. In early childhood, it's just complete chaos. And we have very few ways to effectively understand our students ready for school when they get to us at pre-K or kindergarten or first. And so that lower part of the continuum is critical. And, again, in Central Texas, and this is common for many parts of our state, our bilingual population is growing at 3 times the rate of our rest of our student bodies. And so those English language learners, especially at the lower grades, are critical.
If you're going, we're from the business side of this problem, and if I was running into this problem with my trucks, I would want to go and start trying to get better and build better trucks down here and quit fixing the old truck that's running around. So we're just starting up ours, and we're looking at this, but I think we're going to try to focus on your barrier. I like the cultural barriers, just to let them know it's not the kids can learn it. And start early and quit having these new problems roll up to you all the time.
Yeah. You can also contact the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board. In our P-16 effort, provides a lot of curriculum materials for our elementary students, and our P-16 coordinator is working with our elementary counselors to look at specific, used to be called Go Center curriculum, but other curriculums that the Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board does provide. All of our elementary schools, they now have posters up and brochures and banners about going to college, and college is realistic. Our P-16 coordinator will be doing family nights at our elementaries to talk about how you can start saving now for college. So yes, you have to make that effort to begin at the very early age. But I know the Higher Ed Coordinating Board has lots of good curriculum that's available for elementary.
Just from the statewide perspective, and I invite my colleagues at TEA to speak on this issue too, as we're developing the college readiness standards, what we recognize is that the alignment is not just with high school, but the alignment has to go all the way down to P. That's why we do a lot of things in the arena of P-16. So we're starting. I know this issue has been around as long as 200 years, 200 and something years. But has become, I think, at the level that we all understand it today, we do know that it's not a high school issue. So I think that comment is very well placed, but I think you'll find many of the things coming out of the coordinating board and Texas Education Agency will be talking about how do we move all of this activity down further and further into the schools. So the whole curriculum alignment activity that's going to be taking place over the next many years, I think you'll find more and more of that talking about how do we make sure a curriculum is aligned all the way through, all the way up through 16. So it's not just the high school and the freshman year. It's aligning curriculum all the way through, which is kind of tricky since higher ed doesn't really have a curriculum. So higher ed has a lot of work to do too. So I think that was a very well-placed comment. We're not just working with high school. It may feel like it, but we really do have things going on all the way down the continuum. Another question for these folks.
Mine is not a question. I just wanted to add that you did mention that the research that you've done shows that the disconnect or the gap begins after grade 5.
I don't want to say that that's entirely true because the research that we've shown has many gaps and different demographic groups don't all have the same patterns. But it is clear that a lot of the work that we've done at elementary schools has really improved the outcomes, and that elementary schools we continue to see generally high performance, and what we see is the breakdown coming in middle school and then in high schools, largely.
There's a question here.
Thank you a lot. We at the Greater Houston P-16 Plus Council are following your work, and we have a lot to learn from you, we know. One thing is how an umbrella regional council relates to sub-district councils, so we want to follow that. The other thing is that clearly economics drives what you're doing, and it's impressive that a business background person is making the presentation. I want to ask you about that, though. To what extent do you get pushback from people who say, well, you know, we're in the broader learning environment and the bottom line workforce economics shouldn't be what's out front? How do you respond to that, and is it true that you've gotten pushback?
Oh, yeah. Yes, we have gotten pushback, and from college professors who say, you know, liberal arts curriculum is very important. We want well-cultured students, from a whole variety of folks. Our point consistently, and what our board likes to say, is that we think that there are 3 reasons that we have a system of education, certainly public education in this country. The first is that we have a moral imperative to provide the opportunity for every child the tools to succeed. The second is that we choose to live in a democracy, and it wouldn't matter if we were in a dictatorship, but in a democracy you have to have a relatively well-informed, involved populace. And the third is you cannot build a strong economic base without a well-qualified workforce. Those first 2 are at least as important, but we don't think those first 2 are going to drive people out of their gated communities and force them to be part of this change. If we want this change to be something owned by everyone, we have to show how it hits everyone in their pocketbook. So we're unapologetically upfront about it.
Another question.
Thank you. Just a comment, just to drive the point about college readiness and school readiness. I think as we speak about college readiness, we need to understand that if students are not school ready, they will never be college ready. And so it's a full gamut of understanding and delivery that we need to engage and embrace. Senator Zaffarini has passed several bills about college readiness and engaging daycares, faith-based institutions where kids go to, because both parents work and so many kids go there. If Hispanic students are not ready for school, they will not be ready for college. So it's very, very important that as we speak about college readiness, we also talk about school readiness.
Yeah, the P-16 Council is what people are starting to understand, but we would say it's birth to death.
Okay, I think that's give a round of applause to our P-16 Council, E3 Alliance. Thank you, Susan. Great presentation, and on task, on time. You notice that was from a business person who did that presentation. She just moved it right along, and she had a whole lot more slides. So we all can learn from each other. So anyway, next up is another P-16 Council from Lubbock. South Plains, I guess is what they actually call themselves. So I'll let you folks introduce yourselves. And
Thank you. I'm Janie Ramirez. I am with the Texas Tech University College of Education, and actually the dean of our college is the chair of our P-16 Council, and co-chair with David Vasquez, who is a principal at Estacado High School, and she could not be here today, so I'm kind of filling in for her.
I want to say thank you, and I think this is very appropriate that we finished with the fact that we were talking about early childhood, because that's where basically ours began. And I think that was one of the areas that we were very concerned about, is what about our early childhood education, and how is that going to impact us in the future? And I think that was one of the reasons that our P-16 Council came about.
I would like to introduce two members of our P-16, actually it's a P-20 and we'll discuss that later, but from our council that are here with us today. First off, Terry Patterson, who is the Director of Workforce Development for the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance. Terry Patterson over here. And also Robbie Adlin, who is with South Plains Tech Prep, and also very active in our council as our P-16 field specialist.
One of the things that we noticed when we started looking at this was the fact that how do we get our area, because our area, you know, we're talking about 30-something counties, and bringing these people to the university, and also getting them involved in our community colleges, and also our colleges around Plainview, and also around Levelland, and also the small colleges that we have in Lubbock besides Texas Tech University. And a lot began with an Hispanic organization at Texas Tech called Raiders Rojos. And this organization began actually bringing students to our campus, and I'll let Janie speak about that because she was a founder of Raiders Rojos and has been doing that for many, many years.
Raiders Rojos is actually an alumni chapter of Texas Tech Alumni Association, and we felt very strongly that we needed to help the families in our area break down the barriers of what going to college might be like. And so we began a program called our Back to School Fiesta, which originally we had like 300 people that came to our first one, and what we did was we brought them onto the college campus, and in 2000 is when we started. This last one that we just had in 2007, we had almost 4,000 people attend our Back to School Fiesta, and I know we're achieving our goal of breaking down that barrier because people are going back and talking about what their experiences on the college campus were like, and bringing family members, neighbors, and that's why it has grown to the extent that it has. But this Back to School Fiesta, we're serving a need there where we are providing school supplies for those children that come. And we raised over $40,000 to put this on this year. But every child that came to that event left with a backpack full of school supplies. They also received, if they were in grades K through 6, they received Wiley's Way, which is a book that was born out of the GO campaign, and it's Wiley the Crab, and it's about going to college. and we were able to get a really good deal on Wiley's Way books, and we were able to give 2,000 of them away at this back-to-school fiesta. So, I mean, I know that we are reaching those families that otherwise wouldn't be on a college campus. You've got the grandmothers, you see baby strollers, and, I mean, to bring 4,000 of them on a Saturday morning when it was also tax-free weekend on our college campus was a big feat, and you know, we felt really proud of the fact that we were able to bring all of these people onto the campus and just to learn about what college life is like, the college fair, the community fair, providing immunizations. I mean, you're serving a vital need, and you're bringing them on to the campus, and they're feeling like they can belong there, and that's the key, is to make them feel like they are welcomed. And I mean, we have families that live right across the street from the campus that had never been on the campus. So that tells us that we're breaking down those barriers.
You know, when we're talking about closing the gaps, we've got to look at, you know, what barriers are out there and what you have to do to close those gaps. And that's number one, is getting the families interested in actually going to the college and looking at the buildings, making sure that they know where everything is at. But not only that, but making connections with the people that are there. It's amazing how many organizations were participating there at the back to school fiesta, because we invite basically the entire city of Lubbock to participate in this, and we have everybody from business to medical, and there's an understanding that it's to develop that college-going culture, and it begins at a very early age. And the most important thing probably that Janie said today is the fact that you get those family connections, and they start talking about college, and having that understanding. We're starting to get more interest in what, again, Dr. Battis is wanting, is developing that college-going culture in our community.
The way that our P-16 got started was that we held a Closing the Gaps Education Summit back in 2002. This was held by Raiders Rojos. We started it off, but it's taken off since then. One of the things that we included at this Education Summit was a town hall meeting with all the stakeholders, and what we did was we invited the president of Texas Tech, the president of South Plains College, the executive director of Region 17 Education Service Center, the Lubbock Chamber of Commerce, all of your major stakeholders from the economic side and the academic side. And as a result of that town hall meeting, where they heard from the community that we needed to all work together to help close the gaps, we decided that it couldn't end there at that town hall meeting, that we had just really begun that discussion. And so we held a strategic planning meeting in October of 2002, followed in March 4 of 2003. It has 2004, but that's wrong. It's 2003. It took us 6 months to come up with a memorandum of understanding where all of the stakeholders signed on as being interested in helping with this particular council. And we held a press conference and recognized all the partners, brought in K through 12 students from the different schools, and everyone kind of had that buy-in. And from that point on, you know, we have been meeting without funding. I mean, all of the partners just kind of do what they need to do, and we make things happen. It certainly is nice when you've got a pocket of money you can dip into, but all of our stakeholders have come to the table with the resources that they have available. And certainly Texas Tech and South Plains College have been some of the main supporters of, you know, as far as funding goes. But Lubbock Economic Development Alliance has come in as a vital partner as well, and this is how we fund our activities, is that we all just work together, and we didn't raise $40,000 just at the drop of a hat. It came from all of these different partners.
We also have to understand that the public schools have to be involved. And we, being a member of the Lubbock Independent School District, our superintendent is very committed to the P-16 Council, and with his influence, since we have the majority of the students in our area with 28,000 students, he's able to also work with the executive director of Region 17 and talk to the other superintendents in our area to get them to understand that the P-16 is very vital if it's going to apply to our region.
We were originally named the South Plains Closing the Gaps Coalition, but when the P-16 councils were formed, rather than duplicating efforts, we knew we already had a foundation set. So we partnered together, and that's where David Vasquez came in. He had come down here to Austin as part of the P-16 group.
In fact, I think it was 2 years ago when I came to one of the summits and heard Dr. Paredes, and more or less there was a need for the P-16. I went back to Lubbock and began working with some university people and also some South Plains people, and then started inviting some people from Wayland Baptist University and also from Lubbock Christian University, and we sat down and we came to the conclusion that the South Plains Closing the Gaps was already a model, and we needed to more or less partner with this model or get involved in the model because of the fact that the public schools needed to be involved with what the universities were doing. And one of the things that we really focused on was early childhood education. And we quickly invited a group in our city that's tied in with United Way, which is Success by Six. And bringing them into our organization quickly influenced the United Way people because of the fact that they are firm believers in early childhood. Immediately, our superintendent, knowing that the Success by Six people were involved with the P-16, quickly asked some of our early childhood teachers to begin working with the pre-kindergarten schools, and we actually now have certified kindergarten or pre-kindergarten teachers working in the early childhood centers, and that has become a huge success with our community because now our kids that are in the preschools are actually being prepared when they enter kindergarten, and are being better prepared by these certified teachers.
And thus we became the South Plains Closing the Gaps P-16 Coalition. But recently, because we do have partners that are in graduate programs, law school, in the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center, we were asked by these partners if we wouldn't consider changing our name to a P-20 council, and so we did by a vote. We decided, okay, well, we're going to go all the way up to a P-20, and that's what we are called now. So we are the South Plains Closing the Gaps P-20 Council.
Long name. But it's interesting because the title is long and the name is long, but it's recognized. It's recognized throughout our area. And I think a lot has to do with the fact that it has a tie-in with Texas Tech and also the community colleges and our small colleges around our area. Jen, you want to talk about some of the obstacles?
Well, the South Plains, as you know, is very spread out. And someone mentioned earlier, I mean, we've got a lot of rural communities in our area. So communication and delivery of services are major obstacles for us, and certainly transportation for students to get to either South Plains College or to Texas Tech. So, I mean, that's just something we've all got to deal with, and I don't know how we're going to solve that one other than, you know, like, for instance, for our back-to-school fiesta, we sent buses out to get people to bring them in, and I mean, of course, that requires some funding. The rural communities also are facing a decline of population, which is impacting school enrollments, and that's impacting a lot of things just within those rural communities, particularly the economic impact that it's having. So I don't know how we're going to get over that particular obstacle, but it is one that we have to address and face. And then certainly the financial resources are very limited, and although we rely a lot on Texas Tech and South Plains College and Lubbock Economic Development Alliance, I mean, we've got to develop other forms of funding. So we are actually looking at other funding sources, and you know any funding sources out there, just point them our way.
Again, transportation is huge. Not only for our students, but also for the council, because of the fact that if we're really going to impact towns besides Lubbock, Texas, we need to go to the communities, because it's, you know, if we ask, say, the people from Tulia to come down, that's a 70-mile trip for them. So what the council has done is we've actually, in most of our meetings, we try to go to the communities or out into the South Plains to have our meetings. That way we get more participation from the area places. For example, we've met in Plainview, we've met in Levelland, and we're going to continue to do so just to make sure that we get the area involved.
The way we operate is, we rely a lot on our website, which it's developed and maintained by Texas Tech College of Education. We have a field specialist also that's full-time currently through the coordinating board. We have Robbie Applin, who's our field specialist, and she organizes and facilitates meetings. Partners all get email and receive written notice of meetings so that we know when we're meeting. And then there's minutes of all the meetings are recorded, and we post them on the website for those partners that are not able to attend. And we've got our closingthegaps.org is our website. Letters of support are posted on our website. We have a very important letter of support from our Commissioner of Higher Ed that is on our website, and that partners have actually used whenever they have submitted for grants. That's an important letter to attach to a grant as a letter of support. And so we have that posted on there. We're looking to establish a formal operating structure, and we don't have it yet because we've kind of been operating rather loosely. All of the partners kind of contribute. We vote on things and we move on. But we're looking at if we're going to be able to obtain funding from other sources, we may need to have a more formal structure. And so we're looking at a board of directors with an executive council, committee heads that would be in charge of specific areas. And currently, the partners are voting on issues, so we've got a ways to go. Even though we've been around for some time, not necessarily as a P-20 council with formal operating procedures, we are looking to get that established. But partners have been absorbing all these operating costs over the past 4 years, and in order to keep the council going, we feel like we need a more formal structure so that then we can perhaps write for grants or even at some point consider becoming a nonprofit.
But I saw something just a few minutes ago that I was really interested in is the structure that the E3 Alliance has, and I think that we'll probably be making a few phone calls because I really like the structure that they had. And being an old football coach, the best football coaches are the best thieves and will steal anything.
We've got several partners. The higher ed partners, of course, are Texas Tech, the Health Sciences Center, the School of Law, South Plains College, Wayland Baptist, Lubbock Christian. Our P-12 partners include Region 17, Lubbock ISD, Morton ISD, some of the smaller ISDs in the community, and then as well as communities and schools. Business partners, absolutely, we need the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance, Chambers of Commerce, and of course WorkSource of the South Plains has been an instrumental partner for us in helping us to reach some of the areas that are more in the rural outlying areas.
Being a high school principal, and before being a high school principal, I worked at central office as a dropout coordinator. I was able to look at all the components that have to be in place for an organization to be successful, especially a P-16 or a P-20 council to be successful. And I was amazed in how all the organizations in the city of Lubbock, especially the governmental structure, was willing to be involved in this. And in fact, we had a strategic planning meeting last year where our mayor, David Miller, was actually our facilitator and actually sat down with us and facilitated the entire meeting and came up with our mission statement and our goals. That's commitment. But not only that, we also, again, with Terry Patterson here with the Lubbock Economic Development Areas, they have partnered with the Lubbock Independent School District for many, many years in our technology. We have a technology center that is a driving force in making sure that all of our kids have a post-secondary education. But coming down to it, we have at the Lubbock Independent School District, we have to really work in in collaboration with South Plains College and Texas Tech University. But I think the most important statement was made today was school readiness, and we realize that we've got to prepare our kids beginning at preschool and then going into kindergarten and so forth. And right now at our high schools in the Lubbock Independent School District, we've got 3 high schools that have about 50% of our students going to college, and at the high school where I'm at, we've only got about 25% of our kids going to college. So that's a huge area that we're having to work in, and then depending very much so on the P-16 Council to help us with that. And Texas Tech and South Plains College step up to the plate every time we ask for any help when it comes to actually doing things on our campus.
The community partners have been vital to our success. Getting back to the back-to-school fiesta that we probably had over 20 different organizations from the community helping with that event. Everything from welcoming people to the campus to serving the hot dogs and chips and cokes. I mean, they were actively involved, and something that was mentioned earlier by the previous group was that you've got to get that community buy-in. And we certainly have it with all of the organizations that help out with our activities.
We're just like anybody else. You know, our demographics are changing. We're becoming more Hispanic every day, and it's just an understanding of the Hispanic population and making sure that we provide that support for them. One of the things that we have also had, huge success is having our government officials being involved. And again, we don't align with anybody, but it's nice that they want to come and be a part of it. In fact, one of our congressmen was actually at the fiesta and set up a booth at the fiesta. That way he could, kind of give back to the community.
Well, we actually had him reading Wiley to parents.
Yeah.
It was, that was one way. I mean, he called the Raiders Earl's office, and I'm the programs director for that particular program, and he said, "What can I do to help?" I said, "Well, why don't you come and read to some of the kids?" And he did. He came and he sat there and he read to the kids, and it was just amazing how the community responded to him being right there in the middle of it all. Encouraging them, and then he spoke to all of them about, college is important. And, they're hearing it from so many different areas, but, this is a person that they see on TV and in the newspapers, and he was right there at this event with them and reading to them. So it meant a lot. And, while we, don't align specifically with a political affiliation or something, it's really good to get their buy-in, and, it's important.
We'll take their money if they'll give it to us.
Now, we don't limit access to joining our council in any way. If someone if their goals are aligned with what we want to do, we're always encouraging more partners. And so our membership is always increasing, and they have an option to go onto our website and just sign themselves in as a member and give us their vital information, so that then we can keep them up to date with minutes and inviting them to meetings and getting them engaged. We don't say no to anyone that wants to help.
And again, this has been a domino effect, and we're tickled to death that it is occurring this way. We hope that the success continues, and we're getting more partners every day, and we hope that is a part of what's going on in West Texas right now.
And our lessons learned are, stakeholders are all interested in helping. They just need to be mobilized. It's amazing how you can get a group helping you when we just ask them. And, of course, our grassroots approach to solving issues has been the most effective for us. Having everyone so spread out, you literally have to be there face-to-face with some of them to get them engaged. And so a grassroots approach has been most effective for us. The partnerships formed have engaged in projects beyond the council. We were talking earlier, David and I, about how many partners have then gone off and partnered on their own and done something else beyond whatever we started. And it's kind of been a domino effect, and who knows what other successes are out there. We've had a lot of small wins and big wins, but I'm sure there's more out there that we may not even be aware of, just because we started something and then they took it and ran with it.
Very good.
So
Any questions?
Are there any questions, realizing that you stand between lunch? No, seriously, any questions? I do have a couple of things I need to share. While you're thinking of a question, Black Suburban, Texas license plate, 80LLT6, you're in a permit-only slot, and you may not find your Black Suburban if you don't get out there and move it. So that needs to be taken care of. Any questions for our South Plains P-16 Council? See, they're all hungry. Okay, this is the drill for lunch. Yes, round of applause.
Thank you.
Janie, David, thank you. Thank you. And we can talk a little bit more about college readiness standards. Part 2. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you had a nice lunch, a nice break. We're able to network a little bit, which is part of the reason we bring you folks together. It's not just to hear all the talking heads. But we're back to the talking heads. Again, my name is Lynette Heckman from the coordinating board. My colleague, Evie Hyatt, who was supposed to be presenting this afternoon, is under the weather, and so I'm pinch hitting for her, which I did on Friday, so I think I'm a little bit familiar with the presentation. But would like to introduce my colleague from TEA that many of you from K-12 probably know, Sharon Jackson.
Good afternoon.
And we're going to do a little tag team thing, kind of like you folks have been doing all morning. And Sharon's going to begin with the presentation on vertical teams and college readiness standards.
Okay. I always begin by saying thank you for educators who leave their place of work and come to a meeting. So I'll just start by saying thank you for doing that, for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and participate in this occasion for these couple of days. I would like to, Lynette and I would like to talk to you about the college readiness standards, kind of where we started, where we are now, and where we think we're going with this process. And it's an ever-evolving process, so things may change along the way. House Bill 1, out of the 79th legislative session, the third special session, created the vertical team process. And that vertical team process actually started in February of 2007. Beginning to look at what the process would be for developing standards for entry-level courses, those college-ready standards for students who are going to college. And I know with the audience that we talked to on Friday, which were superintendents and school personnel and also school board members, were concerned that we were only focused on college readiness or kids going to college. What we have learned in the work with the commission that I'll talk about a little later is that when we say college ready, we also mean work ready. So we want the same rigor in the courses, the same rigor in the activities for college students as well as those who are entering the workforce. So we have gotten that information and think we have that now inputted into the standards. We look at this work in terms of 3 phases. When you look at the Article 5 in House Bill 1, there's the development of the college readiness standards, the what we call analysis, gap analysis, or evaluating the standards against the high school texts and college courses, and then the development of materials for students and professional development for teachers. So let me just talk about phase one, which I think Pat and Mercy have talked a little bit about in terms of what that looks like. So all I really want to say about that is that phase one that we consider the very beginning of this process is the development of those standards. And Lynette will talk more about when we anticipate those going out and how they will go out for public input and that process. Phase two, as I stated, is kind of evaluation of the curriculum, the high school curriculum and the courses aligned with the college readiness standards. What exactly does that look like? And what we anticipate is having the standards and having the text to say where are the gaps, where are the holes in aligning these two processes, and bringing the vertical teams back together again in those four core areas and looking at how to fix those gaps and those holes in the process. Phase three, as I stated, is the development of the materials and also establishing minimum standards for curricula. And a lot of people say, well, what exactly does that mean, establish minimum standards for the curricula? That actually is the work that we're doing now with the text, the essential knowledge and skills at the public ed level. And what does that look like in terms of aligning this with the standards once those come out? Many of you, if you're in public education, you know that we have revised our math standards in 04 and 05, both secondary and elementary, and we are currently revising our English language arts and reading. That process is taking a little bit longer, and for good reasons. It was slowed down a little bit in 2006 because of a study day that the State Board of Education had, and which has allowed us to more align that process with the standards process. So we were appreciative for that process not going forward and actually having these two processes more aligned at that time. Phase one, and you've probably already heard there are 10 members in each of the four core areas in English, math, science, and social studies, or social sciences as you refer to them in higher ed. 40% public ed, 60% higher ed, and 2 co-chairs for each of those sectors. Meetings throughout the year, beginning in February. I think we had a meeting in February, March, June, and August. And I'm looking at Mercy and Pat with lots of homework. So they've had lots of opportunities to do some online work with all of their colleagues and some webinars. There's one entity that was selected by the coordinating board to facilitate this process. Dr. David Conley, who is out of the University of Oregon, and his particular entity is the Educational Policy Improvement Center. One of the questions that we got in our Friday session was, what were the qualifications of Dr. Conley? This particular work, creating college readiness standards, is something that has not been done a lot across the nation. Dr. Conley has done this work before, he and his staff, and they do a very good job of bringing people together, making them understand the process, and building a team. And one of the things that was said at our session on Friday was The team that actually was brought together in Texas, public ed and higher ed, we do know how to work, number one, in a statewide committee with standards and know what that process looks like. So we didn't have to do a teach piece for the group other than to say, here's the purpose of your group and here's where we need to go. And basically they just took the ball and started running with it. We all just ran with them because, like I said, this process has not been done that many times across the nation, and it has never been done in the state of Texas. So we were really pleased with how it's developed and the process and the standards that are coming out of it. Phase 2, one of the things that we will talk about very closely, since we are revising our English language arts essential knowledge and skills for public ed K-12, we will look very closely at what those standards look like, those state standards and the college readiness standards for the gap analysis over the next couple of months, and to recommend how the text, the curriculum, and developmental ed and the entry-level higher ed courses can be aligned to the standards. One of the things that we will do in phase 2 when we do the gap analysis is reconstitute the team. So currently the team or the vertical team members are at 60% higher ed, 40% public ed. So in phases 2 and 3, we will look at 60% public ed and 40% higher ed. And I'll just talk a little bit about this, but Lynette will expound on this. In phase 1, if you really think about what's being created, the college readiness standards for those entry-level courses, you really want the higher ed to take the lead on that. And that was at the direction of Dr. Conley and agreed upon when we created our rules and understood by the teams. But if you look at what's being done in phases 2 and 3, which is the gap analysis and the creation of materials, if you really want to influence what's happening with the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, then you really need public ed to take a lead on that. And not that you're not going to do anything with the courses at higher ed, but more so with the essential knowledge and skills, since this is a window of opportunity that they're being revised in this process. And then development of the instructional materials or instructional strategies to help students prepare for college level work. Sometimes we refer to this as phase 2, phase 3. It just depends on where we are. And developing the minimum standards and the professional development. The professional development is really going to be a key. And you're probably asking yourself now, well, this is just one more thing that I have to do. We like to think of it as aligning what you're doing now. Because we're revising the essential knowledge and skills, that professional development is going to have to take place anyway. So we will take that professional development and the college readiness professional development at the high school level and align those activities. At the higher ed level, that particular professional development will look a little differently. Since you're not in the process of revising anything, then that will look new, and whatever you're doing now in terms of your course redesign and those activities folded into that. And I'll let Lynette talk a little bit about that in a minute. The Commission for College Readiness, College Ready Texas. This was a 21-member commission that was appointed by the governor in April of '07. and I actually think they had their first meeting the latter part of April. The purpose of this commission is to help the state board through its process in terms of aligning the essential knowledge and skills with the standards, and also to gather input. The commission has had not only full commission meetings, but also what we call targeted public meetings, where they have gotten lots of input from not only business partners, parents, higher education faculty, and just the community at large, wherever those were being held. And they've been held throughout the state, South Texas, North Texas, West Texas. I don't know if any have been held in East Texas, but I know there are several that have been held in the Metroplex area and in our area. And one of the things that we keep hearing over and over from businesses is, when you create these standards, please don't just think about the content, because we as businesses need people who can critically think, who can problem solve, who can work in teams, who can manipulate information, who know about how to, get data and manipulate data. So think about those and skills that students need other than just the content areas. And we've addressed those in the standards, and we call those cross-discipline activities. Some of them are embedded within each of those content areas, but there are some that are very specific to address the needs of the businesses. So we did hear them as we went around the state and held those public forums, and we hope that they are going to be pleased with what that looks like. Again, the goal of the Commission for College Ready Texas is to provide support to the vertical teams and to the state board regarding implementation of House Bill 1. And I'll let Lynette talk a little bit about. Let me mention just a couple of things. One of the things that I did mention on Friday was to help people get a big picture of what's happening in terms of the standards, and also what's happening in public ed in terms of our revision of our essential knowledge and skills. We've already revised our mathematics essential knowledge and skills. We're in the process of revising our ELA and reading knowledge and skills. Our next essential knowledge and skills will be career and technical education and science. We're also mandated by the 80th legislative session to create text for Bible literacy. So we will be doing that process also. So we have several processes that are going on. We're used to just doing one at a time, but looks like this fall we'll be doing probably 3, maybe 4 revision processes. And that is to make sure that we stay on track with the public ed, because out of House Bill 1, if you think about those instructional materials, the ELA is due, those instructional materials are due in the classrooms in September of 2009. So that's going to be aligned with our English language arts process, and we think that that's going to be on target. What we're really going to have to think about and how to go back and realign is our math. Our math instructional materials are due in the classroom in September 2010. And science is due in the classrooms September 2011, and social studies 2012. So we think everything is falling in place, but we've got to go back and pick up math and see what we need to do in terms of making sure that those materials are in place and they are aligned with the standards also. Okay?
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the standards and the adoption process. As Sharon and our co-chairs this morning talked about, the development of those standards took place in a very short period of time. They had their first meeting in February, was it? February. They've had 4 meetings. And as Dr. Connolly shared with the group on a number of occasions, this process probably could have taken 2 years to do, but we did it in 6 months. And much of this goes to the credit of the vertical team members and Dr. Connolly and his staff in coordinating this effort. Right now, if you look at the timeline itself, we are about that first dark box, final version to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I don't believe we actually have that final version yet, but we're close. We have a meeting of our one of our board committees on Wednesday where some State Board of Education members along with our committee will be looking at this first draft of standards. So we will have them by Wednesday so that those members can discuss at that level initially the draft standards. Our board will actually consider them for first reading at their meeting. If you look down below the line, October 25th, they have their quarterly board meeting at which time they will propose those draft standards about the same time that the Commissioner of Education will do the same thing. What that means is that provides the opportunity for public comment after they've been heard on first reading. So shortly after our board meeting on the 25th, those draft standards will be disseminated to everyone. Anyone who wants to comment on those standards will be allowed to do that, and TEA and the coordinating board have their own processes for doing that. But we are going to coordinate that activity, and we're trying to work this out with Dr. Connolly and his group on how we can collect those comments through a process that he has. So we're still trying to work out how all that's going to work. But we have at least 30 days comment, probably a little bit longer than that. Then we'll bring the vertical team members back together to look at those comments and determine which of those comments need to be incorporated into these draft standards to reach the final standards, which then need to be adopted, hopefully, at the January quarterly board meeting of the coordinating board. And at the same time, the Commissioner of Education will be considering them for adoption. So that's kind of the timeline that we're working on. That's just all phase 1. That's just in developing the standards, adopting them, because then the work of aligning all of these standards with the text begins at that point, and the instructional materials. So phase 2 and 3 begin after the standards are actually adopted. Well, let's look at, just to kind of give you an idea of what these standards look like. The structure that Dr. Connolly has used, which if we had to do this on our own, I'm not sure we would have gotten to this, but there are 4 levels, and it's all about grain size. If you think in terms of, and we'll give you examples of these, the big ideas for each of those areas, English language arts, math, science, and social studies. So the first meeting of the vertical teams, they talked about big ideas. The second meeting basically was about organizing concepts or organizing components. Then the next level, and for each of those big ideas you have a list of organizing concepts. And then from there, each organizing concept has a number of performance expectations. So you see that this gets larger and larger and larger. But the grain size is more focused as you move down that chart until you get to the performance indicator, which are examples of how students meet the performance expectations. So let's give you an example. Science. The big idea. And this is not necessarily an example from our college readiness standard draft. This is simply an example that one could use from science. Scientific applications of mathematics, the organizing component or concept, basic mathematic conventions. The performance expectation is that the student would be able to use proportional reasoning to solve problems. Now, how do we demonstrate that? Starting from a known concentration, calculate the new concentration after serial dilutions. That's the science concept. So each vertical team in their area, in their 4 areas of discipline, had to go through this process and come up with the standards themselves. So let's look at the next one, which is social studies. And we figure social studies never gets near enough exposure, so we thought we'd use them as another example. Interrelated disciplines and skills is a big idea. The organizing component, one of the organizing components, spatial analysis of cultural and physical processes that shape the human experience. The expectation the student is to perform, understand the tools and concepts of geography, and the indicator, what the student would have to do, the behavior is use maps to demonstrate human migration. So those are just a couple of examples, again, not necessarily from our standards, our draft standards, but just to give you an idea of what those things look like. Okay, I think we've beat this a little bit enough. The adoption of the standards. Oh, the one thing that is important from the higher ed perspective is that once the standards are adopted, we do have to look at the Texas Success Initiative. That's the use of TAX and THEA and, all of those acronyms that most of higher ed understands. AccuPlacer, Compass, Asset, ACT, and now we've got Plan and PSAT and all of those players. All of those cutoff scores for measuring college readiness all have to be recalibrated. So we have to go through an alignment of those tests. And one of the things that we heard at the Student Success Conference 2 years ago, I think it was, or a year and a half ago. No, it'll be 2 years in November. Many of our colleges and universities feel like we need to move away from so many tests to perhaps one measure of college readiness. So that's something that we will consider as we move forward in this work. So that's an important thing. Again, this is the higher ed piece of it, that we have some responsibility for making some changes in what we're doing. So that's one of those areas. Next steps.
Let me go back to that slide.
Go back to that slide.
I want to explain that last.
Oh.
Yeah. Oops.
Incorporated into the high school text. Sharon's going to speak a little bit about that.
In House Bill 1, there was a statement that said that the State Board of Education shall incorporate the college readiness standards into the high school curriculum. Immediately after that, there was a statement that said, notwithstanding the authority of the State Board of Education in Section 28002, which is the curriculum that we're talking about, we're revising. So we kind of scratched our heads and said, okay, exactly what does that mean? Well, it meant that the state board needed to incorporate the standards, but then the legislatures also came back and said, okay, given the state board has the authority over the curriculum, we really don't mean that we can mandate you to do that. So the state board has an option of incorporating or not incorporating, but as the voice of the board, one of the state board members also sits on the commission, and she is very much in favor of incorporating the college readiness standards into the essential knowledge and skills. So we think that the board is going to make that decision at those given decision points.
Okay. Now this is the higher ed side of things, and we'll have time for questions and answers after this for those of you who have particular issues about either the K-12 side or higher ed. What we hope to get out of this, these clearly worded content standards, again, those are what we're referring to as the college readiness standards. We hope they will be very clear. Our vertical teams have been working very hard on making those things very clear, because this is going to inform K-12, higher ed, business. This is for everybody, mom and dad, so that when you're reading those standards, that it is clear what we're looking for. And then the performance standard that defines the challenging level of content. And then statements of key habits of mind, those things that business and industry are certainly interested in. Critical thinking, using data, working in teams, those kinds of things that are embedded in the standards but also in the cross-discipline standards. So next. We hope to have for use by our colleges and universities examples of college courses, college course syllabi, and college assignments and student work. Let me talk a little bit about that, how we're going to collect all of this information. Next. We're going to do a survey using Dr. Connolly and his staff, who's actually going to be working with us and the colleges and universities. Some of you may be aware, especially those of you who are working in the academic side of the house at the colleges and universities, that we have asked the provosts and vice presidents or chief academic officers from each public college and university to appoint a P-16 special advisor who will serve as a liaison to the coordinating board for all things P-16. That first work will be working with Dr. Connolly on this first activity, which is the gap analysis for higher ed. We don't have a curriculum. We don't have a text on the college side of things. But we do have course syllabi. So we have a way of getting at that gap analysis, and Dr. Connolly will be working with us by working with these P-16 special advisors, doing an online survey, getting information from colleges and universities through these P-16 special advisors, using the expert design panel process. So this is going to take a little bit of time. But he's identified folks outside of Texas that will help bringing this together to talk about prerequisite skills. And next, as a part of this instructor survey, surveying, again, these are entry-level course instructors using the P-16 special advisors. So next week, we have our meeting with these P-16 special advisors in 3 parts of the state, where Dr. Connolly's staff will be working with these folks to talk about this process and how he's going to survey the instructors to get at the information to do this gap analysis. And there's going to be a companion survey of high school teachers. It's not directly tied to what's going on with text, but more to get a sense of what's going on relative to college entry-level courses. He will be collecting syllabi and assignments from instructors through this online survey, analyzing that content in relationship to these new standards, verify the presence of emphasis reported by instructors, and if necessary, we hope that this is not required. We hope that those standards are pretty close to what perfection is. Refine the draft college readiness standards and expectations. These best practices courses, nominated by institutions, again reviewed by experts that Dr. Connolly will pull together. And these courses will align the best practices courses. He's going to align with the college readiness standards. Along with that will be exemplar courses, assignments, and student work that we will have available through probably our website. We haven't worked all of that out yet. So we hope to have some best practices courses on the college and university level. What these things are, again, this is work with Dr. Connolly and his team. We're using teams of high school and college faculty to develop projects and rubrics indicating levels of student performance for use in high school courses and seminars. So to help students get college ready, we're going to develop these projects and pilot them in some high school classes to help schools address college readiness standards. As you know from the process that our colleagues at TEA have to use in working with the State Board of Education on the text, it's going to take a little while to get all of this incorporated into the curriculum. So these high school courses, which will be optional, you know, we're certainly not in the business of that's the State Board of Education responsibility in developing curriculum, but we do want to work with K-12 in providing coursework that they can use in high school to help students get college ready. So that's what we hope to have through this project. Next. That's it. Now we have lots of time for questions. Yep. We got 2 microphones.
Hello. Can you address the part of the process where the legislation said there would be college-ready standards on the end-of-course exams, and if the students don't pass those particular standards, they're going to have remedial classes in their 12th grade year?
That came out of Senate Bill 1031, and no, I cannot. Sorry.
We're still working a lot of this stuff out.
Lynette, once the standards are released to the committee on Wednesday, will they be posted on your website?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. We can find out. They're probably going to be available at that point since that is a public meeting. I think we had originally talked about not posting them to our website until after the board proposed them, because we didn't want to get comments before the board actually had opportunity to consider them. So I'll have to find out whether or not they'll actually be posted after the committee meeting. So I don't have an answer for that. So far, we're batting 0.
Yeah.
The high school projects that reflect college readiness, how does this line up with the DAP that we already have in place and the performance standards projects through advanced academics?
The recommended high school program and the distinguished achievement program, the DAP as you referred to, are already what we call rigorous graduation plans, because they now are 4x4 out of the 79th legislative session came the 4x4, meaning 4 years of math, science, social studies, and English. So as we revise the text, the standards themselves will also be incorporated into the text. So it's not like the courses will be left out there by themselves and the standards will be over here. But as we revise the standards, the curriculum, rather, the college readiness standards will be incorporated into those courses. So it will be kind of a match instead of something that you're doing separately. And you asked another question, and I didn't get that second one. Oh, the performance evaluation.
Yeah, the performance standards projects that we already have in place.
Yes. The performance standards project that we started in 2000 and that we are currently going to look at will be considered when we come up with final processes and I guess measures for looking at and measuring what all of this looks like. So the performance standards projects that kids have been doing, those professional level projects, working with professionals and mentors and coaches, those types of things. We've actually had just an initial conversation about how to incorporate that into some of the coursework or some of the activities that's actually going to take place as a result of this process. So that process that's been out there by itself a long time for GT students, we'll have an opportunity now to look at that in terms of exposing all students to those kinds of activities.
Yes, could you please address the standards for Bible literacy? Is that what I heard? And
yes.
Some background on that.
And we really don't know that much about it because at our, I think, July board meeting, our State Board of Education asked us to actually look at what we currently have in terms of special projects in social studies and independent study in ELA to see if those particular texts would satisfy the language for Bible literacy texts. So we are seeking an Attorney General's opinion about that. Otherwise, we'll have to go forward and actually write texts on Bible, and I believe the bill itself talks about Old Testament and New Testament Hebrew. So we don't know what that looks like. We don't even know what a committee would look like that would come together and talk about what those texts look like.
You know, there were
good luck.
Yeah. There were a couple of things that we didn't address on the higher ed side, and that is, while we don't have a curriculum in higher education, we do have a core curriculum. And it's not quite the same as texts. We are going to be, after the gap analysis is done that Dr. Connolly is going to be doing using syllabi and those kinds of things, we will be looking at the core curriculum. So the rules and guidance that we have used with you folks in higher ed since core was put into place several years ago, we're at the time where that reevaluation of the core is about to take place, so this seemed to be the perfect time to look at those standards in light of the core curriculum and see what kind of changes we need to make in that area. The other part of the standards that Sharon talked a little bit about was incorporating the standards into professional development activities. Well, there's in-service and pre-service for teachers, so we have to do some work on the university side with the colleges of education and making sure that students come out of our educator prep programs understanding these college readiness standards and what that means. So we have some work to be doing with our colleges of education once all of these things are put in place. So it's not just in-service, it's pre-service too.
I have so many questions, but I think I'll just pick one. When you talk about alignment and the standards, having been recently immersed in dual credit coordination with the higher ed,
Have you given any thought to the sequence of the materials? I find it so difficult to try to match up, let's say U.S. History 1301 and 02, when our students are getting 01 as in 8th grade and they're getting 02 as juniors. And there seems to be a gap in that kind of understanding where we want to ensure that our students are prepared to take the state mandated tests, but we also want them to take 1301 and 1302. So when you're talking about writing standards, are you considering sequence perhaps as well as scope?
Yes. Next question. No, seriously, you know, we've had those same discussions at the state level. And, you know, we had some surprises on the higher ed level about where things don't match. It's like, well, of course they match. Well, we know they don't match. And so we're looking at, and I think part of the core curriculum analysis that we're going to do, we'll have to take into account some of those places that the curriculum doesn't match. Now, what's the answer to that? I think this is another question we really can't answer very well. But we realize, I think there's another, I understand in the English language arts area that dual credit courses don't necessarily match up very well because of what's in the text versus what's in the college or university English course. So how you folks have managed to do that is, you know, miracle working. And so we recognize that there are mismatches in the curriculum between higher ed and public ed, and I don't know what the answer is, but it's not new to us. We are trying to figure this out. As you have, it's, you know, more direct for you folks because you have to deal with it on a daily basis. But Sharon, do you have anything that you can?
No, I really don't have anything to add to that, but I do want to say, I want to remind you of my comment that I started out saying. This is uncharted waters for us, and some of the things we're learning as we go. But what helps us is input from you in terms of, have you thought about, or this is a better way to do it, or have you looked at, you know, another state that's doing something better than we're doing it. So your feedback helps us in this process also, so we really do appreciate it, even though we don't have answers for you sometimes.
Dr. Heckman, this is just a comment.
Yes.
In response to a comment that you made about working with the universities and the colleges of education. I would hope that you would keep in mind the alternative certification of teacher programs
Yes.
in your planning.
Yes.
Okay.
That was just an omission on my part. Yes. We will be working with the alternative certification programs because, you know, as we all know, there are more teachers probably coming out of those programs than our colleges of education. I think what we recognize in higher ed, at least at the coordinating board, is we have more impact on the colleges of education than the alt-cert, because those programs are overseen by TEA through their new responsibility with SBEC. But we'll be working across the lines with all of those programs. So yes, we don't want to leave those folks out. Definitely. Good point. Thank you for sharing, Dr. Lopez.
I have a comment as well. Many times on a college campus, one of the strengths of a committee is having a voice from all of the constituents, the faculty, the staff, and in most cases that may be a student representative. And I think that one of the strengths of this meeting today is that we do have public education, higher education, businesses, but one of the things that I notice still lacking is a parent voice. And I think that one of the ways that we can reach out would be through maybe the Texas PTA. I noticed that they have on their website many training kits for things like suicide prevention, how to know, how to prevent or notice signs of potential suicide. But they do not have a higher education training kit for all the Texas PTA. And I think that is something that we can help them develop, and I think another place that we need to reach out and maybe bring to the table.
Thank you for that comment.
This goes along with did you ever think about? In your endeavors, did you ever think about all the research that supports other subjects besides your core subjects that do increase higher order thinking skills and problem solving skills, and getting people on your team from the fine arts, from the CATE, from other programs besides your core subjects that might bring in some fresh and new college readiness ideas? Statistics show that students in music score higher on SAT, so forth and so on, and bringing some of what music and art and technology and those programs have to offer to college readiness.
Well, I'll just speak from the public ed side. In terms of revising our texts, we will definitely look at that and bring in the research, which a couple of our board members have emphatically stated that we need to include the research in the text to make sure that we're using and maximizing that content to the extent possible. And for that very reason that you just mentioned, bringing in the arts and the music, et cetera.
From the higher ed perspective, I'm sure you're familiar with the core curriculum, which includes all of those things. And so as we look at the college readiness standards in terms of the core, that's certainly going to be linking those things together in a very deliberate way. So I think again, what we're dealing with are two systems of education that were created at different times for different purposes, and it's trying to bring those together. So when we're talking about creating college readiness standards, the 4 content areas, that's really driven from the K-12 perspective. So when we created these vertical teams, that was a very deliberate thing to match higher education with K-12. So when we talk about the 4x4 curriculum, we're dealing with those 4 content areas. That's not to say that we've left out CATE or CTE, as we're now referring to it, that we're leaving out fine arts, any of those things. I think when you look at the cross-discipline standards, I think you'll see some of those things, I hope. I think you'll see some of those things in there too. So appreciate the comment, though, because we don't want to forget about those parts of the curriculum which are very important.
I know that you've talked an incredible amount about content, and from the college's perspective, and having worked with dual credit with an early college high school, and having been a college professor as well as a junior high teacher for 11 years and a high school teacher for 3 years, I'm through the gamut. My question is, where in the plan are the strengthening of those skills and habits of the mind that David Connolly so openly embraces that is missing?
Oh, it's not missing.
No, they're missing from our students.
Oh, I see.
We can talk. They're critically missing note-taking skills, reading comprehension, ability to communicate, critical thinking skills. That after a point in time, we think they're born knowing, and we know they're not. And we've got to, in my estimation at least, consciously put back in some instruction in those skills, which are literally those and things they have to practice, things we can't just tell them about, but things they have to absolutely do. Sure. And I hear college readiness standards in terms of content. I'm not sure I've heard anything about college readiness skills and standards in terms of those things, that even if they've got all the content in the planet, if they don't come to the college level with the skills, they're going to struggle.
I think you'll see those in the standards. I would like to invite our 2 co-chairs back to the table, because I think they were in the trenches in developing these standards, and I think they can help address some of these concerns. Mercy, and I know you guys are so good at this stuff. Maybe you can address.
one on each side.
That'd be good.
Go ahead, Pat. Don't be shy.
He's not.
The question is very pertinent, and the point is very well taken. As we developed the standards, one of the goals that I think we constantly had in the back of our mind was how can we present content and how can we then assess content in ways that lead the students toward higher level thinking skills and indicate to them that simply knowing definitions, simply being able to regurgitate facts, is not going to be sufficient preparation either for careers in the workforce or whatever future they choose, nor for college coursework. And I'm sitting here wishing that I could hand you specific pages. And in a few days, you'll be seeing those specific pages. And I'm hoping that when you see some of the, especially the performance indicators that we have written, you'll see that we have concerns about these and we have tried to address them. Now, it turns out that not every content equally elicits all the critical thinking skills that we need. And so consequently, we have to sort of pick and choose what links best with what else. But I think I can assure you, when you actually see, especially down at the finest grain size, the indicators that we have written, we're very focused on action verbs, and we're very focused not only on knowing, but being able to use that knowledge.
And I think you'll see that it's not just the science team that did that, because we were all working on cross-disciplinary themes, and I think you'll see that all the other teams did the same thing. So we did try to address that, because that came up time and time again, and especially with the business people and the comments that they made. So we all had that in mind when we were crafting the standards. So not just science, but all four teams.
Other questions?
Tried to say, they're talking about critical thinking skills and these types of things. When we say that, that critical thinking skills, working in teams, these are things that are kind of missing. And what I think happens is the regurgitation of facts, and then that's gone when they graduate and they come to us, and those facts that they regurgitated aren't particularly what we need them to know anyway. We have to retrain them into our particular fields, and we want them to know how to learn and how how to pick up this new skill that we're going to be teaching, because they've learned how to learn, not that they've learned a bunch of facts. One of my favorite sayings is Einstein said that education is what's left when you've forgotten everything you learned in school, and that's exactly right. When they finally get to us, if they're not so overwhelmed by trying to learn a task and implement it with equipment or labs or whatever it is, then the schools have done their jobs. If they get there just with a piece of paper and saying, I'm very confused, well, then they haven't. So I think that's kind of where some of these, when I have a hard time sometimes explaining what critical thinking is in the context of an employer when somebody shows up, but where we just need them to be able to learn, to know how to learn.
Absolutely. Let me do an experiment, if you will. Bear with me for just a moment. Would everyone hold up your hands? Now would you clasp your hands? Now look to see which thumb you put on top. Can I see a show of hands now? You can unclasp them. Could you tell me how many people put the right thumb on top? Would you hold up your hands? Okay. Now, how many people put the left thumb on top? I'm just estimating. I don't have time to count one by one, but I think it's working out about the same way. I have done this in venues of this sort all over North America. And it typically comes out that it's about 2-to-1 left thumb on top. It's about 65% put the left thumb on top among North American populations. Those are the only populations for which I have any data. So notice that we have just collected a fact. In North American populations, 65% of the people put their left thumb on top. So what? We've got a fact, and we can all memorize it, and who cares? Now, if we could show that people who put their left thumb on top make championship NASCAR drivers, or people who put the right thumb on top are really good at entrepreneurship in nanotechnology, then it becomes a little more interesting. But notice that it didn't really become interesting until we began to link it with something. In other words, it's not just can we memorize facts, but can we discover connections? Can we use those facts to make predictions? Can we evaluate which facts are significant? Can we decide, did we collect that fact in a valid, reproducible manner? And these are the kinds of thinking skills or use of knowledge or whatever you want to say that all the vertical teams were trying to grope their way toward, perhaps couched in terms of content specifications, but the content specification is intended to underlie an increasing broadening and deepening of the ability to think about the information and use it in useful ways.
One more question.
This is a question for whoever among you would like to answer it. Given all of the standards and the revision of the exams, one burning question that I have both as an educator and a parent has there been discussion among governing bodies of what to do with the debate that occurs among parents and teachers practicing the test, and that so much of the school year is involved in tax practice versus instruction? That's certainly not that is a debate that's not going to go away no matter how much you revise standards or redo tests or whatever. Could you speak to that?
Sure. One of the things, if you hear Senator Shapiro talk about House Bill 1 and the 4x4 end of course in Senate Bill 1031, which she authored or co-authored, is developing the end of course, and I know that's only 9 through 12, but one of the things that the legislatures tried to do with Senate Bill 1 was to try to move teachers away from teaching to the test by developing end of course. One of the other things that's in Senate Bill 1031, maybe not 1031, I think that's, I'm getting my sessions mixed up, it may be in 2237, is moving away from, it is 1031, moving away from a lot of benchmarking in terms of putting more instruction back into teaching and in the classroom. So even the legislatures realize and have heard from educators that this really, as you know, we've reached our limits in terms of teaching to the test, and that should not be done. One of the things that I contend, and I continue to work with districts, and even when I was a professional developer, is to get teachers to understand that it's the quality of your teaching that makes the difference in the classroom. You can do all the professional development that you want, but until you get into that classroom and you actually see the quality of the teaching that goes on, which is a greater predictor of student success than probably anything else that we have now. So there are some things being done from the legislature, from our end, meaning the Texas Education Agency, in terms of our math professional development. We have tried to target lots of strategies for teachers to use, lots of manipulatives for them to use, and not just kill and drill with test papers and things like that. So there are some things being done, and how that trickles down to an individual teacher's classroom is, unbeknownst to us, because we don't actually go in and monitor classrooms. So parents, pay attention to what goes on in the classroom, along with asking your child, what did you do today? And if my child came home and told me that all he or she did was worksheets all day, then the next day I would definitely be up at that school talking to that principal. So I think we as parents, we as educators need to take note of that also, because it has reached its limits.
Okay, thank you for your undivided attention. This was wonderful. Your good questions, and appreciate you folks being here. We have, I guess a 10-minute break or so, and then we'll get right back to it for the last part. Our last presentation, we saved the last till the best till last. So let's gather together once more. I have a couple of announcements. We have some handouts that we need to get to all of you folks, and while they're doing that, let me share a few things with you. You've probably been through your folder completely, so you know everything that's in here. But just in case you haven't, on the left side of your folder, you'll find an attendee contact list. Find your name and make sure we have the right information for you. That's the first thing. Now, there are probably some of you that may not even be on here. So if you're not on here, I don't think there are any extra lines, but leave us a card, because I'm sure you all brought your business cards. So A, check to see if your name's on the attendee contact list, and if it's incorrect, correct the name or the contact information. And 2, if you're not on that list, leave us a card so we can make sure you get on the list. Second announcement. What else do we have here?
Are you guys going to talk about
we can. The other thing you're getting with your handout, I think, are note cards, right? The note cards have a purpose. If you have questions for our last presentation, if you would write those down as they come up, because these folks have done this before, so there are questions that come out of this. We are going to collect that information from you and try to get them the questions, because there generally are quite a few. So write your question down as it comes up in the presentation, and staff will be around to collect those from you. So we will get to your questions at the end of the presentation. So write them down on the note cards. Evaluation. The yellow form on the left side of the blue notebook, very important. Something we haven't talked a lot about is evaluation. Evaluation, evaluation, evaluation. Data, data, data. So your evaluation of this is very important to inform what we do next. So please fill out the evaluation, and you can just leave the evaluation at your place or at this table. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm doing. There are 2 boxes up here, so if you could, when you're leaving, bring your evaluation, that would be wonderful. And then for tomorrow, for those of you who are either with the P-16 Regional Council, whatever you call yourselves, E3 Alliance, and for the high school and developmental ed summer bridge programs, you have a meeting tomorrow morning. Starts at 8:30 with coffee, but no pastries. So make sure you have breakfast before you come. But we will have coffee at 8:30, and we'll begin promptly at 9 o'clock. And your name tags, for those of you who will be coming tomorrow morning, bring your name tag with you. Did I cover everything? I think so. Okay. Now we're going to turn this over to Kelly Calloway, James Goman, from TEA and the Coordinating Board.
Thank you, Lynette. Am I on here?
You're on.
Lynette said that about the best for last, just to make us feel a little better about having been assigned to the doldrums of the afternoon. I have to say I'm impressed that you guys are still here, and if you're still awake at the end of this presentation, I'll be even more impressed. James, why don't you introduce yourself and then...
Sure. I'm James Goman. I work here at the Coordinating Board as Program Director, and amongst various responsibilities, I do administration for the dual credit program. I also work with early college high schools, and I also work with the core curriculum and the set of common courses for the community colleges. The manual is known as the ACGM, the Academic Course Guide Manual.
Thank you, and I'm Kelly Calloway, and I'm with the Division of Curriculum at TEA. James and I met almost a year ago, I think, when we were asked to do a presentation on dual credit, and apparently the presentation turned out to be very useful for the people who were there. But the reason it was useful is because we hadn't prepared anything. People tossed us questions, and we addressed the questions. So it was useful because it addressed exactly what the audience needed to know. When Kelty asked us to recreate that session with PowerPoint slides, we were a little bit at a loss at first, trying to remember exactly what were all the questions and what were all the topics we addressed. So hopefully we've been able to do that with this slideshow. We're going to bounce back and forth and give you some definitions and some answers to the questions that we get most commonly about working together between the high school and the institution of higher education to create dual credit partnerships and some other kinds of interrelated topics. And you keep notes on the questions that you have that we don't address so that we can make sure and address those at the end, and also so that we can add those to the presentation next time we do it. We're going to start with just a definition of dual credit. At the Texas Education Agency, when I'm talking to public ed schools, I always try to avoid using the term or the phrase dual credit course. Dual credit is an opportunity for students, or another way you might think about it is dual credit is something students earn, not something they do or something they take. It's an opportunity for students to earn credit for a college class, and also, while taking that class and successfully completing that class, to earn credit for a high school class.
On the college side, a dual credit course is a way for community colleges and universities to serve their community, and their communities usually in the wider sense. As you heard this morning, some of our community colleges have far-ranging districts that go out for literally hundreds of miles, and it's a real challenge to serve that community, but they do a great job of it nonetheless. It's a way for the colleges and universities to reach out and to interact with a population that they might not otherwise get to interact with.
I just remembered Kelsey asked me to do that.
Oh, forgot. Yeah, great. So I hope you can hear me all right. Does everyone in the back hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you, Troy. And it is a college course that students are receiving high school credit for as well. That means that it really has to do double duty. It has to meet 2 sets of standards. It needs to have college-level rigor with all that that implies. The way that the material is presented, the quizzes and exams, the testing, the amount of outside work that students will be asked to do, the amount of studying, the amount of lab work, what have you, all of that should be at the same level. While at the same time, it needs to meet the needs of the high school curriculum as well. Sometimes I get asked, well, how do we do that? Well, one of the basic things is what you heard this morning with the vertical teams and those P-16 groups. Your high school faculty and your college or university faculty should be talking to each other. They should be working with each other, showing each other their syllabi, talking about student outcomes, talking about what students need to be able to do and to have learned by the time that they exit the course.
Absolutely, and that partnership cannot be stressed enough. That is a crucial part of making this program work. But having said that, I also want to address some areas of primary responsibility. It is primarily the college's responsibility to ensure that that rigor is part of the course, that the course is indeed a college course. It's not modified, it's not eased down, it's not a high school course, it's a college course. And it is primarily the high school's responsibility to ensure that that course covers all of the Texas essential knowledge and skills for the appropriate credit. If the texts have not been thoroughly covered and the high school awards credit, well, you can see why that would be a problem. So primarily the high school needs to make sure that they're awarding credit appropriately, and that means all the texts have been covered. And the college needs to make sure that they're awarding credit appropriately, and that means that the appropriate level of rigor is there. Anything to add to that?
No, I think that covers it pretty well. Keep in mind that there are some differences in the way that these courses end up being taught from district to district, college district to college district, or university to university. But that goes back to some of the differences between the high school curriculum, which is well set, well established, clearly laid out, and the college curriculum, which is more flexible, goes back to a different standard where we had, the college university setting is often about research. It's often about giving more initiative to the individual instructors who are often engaged in research and allowing those instructors to present new material that's gained through their research in the classes that they teach. But it doesn't mean that there's no standards at all, just that it's a more flexible standard.
And high schools and colleges together have worked out all kinds of creative ways to make sure that those texts are covered, even if they're not initially included in the syllabus for any given course. There are all kinds of clever approaches to making sure that you hit everything, all of the texts, even the ones that you don't see as soon as you first look at that syllabus. We'll move on, I guess, now. I'm not sure who's in charge of these slides, but the legislation, the statute and rule behind the dual credit programs, basically, one of the things that you need to know, I think we're going to start seeing a lot more dual credit because of House Bill 1. You haven't heard of House Bill 1 here yet today, have you? In addition to all of the things that you've been hearing all day about House Bill 1, it also instituted a requirement that high schools provide an opportunity for students to earn at least 12 hours of college credit prior to high school graduation. There are different ways to do that. Dual credit is one of the ways to do that. It also put in the requirement that the colleges provide assistance to the high schools in these opportunities upon request.
Now, what does that mean in practice? Because when I first was reviewing this legislation, I thought to myself, well, this could be an administrative nightmare. Suppose that a school district way down in the valley asks Texas Tech, hey, we really like your dual credit program that you do with Lubbock ISD, and we want you to provide that same curriculum to us. Well, that sounds a little logistically difficult, doesn't it? Now, not impossible. Texas Tech is one of the leaders in the state in distance education. They've got a number of online programs available, but that still doesn't mean it would be easy for them. So assistance upon request could mean helping refer that school district to someone locally who maybe could do the best job of assisting them with providing dual credit.
James and I had a question, and at least I'm assuming it came to you, about that very thing the other day. And somebody from the Higher Ed Coordinating Board told the lady to call me. And so I listened to the question and gave a little bit of an answer. And then I asked the lady to call James and see what kind of answer he gave. And we have to do that a lot. And it's not necessarily because we don't know our jobs, although occasionally it is, in fact, that we don't know the answer. But it's really because there are two answers to every question. And they've got to have the answer from the public ed point of view and the answer from the higher ed point of view for it to make sense. And a great example of that is the enormous difference in our rules regarding dual credit. We have State Board of Education rules allowing dual credit, basically. And to be honest, they don't go much deeper than that. They're very, very open-ended. And if that's all you looked at, then you would not be following all the rules as you implemented a dual credit program. So it's very, very important that districts and colleges also look at the Higher Ed Coordinating Board rules, which are very extensive and quite deep in their instructions.
Those rules are listed here. The administrative code for the TEA side of this, 74.25. If you read it, as Kelly said, it's pretty brief. It's pretty brief. It's pretty succinct. The CB rules cover more in depth. They're trying to hit it from the college and university side and tell them, for instance, what's expected in a memorandum of understanding between a college, university, and a school district. And there's a list of very specific elements that have to be included. Who's in control of the grading policies? Well, it should be the college. That's the rules spell that out. Why? Because it's the college course. The college needs to have control over the content of the course, the grading standards for the course, and who is going to be the instructor of the course.
All right. I think we can move ahead 2 more slides. Right here, yeah. Let's get down to nuts and bolts here a little bit more specifically. What kinds of courses can a student earn dual credit for? The TEA answer to that is absolutely any course for which a student could earn a high school credit. Remember that the course is defined by the text, and so if there are texts and there are high school credits available, then that could potentially be that credit could potentially be earned through dual credit.
On the college side, we have a couple of manuals that list the courses that are normally eligible for community colleges to teach. Now, those of you from universities, you may not be very familiar, at all with the ACGM or the WECM. That's okay. The ACGM lists freshman and sophomore courses, and it's a list of academic transfer courses. So this would be things like college algebra, English Comp 1, English Comp 2, American Lit, Accounting 1, Intro to Sociology, things like this. Universities are going to have a slate of courses very similar, if not downright identical to those courses. Universities aren't limited to the manual. Colleges, by their transfer mission, have a set of courses that they'll be teaching, partially because they need to have a set of upper division courses that this program will plug into. So for community colleges, the transfer manual is the ACGM. The workforce manual is the WECM, the Workforce Education Course Manual. Both of these manuals list the courses that you would commonly find in both the academic transfer and the workforce programs. Any of those courses can be chosen, but for it to be really proper for a dual credit course, it needs to have equivalent in the high school curriculum. Otherwise, what sort of high school credit is the student going to get if there's nothing for that college course to stand in the place of or to provide credit for?
And I think the next slide addresses that a little more specifically. We recommend that the courses that students earn dual credit for are courses that are part of the student's required curriculum. And we'll talk a little more about that required curriculum here in a few minutes if we have time. That does not mean that a district couldn't award a local credit for dual credit basket weaving 1. But it does mean that that wouldn't be as useful to a student as his earning dual credit for English 4.
Yeah, on the college side, every public college and university in Texas has a core curriculum. That's a general education core curriculum. General education means that those are the set of courses that each student that comes out of that college university, they've taken that set of courses. Now, usually it's a menu, and it's a menu that covers 9 different categories, and a student might choose, 2 courses from the first one, communication, 1 or maybe 2 courses from math, 2 courses in natural science, another course in the arts, another course in the humanities, and so forth. Each college university has a different core curriculum. What the state provides is that list of categories. Okay, you're all going to have at least 2 communication courses, 1 math course, and so forth. But it's up to the college university to choose which set of courses will satisfy math, will satisfy English, will satisfy arts and humanities. So for this reason, the core curriculum is a little different, or maybe a lot different from one place to another, but they all have the same form. Now, what this means in practice is that when you have an arrangement with a university or with a college, that your students coming from a district, a school district, or a specific high school should be taking the courses that are in your local college university's core curriculum. Why? Well, that's always a graduation requirement. I mean, whether the student is seeking an associate degree or a bachelor's degree, they're going to need to finish the core curriculum in order to graduate. Secondly, state law guarantees that any course or all the courses that a student completes in the core curriculum are transferred. That's guaranteed by state law. The student can't be made to repeat those courses once they show up somewhere else. They have to get credit for the work that they've done. Now, that's part of the whole point of a dual credit program, isn't it? To get students moving through the system faster, to do the work of 2 courses with 1 course. So you want to have the student take something that you know they're going to be able to use. Just as she talked about plugging it into the high school curriculum, you want something that the student can plug into their college curriculum and get credit for. Otherwise, student, as she says, ends up with just a bunch of elective credits. There may not be room for that in the student's degree program, and now they're going to be unhappy because they've got these course credits that, well, they've got the credits, but they don't serve any function. Core curriculum is a good way to make sure that the student gets the credit that they deserve, and they don't have to repeat any courses or take additional coursework in order to get that associate's degree or bachelor's degree.
And that credit transferability, can I use that word? Credit transferability is true also for the high school credits, also guaranteed by law. And that is another important reason for using the credits that the student really needs, so that when should he move from one district to another, he's able to take all of those credits with him. This might be a good time to mention the glossary that's in your folder. I've mentioned a couple of times, and I'll probably say at least 5 more times before we get up this afternoon, that a course in high school is defined by the text, and you may be wondering where to find the text. The texts are in the Texas Administrative Code, chapters 110 through 126. I'm looking at other people hoping for confirmation of that 126. I think it's 126. And those of you who are in higher ed may not have any idea what I just said. So I think it's important to point out that one of the things we tried to put together for you today was a glossary that shows some of these terms. If you speak public ed-ese like I do, the terms that I know, and if you speak higher ed-ese, the terms that you know, and we tried to put them all together into a glossary for you. I think we can probably continue building that glossary and adding on to it, but it includes not only definitions from higher ed's point of view and public ed's point of view, but it also includes some very handy links for you, so you can actually go and find the Texas Administrative Code and the text that I just mentioned. What's next, James?
Advanced placement.
We were asked the question last year, are dual credit classes AP classes? And the answer is absolutely no. An AP class is something very, very specific. And this year, the answer is even more no than it was last year, if you can follow that logic for just a minute. In the past, what we've said is that a dual credit course certainly could be an AP course if the instructor makes sure that he follows or she follows the College Board guidelines and standards. And so there's no reason you couldn't teach an AP course at the same time that you're teaching the college course through which the student is earning dual credit. There's still no reason that you can't, but you do need to be aware of the fact that now for a course to be considered an AP course, the institution has to have applied to the College Board through the AP course audit process and been certified, had the syllabus examined, had the textbook materials examined, had the qualifications of the teacher, the instructional strategies, the assessments. All of those things are being audited by the College Board, and they are putting a stamp of approval on your AP classes now. And without that College Board stamp of approval, you may not refer to your courses as AP courses. So we included here in the slideshow handout a print of the College Board audit page that I hope is big enough for you to be able to read. If you are interested in offering AP dual credit courses, you need to make sure that you make that application and then be prepared to work with the College Board should it not be approved the very first time. They will continue working with you until it's approved. Their theory is that no course will ever just be flatly denied. There'll always be an ongoing improvement process so that your course can be approved eventually, if not right at first. But you need to do that now in order to offer an AP course next year. Interestingly enough, EPIC and David Connolly's group that we've heard about earlier today, who facilitated our vertical teams process, is also the group that is facilitating that College Board course audit process. Now, it was just an interesting coincidence.
Next up, developmental courses. Developmental courses are courses that are taught by colleges and universities that are not college level. That's the basic fundamental difference. Okay, it's taught at a college university, but it's not college level. Nowadays, this is very, very common, particularly for our community colleges. They're doing the large bulk of the developmental education work at the college level. Universities are increasingly doing more and more of this because our student population is increasingly in need of developmental education. These courses are intended to help a student bring their skills in reading, writing, and math up to a level where they can succeed at the college course. Okay? Now, there is a fourth type of developmental course, and that's a study skills, or sometimes called a student success course. That's intended to teach them some of the more portable skills, right? Not specific to any discipline, but skills that we all know that they need. They've been mentioned before. Somebody asked a question about them. You know, the critical thinking, note-taking, studying, using your time wisely. Even something as basic as punctuality, learning how to show up in class on time and regularly. These are the kind of skills which, unfortunately, many of our students don't have when they're in high school, and they don't even learn them by the time they're out of high school. They don't have them when they're in college. So we all know how critical those skills can be to student success, so we have now have a developmental course that is devoted to that.
And those skills are the ones that are being addressed by the cross-disciplinary standards that Pat and Mercy spoke to you about earlier today. And, of course, also the college readiness standards as a whole, one effect we are hoping having those in place will be, did I just lose track of that sentence? I got grammatically confused. We are hoping that the implementation of those standards will result in dropped enrollment in developmental ed courses. How was that? Did that one work? Okay, good.
On the college side, we've been very much encouraging colleges and universities to innovate in the way that they provide developmental education, not just modifying the courses, though we're certainly encouraging that, but also providing developmental education in all kinds of other ways. Computer-based instruction, self-paced instruction, group and peer mentoring, and any other thing under the sun that we can all possibly think of collectively. We want students to move into college-level coursework as quickly as possible. We have had situations where students sort of get stuck. Now, excuse me, that was most common under the old TASK system. TASK was very restrictive and required students to retest until they could pass the test. Now we're hoping for more of a performance-based standard where students work on their skills until there's a reasonable expectation that their skills are strong enough to succeed in a college-level course. Then the college university moves them into that course and lets them try out their skills and see if they can succeed by taking the course itself. A couple of things to keep in mind here, as mentioned on your slide. Since these developmental courses are not college level, they never provide college credit. Okay? They'll appear on your transcript, but they don't provide any college credit. Secondly, they can never, ever, under any circumstances, be offered for dual credit.
What he said. This next part's all you, James, I think.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Requirements for dual credit programs. Basically, if we remember, I mentioned Chapter 4, Subchapter D. That spells out the requirements for dual credit programs, which covers things like entrance exams. That means TSI. Students need to have demonstrated that they are ready for advanced coursework before they sign up for dual credit. And if you're running a dual credit program, they can qualify through the their 10th grade tax scores. They could qualify with the PSAT. They could qualify with Accuplacer, Compass, Asset, or the THEA. Those are our usual TSI exams. These are administered by the college university. Each of those exams I mentioned, if you look in the TSI rules, which are also in Chapter 4, it will tell you the minimum scores that are required for each of those exams. Other requirements that are there, listed in Chapter 4, Subchapter D, include student eligibility. Normally, to be eligible for dual credit, students need to be either juniors or seniors in high school. Okay? Part of the reason for that is that they need to have a certain amount of intellectual readiness, intellectual maturity. They need to have taken enough high school level courses that they can tackle the math, the reading, and the writing that they're going to find in a college level course. However, there's also a certain amount of emotional maturity, social maturity that's necessary. Sometimes, these students will be maybe in a high school only dual credit course. That's a little more of a protected environment, isn't it? But if they're thrown into a general population college course, they're going to be in there with people much older and much more mature than them. Some students, they can fit into that just fine, and others could have problems with that. So it's up to, again, the high school and the college university to work in partnership to identify the characteristics, both intellectual and social and emotional and otherwise, that they feel will help them identify students that are ready for dual credit.
Can I just insert something there? Exceptions can be made to that juniors and seniors only rule on an individual basis as need is determined by the high school principal and the college with whom he or she is working. Also, those rules do not apply, correct me if I'm wrong, to early college high schools.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Part of the reason was, we knew that this program had been proposed initially as a pilot program. To us, that suggested a certain experimental attitude, right? This was fairly new to us in Texas, completely new to us in Texas, really. And we thought that we needed to provide flexibility in terms of student eligibility and the curriculum so that you could do interesting and novel curricular experiments. For instance, you know, the high schools run on a year-long cycle, and colleges and universities run on a semester cycle. But maybe it would make sense in one of these partnerships to teach, freshman Comp 1 over the course of a whole year to match the high school cycle. Maybe that would provide something easier for, say, a high school student to digest. And so as part of that, we thought, well, we want, if our goal as a state is going to be to get these students out of this institution with a high school diploma and an associate degree, maybe we should allow them more than just a 2-year window to make that happen. Maybe they need a 3 or a 4-year window, and if that's the case, then they need, the people running the early college high school need to be able to offer students the opportunity to engage in dual credit, even perhaps as young as freshmen, if they're ready for it.
One of the things I love hearing from the early college high schools are all of the creative and innovative ways they've put their days, their semesters, their weeks, and their courses together in order to make sure that they're meeting all the requirements and be offering flexible opportunities to their students. It's really very inspiring.
Okay, next up, and also mentioned in Chapter 4, Subchapter D, are the faculty requirements. As I mentioned here, it doesn't matter whether these are high school teachers or college university faculty. What does matter is that the faculty from either place have the appropriate credential. And what that's going to mean in practice, most of the time for these academic transfer courses, is a master's degree in the discipline with 18 graduate hours in that specific area. So, for instance, if you're teaching a course in physics, you need to have 18 hours in physics. Yes, physics has a lot of math in it, but you're not probably going to be able to get away with asking math faculty to teach physics. Even though they're pretty closely related, they're not the same discipline, and that would probably cause some problems. Okay? For workforce courses, the credential is lower. Lots of workforce areas don't even have graduate programs, so it wouldn't be realistic to demand that people have master's degrees. But what it does require is usually they want at least an associate's degree, preferably a bachelor's degree with what they now call appropriate teaching experience. It used to be like a minimum of 3 years, but now it's simply appropriate to the area. They want to know that you know the field pretty well, you've actually worked in the field, so that you can help prepare people to go out and work in that field.
And let's just remind you at this point about the requirements for teaching just a high school course. James, for example, Dr. James Goman, could teach a dual credit course, but he could not then come to the high school and teach a high school credit only course because he's missing out on the SBEC certification that he would need in order to do that. And so you just need to kind of keep that straight in your head as well as you're assigning faculty to teach different courses.
Class time required for course credit.
We have no requirements regarding class time for course credit in high school. Remember, I told you I'd probably say this 19 times. The course is defined by the text. And so the rules require that enough time is allowed for the teacher to teach and the student to learn the text for any given course. Those are our time requirements.
On the higher ed side, there is a time requirement. There's a certain amount of time on task that's expected. Usually that's designated for universities by the number of credit hours. Community colleges work more off contact hours, but they also use semester credit hours. So you can think of the semester credit hour as the basic unit of instruction. And a semester credit hour is usually 15 sometimes or 16 contact hours. Now what does that mean? If you have a PE course that's worth 1 credit hour, the minimum amount of time that class would be meeting would be 16 hours over the course of a semester. Now, in practice, usually it's something more along the lines of 48, maybe even 64. Why? Well, that's the nature of PE courses. It's a physical activity, and they want more repetition. if you have a science course that maybe it's a 4-hour science course, say a 4-hour physics course. 3 hours of that would be lecture, okay? That means that you're going to spend 3 hours a week, 16 weeks, that's 48 contact hours. Then you've got a 2-hour lab, so that's another 2 hours every week. That's 32 hours over the semester. But for lab courses, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. Every 2 hours in lab is worth 1 hour of lecture. Okay? It's a 2-to-1 ratio there. Next up, for dual credit courses, grades. Grades are assigned by the teacher of record. Now, I've had people actually ask me this, and let me tell you the question so that you don't ask this. Can we have high school teachers actually teaching the course and then just have a college instructor sign off on it? No, you can't. Okay? The whole point is that it is a college course. You need to have a college-qualified faculty. College-qualified, not always college faculty, but they need to have the same qualifications that the college faculty would have. You want someone with that advanced degree, the master's or doctorate, teaching the course, bringing that expertise to the instruction. You want the students to benefit from that. We don't just need someone signing off on the course. So what that means in practice then is that the course should be graded in the same way that you would grade a college course, because it is a college course. Now, of course, I've taught a couple of dual credit courses. You also have to provide a high school grade, which means a numerical grade. Most of us in college and university were just given a letter grade. You have to translate that into a high school grade for their high school transcript. But that doesn't mean that you then grade easier because it's a dual credit course. Your grading standards should be the same.
And along those lines, this is not a rule. This is not a requirement of dual credit courses. It's just some good advice that we have gleaned from a lot of schools who are offering dual credit programs. It's really, really difficult to explain to the parent why a student made an A on his college transcript for a course, and then when he got his high school report card, he had a B for that same course. Districts do it. Sometimes they do it for what seems like very, very good reasons, but it's a very, very difficult thing to explain to a parent, how you can earn an A for the college course and a B in high school for that same course. I don't even want to tell you how they do it. I would just advise you to find a way not to have that happen, and make sure that if the student earns an A on his college transcript, he also has an A on his academic achievement record, his AAR, which is what we call the high school transcript. And it's going to indicate on that AAR that this was a dual credit, so he's going to have that noted there on the AAR.
Now we move on to funding.
Funding streams. Funding streams. From the public ed point of view, districts receive funding from the state based on average daily attendance. And average daily attendance, or ADA, is calculated based on the number of full days that a student is in attendance, and a full day is basically defined as 4 hours. So that is something that higher institutions of higher ed should probably be aware of. We've had a lot of discussion at the agency about how dual credit courses affect ADA. And there was a rule at one time, or rather, let me rephrase that. There was an answer to a frequently asked question on the website at one time that indicated that in certain situations, dual credit courses could not count toward ADA. We've examined that very carefully. We've talked to our legal counsel about it very carefully. And basically what he's advised us to advise districts is this. Time spent in dual credit programs that cost the student money should not count toward ADA. The student doesn't have to pay for high school credit. and the student doesn't have to buy textbooks when he takes a class for high school credit. So if the student is required to buy a textbook or to pay tuition to go to this course for which he's earning high school credit, then that time should not be counted toward the average daily attendance. So nobody's saying that you can't require the student to buy his own textbook for dual credit courses or to pay tuition for dual credit courses. We're simply saying you can't double dip, make the student pay for it and also collect money from the state for it.
On the higher ed side, public colleges and universities receive state reimbursement for the courses that they teach. For community colleges, that's the academic transfer courses and the workforce courses. Both of those result in state reimbursement. The state reimbursement system is wonderfully complicated or woefully complicated depending on your point of view. A very, very simplified version of it is that the community colleges are reimbursed based on the number of students and the number of contact hours. So again, if you go back to my early example, okay, that PE course where maybe they're meeting 32 hours a semester or maybe 48 hours a semester, they're going to get, say, 48 contact hours times 30 students in the course times the funding rate, which is something like $55.72 per hour. That is all calculated out for that one section, and they get not all of that. They get a percentage of that. A percentage. Okay? Now, to make it even better, they don't get it when they teach it. They get it 2 years later. Yes, there's a 2-year lag for higher ed institutions between the time that they generate the funding and the time that they receive the funding. This causes all kinds of interesting problems for our friends in higher ed, because what they're basically doing is they're getting budgeted for what they did 2 years ago. So if their enrollment is going up, well, that's good. They're going to be getting more money, right? Yes. But they're not going to get the money for 2 years later. On the university side, they're funded by credit hour. So from their point of view, it doesn't really matter how many contact hours are in a course, but rather the amount of credit hour value that's in the course. Okay? And the formula is similar. They're the number of credit hours times the number of students times a funding rate. That's what they get. And if you've ever wondered why at the higher ed, there's a certain point where at the beginning of the semester where they're very diligent about taking attendance, there's a census day. It's a 12th class day. Every student that's in the class on that day, they're going to get credit for that student, credit for state reimbursement. Any student that's dropped the course prior to that date, no credit.
Still you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we mentioned here what is the semester credit hour. It's the standard unit of instruction, 60 minutes long, of which 50 minutes must be direct instruction over that 15-week semester. Okay? And I mentioned here a lecture-based course. 16 contact hours, 1 hour a week is 1 semester credit hour. If it's a lab course or some kind of external learning experience, then it's twice as much. It takes 32 hours or 2 hours a week to equal 1 semester credit hour.
Okay. Next, we wanted to talk to you a little bit about MOUs and articulation agreements. You heard mention this morning of MOUs and how extremely important they are and how the devil is in the details, I believe was the phrase, on a good and workable MOU. The articulation agreement, we kind of actually, James and Kelty and I last week went back and forth about these different terms and what term to use where. So I'm going to explain it the way I understand it, and then we can let James explain it the way he understands it, and it may be completely different. But my understanding is that the articulation agreement is the agreement that you come to with the two partners. And that agreement should include elements related to all kinds of details. The MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, then, is the legal piece of paper, if you will, signed by the responsible parties that puts that articulation agreement into place and makes it a legal binding contract. Is that fair?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Whenever you're developing one of these agreements, whether it's for a dual credit program or for something even more involved like an early college high school, really you want to have everything carefully spelled out. Each party's duties and responsibilities. Who's going to be responsible for who's going to be responsible for choosing the instructor? Who's going to be responsible for paying the instructor? What are all of the parameters of student eligibility? If you think about what I mentioned before, from the higher ed side, we expect these students to be college ready. But there's a lot more to it than that. Some early college high schools want to see evidence of parental involvement. They want to see evidence of a student's sort of social and emotional maturity to make sure that the student is active and engaged in the process. They might want to see some sort of commitment on the student's part and the parent's part, like, okay, we agree that for every course we're going to see to it that our child spends X number of hours at home studying. It could be something like that. All of that is open to you to set the parameters for what is going to be required of instructors, what's going to be required of students, what are going to be the grading standards, where will these classes be held.
Who's going to pay tuition?
Yes.
Who's going to buy the textbooks?
Yeah, tuition and textbooks. That's often a thorny issue. Anything that you think could be contentious, anything that you think could be a problem later, don't wait for it to be a problem later. That should be spelled out in the MOU so that it's never a problem. Each party knows who's responsible for what.
And I guess even who has the secret code to the burglar alarm in case you run into a situation like we heard about this morning.
I think we've already hit most of...
I think we did that.
That and that. You want to go to high school graduation requirements?
Yeah. Kelsey, how are we doing on time? 15 minutes? I'm wondering if you want me to go through... I mean, keep in mind, I could spend an hour and a half on the 4x4. I'm not planning on it, so don't panic, but I could. But I'm wondering if you would rather spend the last 15 minutes, knowing that some of you have flights to catch and that kind of thing, asking questions about things that we did not address, rather than going through the last slides. The 4x4 requirements are here for you. I tried to have them laid out pretty straightforwardly and clearly, and of course we can take questions on those as well as on anything else, but I would hate for you to have spent all that time writing questions down on cards and I not have time to address them.
I believe that silence is consent, and since none of you have said anything, let's just move on to questions.
I'll read them and James can answer them.
That is not a fair division of labor.
Can developmental courses be used to satisfy 4x4 in math? The answer, I'm going to take that actually, since 4x4 is a high school requirement, and the answer would be no. There are some very specific math requirements in the 4x4, and they are Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and a fourth class for the recommended program that can be math models, as long as it is taken prior to, follow this display here, prior to Algebra 2. In the Distinguished Achievement Program, though, math models is not an option. So that doesn't leave any room for substituting anything else, like a developmental math course. I believe that the answer to your question, if I understand your question correctly, and this is also, by the way, the answer to your question from earlier today about college science courses as the fourth year of science, you can give credit for, as long as the texts are met and it's an appropriate alignment, the independent study course in either mathematics, if it's a math course, or science, and in science we call that course scientific research and design. So that kind of opens up some doors and windows that some people don't realize are there. If I'm speaking too much public ed-ese for you, just talk to me afterwards and I'll try to explain it better. But if there's a course, for example, that you offer at the college level, it doesn't correlate to Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2, then the fourth option, or the next place you're going to go, is to that independent study course. And that does meet the requirements for the fourth year of math, the fourth year of science, in both the recommended and the distinguished achievement program.
Can I piggyback off that, though?
Sure.
But college level is a one-semester class. Are you going to give a full year of independent study mathematics?
I'm not. But the local district, remember, it is the responsibility of the high school to determine whether the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills for any given course have been covered. And it's not an area of authority for the agency to say yay or nay to that question. If the high school determines that the appropriate texts have been covered.
Okay, we've got a question about online resources. Is there a website where a student or counselor could go to find all the schools offering dual credit for a particular course, say French, for example, instead of having to search by college? This would be particularly helpful for dual credit courses offered online, so a student wanting a dual credit course could quickly find out what is available to them. Well, there's a couple of complications here. First of all, we want to encourage students to take coursework online. That's great. And there's a lot of colleges, universities in Texas now offering college courses online. But it's not automatically going to be dual credit. If the student is just searching for an online course from a college university, then they're taking a college course. If there's not any memorandum of understanding, if there's no articulation agreement in place, then there's no guarantee the student will get the high school credit. I mean, they can get the college credit, but there's no guarantee for the high school credit. So we don't want a situation where students go out on their own and start looking for college courses to take, and then come back to their high school and say, hey, I took this college course. Well, you need really to have cleared that probably with your high school principal or one of your high school advisors at least first. Now, there are some great online resources. Let me mention them to you. There's the Virtual College of Texas. That's a consortium of public colleges in Texas that work together to offer online college credit courses, and it is possible, I believe, to make dual credit arrangements through them. That's not formally what it's for, but I know that it's done. The address there is www.vct, for Virtual College Texas.org, www.vct.org. For the universities, there is no similar single outlet that I know of. For the universities, you'd want to probably search by either the individual university or by the university system. You know, search the A&M system, search the UT system, search the University of North Texas system, the Texas State system, see what you can find. I simply don't have a consolidated website to give you there.
Okay, I kind of sorted the questions, James, so maybe this row right here are questions I think you might want to address, and I'll try to address these. And the ones in the middle are the ones I don't think we know the answer to, but we'll work on those. This question says, if a student takes Algebra 1 in 8th grade, is he/she required to take 4 years of math in high school? And the answer is no. 4 years of math are required, but those math credits, any high school credit, can be earned at any time during the student's public ed career. So in other words, I can earn my high school credits for Algebra 1, some other classes that we often see are help, languages other than English. We have some students who've taken IPC in 8th grade. Those count as high school credits. There are no additional requirements for me to fulfill just because I worked ahead of what's normal.
What will happen with EOC?
the end of course for Algebra 1? Will it then be administered at the 8th grade level?
I can't answer any questions about EOC, sorry. Anybody over there want to answer questions about EOC? Not yet. We're just still working out those issues.
Developmental education at high school, still not clear. Yeah, not clear to me either. Can colleges offer developmental education at high schools? Yes. Yes, they can. However, they may not get reimbursed for it, so they may be reluctant to do it. Why? Well, that's not college-level content. A high school student who wants to take high school-level content should probably take a high school course rather than a college course. However, it is possible for a community college to offer developmental education courses to high school students. They simply can't receive that state reimbursement that I talked about under normal circumstances. So you could work out a situation where the high school contracts with the community college to get a developmental education. Now, I know that's often the case at the early college high schools, but you'll need to work out some sort of exchange of funds more often than not, something about paying the instructors or something, because that's going to represent a cost to the college, and it's going to be a cost they're not going to be reimbursed for by the state. Now, there is one special circumstance under which they can be reimbursed, and I don't often mention it because it's a little complicated and I don't want people to get confused. But here it is. If the student has passed the exit level tax test, they are ready to exit high school more or less by the state's definition. If they then take a college readiness exam, the ones I mentioned before, THEA, Compass, ACIT, Accuplacer, and they find that they are not college ready, then they're sort of stuck in an in-between place, a limbo, an academic limbo. And therefore, and only under that circumstance, can the college then step in and, at the high school's request, offer developmental education to those groups of students that I just mentioned, right? They've passed exit level tax, they've not passed a college readiness exam, or they've actually not met the passing score on the exam. Those students can take those courses and the college can get reimbursed for it.
I don't know about you, but I didn't completely follow that. Somebody provided me, thank you very much, with some AP audit clarifications. The first one, absolutely, I think I probably said wrong. It's not the institution who submits the audit application, it's the individual teacher. It is from the institution. It has to be signed by the principal, so it is, in a sense, an institution application. But each and every individual teacher who teaches an AP course, or what wants to be an AP course, must submit an application and have his or her materials audited. The second, I didn't realize I said this, but the clarification is it goes into effect this year, not next, and I thought I'd said that, but absolutely the audit is in place now. I think what I said was if you want to teach an AP course next year, you need to apply now, but if you want to be teaching an AP course this year, you should have already applied, and those applications, they're basically taking them any time. There was a deadline beyond which you were not promised any kind of timely response that would allow you to use an AP name this year. Yes, sir. That's correct. There's actually a list. My understanding is there's a list in existence now, and it's going to go out to principals as an official list in November. So.
Okay, another dual credit question. Can high schools, in partnership with the college, agree that specific classes can be taken by high school freshmen or sophomores? Under special circumstances, yes. As we mentioned earlier, for early college high schools, there's a special category, a special class. As soon as a student demonstrates that they're college ready, they can start taking college-level courses, including dual credit courses. Now, for your regular high school population, under normal circumstances, freshmen and sophomores should not be taking dual credit courses. However, yes, there is a provision for that, which Kelly mentioned earlier. If the chief academic officer of the college and the high school principal sign off on a student-by-student basis, freshmen or sophomores can be allowed to take dual credit. Keep in mind that the college is not obligated to offer that. That's not really part of their mission. They don't have to do it. But if they are willing to do it, then the high school and the college can work out an arrangement. Under what conditions, you might ask? The rules specifically state that such students need to have demonstrated outstanding academic achievement. You know, that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And this is advanced coursework, especially for someone that's a freshman or sophomore in high school. They need to be worrying mostly about getting through high school. If they are so well advanced intellectually and academically and emotionally that they're capable of handling that dual credit course, then basically the administrator at the high school, someone there, should know them, know their person and their achievement record well enough to certify that, yes, this student is an exception to the rule. And I am quite sure that if this student undertakes this challenge, they will succeed. Because above all, we don't want to saddle these students with a burden. And every time that they sign up for a college-level course and they fail, they're going to, if it's a dual credit course, they're going to get 2 failing grades. They're going to fail the college course and the high school course. And that's not something that we want them to have to carry forward if we can avoid it. Yeah. The early college high school rules really only apply to the students in the early college high school. Now, if you're talking there about them going to the facility and taking a dual credit course there, they could. But all the normal rules would apply to those students that aren't part of the early college high school, meaning that if they're juniors or seniors, they need to demonstrate that they're college ready. If they're a freshman or sophomore, then they need to have their principal sign off on them taking a dual credit course, because it's not the usual state of affairs for them to be taking a dual credit course.
The next question is, are the dual credit course requirements the same for charter high schools as they are for your basic high school down the street? And the answer is simply yes. That doesn't change anything about dual credit programs. Dual credit.
We have a question here that both Kelly and I might need to address or address parts of. What happens if a student wants to drop a dual credit course? Well, it's going to be a little more complicated than just, a college student dropping a course. Now, for one thing, if they drop the dual credit course, that drop is going to go on their record. Now, that might start to matter. We're not quite sure how much it's going to matter. Someone else here asks about the new drop rule. Let me mention this. We now have a 6W rule, is kind of what we're colloquially calling it. What this means, what this law says, this was just passed the last session. This law says that a student is limited to 6 drops during their college career. 6 drops. After that, you ask what happens. Well, they don't get to drop the course. If they are in a bad way, they fail the course. Now, again, I go back to what I just said. If this is a high school student, then it gets more complicated, because if they drop the course, then they're dropping the college course and the high school course. That could affect the ADA situation for the high school. The high school may not be very happy about that.
Well, and the high school would not have to, but would certainly want to have worked with that student prior to the dropping taking place to make sure that there's an alternative, that if he is dropping a course for which he's trying to earn dual credit in English Language Arts 4, for example, there's another section of English 4 for him to go into, so he can go ahead and finish that high school credit and graduate on time without having to make it up in night school or summer school or come back the following year. So dropping a course in high school isn't quite as simple as dropping a course in college. It's always going to mean that you've got to find another way to earn that credit.
Let me just address, I see some hands. Let me address what's here, because it may address your questions. Does the new drop rule, that 6W rule I just mentioned, apply to dual credit students and to early college high school students? I don't know. None of us know. Today, there's a meeting where one of my colleagues, Dr. Catherine Parsono, is meeting with our agency counsel and some of the executive officers of the agency to try and hash this out, to discuss this question. The The short answer to this is that the 6W rule caught us all by surprise, caught us with our pants down. This was passed literally at the 11th hour during the last day, during the last night of the session. It was a bill that had not gotten out of committee in the House, and then a senator picked it up, added it into her bill as a writer, and it passed. And when we found out that it had passed, a little bit late, what's that? Senator Shapiro. No comment.
This question just came in, and I'm so glad it did. Oh, okay, yes.
Mm-hmm.
They get $1,000 back. And I've seen students who have dropped the dual credit and have taken one extra course, or like a 1 credit hour, and put them over. And so at the high school level, and even at the community college level, they need to be aware of that beyond time rule, because if you drop a course, that counts for 3 credits, and you can only get 3 credits beyond time you can't take it.
Yeah. Beyond time is going away. Oh, okay. It's being phased out. That's not run in my division. That's something I could ask about, but that's something I had not heard.
I love it when we are presenting and we learn things from the audience. Go ahead. There are some AP/IB incentive programs that provide some monetary support to high schools. There are basically 3. We pay a portion of students' exam fees and a larger portion for students who are in economic need. We pay for teacher training reimbursement if the teachers attended College Summer Institute, a College Board-sponsored summer institute. Will pay their tuition up to $450. And we pay campus awards. Hopefully, we're paying campus awards this week to campuses for students who score well on the exams. Basically, that can be as much as $100. It's not going to be this year because we don't have the money, but it can be as much as $100 per student who scores a 3 or higher. So those are incentives that are, as you see, very specifically connected to advanced placement programs and have exact duplicates in international baccalaureate programs, but there's nothing in a dual credit program that would really connect to any of those. Those are, by the way, legislated incentives. Those aren't really agency choices. Those are incentives that we are directed to provide to districts by the legislature.
Would you pay the same incentive for a dual credit kid who took the AP test and made a 3 or better?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There would be no difference in the way an AP training exam fee or campus award was provided to a dual credit student. Speaking of AP and et cetera, this next question says, some high schools give weighted grades to AP courses and dual credit courses, or actually it says more weighting to AP courses than dual credit courses. Will TE regulate this? And I am happy to announce that the answer to that is no. GPA calculation is purely a local district decision, and so districts decide exactly what kinds of weighting, if any weighting, which courses count toward the GPA, which courses do not. Now, having said that, let me tell you that the Higher Ed Coordinating Board is about to develop, as directed by legislation that was just passed in this last session, a standard GPA calculation method. The standard GPA calculation method must be used for the purposes of determining the top 10%. So once that is created, we anticipate that districts will choose to use it for whatever they use GPAs for, including valedictorian and salutatorian. But keep in mind that they're only required to use it for the calculation of that top 10%. And that's a higher ed coordinating board issue because it has to do with the top 10% automatic enrollment into higher ed institutions. Any idea?
You know when that's going to be ready?
Not sure.
Okay.
all of that for that. No, we're actually in the process of putting together an advisory committee to help us determine that, and that is a higher ed, public ed advisory committee. I'm not sure when we intend to roll that out. Probably, I would say probably spring. Once we get input, put the information out. I think we're working on rules jointly to work this out, so more information to come.
Don't you love the way we say that in response to almost anything?
The question, going back to the wage grade, would that fall under your memo of understanding with the other entities? Like if the college decides that their dual enrollment course is going to have the same weight as your AP class,
well,
that's when you talk about being a local decision, it shouldn't be outlined in that memo.
It certainly could. It's really purely a district issue because GPA is something. It gets very sticky. The question of class rank is a crucial question to students and parents and districts, and so it's very much a district issue. That doesn't mean it couldn't be addressed in the articulation agreement. Like James said, the more you address in there, the better.
Yeah. I got several questions here about scholarships. What can we do to assure that early college, high school, and dual credit students are eligible for prime scholarships at four-year schools? Are dual credit students eligible for transfer scholarships? What about national merit scholars from an early college, high school? How can they qualify for scholarships? Okay. A whole grab bag. I don't know is the simple answer. As a policy matter, what I've been pushing for all along and what I continue to push for, because I believe it makes the most sense policy-wise for the greatest number of students, is that we treat any high school student as first time in college when they show up at a college and enroll after they've gotten a high school diploma. So for dual credit and early college high school students, that means they're high school students until they finish their program and they show up at a college university and enroll. Now, they may not nominally been enrolling as freshmen because, hey, maybe they've got 30 hours, 60 hours of college credit. Great. But I think that for things like all kinds of scholarships, including the rules that govern federal financial aid, it really makes the most sense, and it's going to be the least confusing if we consider those students to be first time in college. Yes, I know that early college high school students may be showing up with an associate degree, but if you think about how many hundreds and hundreds of thousands of high school students we have, and how few of them are in early college high schools, and how those students themselves, even the ones in early college high schools, they've got a leg up in terms of the number of credits, but why shouldn't they be able to compete for those scholarships that are only available to freshmen, to people that are the first time in college? That's what I feel makes the most sense, so that's how I would urge you as a policy matter to treat your dual credit and your early college high school students.
And along those lines, one of the benefits that we always talk about when we talk about earning college credit while you're still in high school is the amount of money that you can save doing so. So it would be kind of sad to balance, I can save all of this money out with, yeah, but you're no longer eligible for this scholarship.
And the national merit one is dependent on the P-16.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody takes, so
yeah.
you're holding out now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. The next question question is, can a TEA PEAMS number? PEAMS number, by the way, is one of the things I think we should add to our glossary. So, but a PEAMS number, for those of you who don't speak public ed-ese, is the official number that is assigned to any given course by or through the Public Education Information Management System, or PEAMS. The question is, can a TEA PEAMS number be used more than one time for a given college course? More than one time for a given. If I understand the question correctly, you cannot use the same PEAMS number more than one time for a student's on a student's high school transcript. A student can only earn credit for any high school course once.
What does double blocked mean for developmental education? Okay, as I understand it, this is something that I've seen in the, if I understand this term correctly, this is what I've seen in some of the early college high school curricula, where since the college is providing, in some cases, all of the instruction, they're providing all of the instructors, all of the curricula, all of the syllabi, what they'll do is they'll set it up so that they're teaching a developmental course, and it's also listed as a high school course of the same content. Now, again, a developmental course can't be a dual credit course, so the college isn't going to be reimbursed for that developmental course. But if they have a contractual arrangement with the high school, it can be done that way. It's not something I'd ever seen until early college high schools came along, but that's my understanding of how it works, if that makes any sense at all.
If no specific time is required by TEA for course credit, why are ECHS having to do extra seat time for students in embedded classes? I'm going to make a guess at this answer, and it's based on the conversations I've had with various and sundry early college high schools. But I do know that some have this kind of arrangement. We've discovered that not all the texts are being taught through the syllabus of this college course. So we've worked together with the college instructor to make an agreement whereby the rest of the texts are taught here at the high school campus by the high school teacher. So in other words, I might get my text instruction finished out in the few weeks. This may not exist anymore since we have the new start date for high schools, but in the few weeks that I'm attending high school but my college classes haven't started meeting, or in the few weeks that I attend high school but college classes aren't meeting around the winter break time, or in 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week during the entire semester. And so there is no requirement by TEA for a certain amount of time that would lead to this sort of arrangement, but I would guess that it is an arrangement that the school has very cleverly made with its higher ed partner in order to ensure that the TEKs are being covered and that there's enough time to teach and enough time for the student to learn the TEKs for that class. That's it? Is that it? Kelsey? We may be finished. There are a few other questions, but honestly, they're questions we're going to have to work on a little bit, and I don't see a point in wasting your time with our just reading them out and saying we don't know, we don't know, we don't know, we don't know.
Thank you, James and Kelly.
Just a caveat on the GPA thing. This is where, TEA and the coordinating board works together. Sharon just shared with me something that they sent out to all their administrators, and I think somebody actually referred to this. According to the legislation, this applies to first-time freshmen entering universities, public universities, which are referred to in the legislation as general academic teaching institutions. For those in higher ed, you probably know that a GADI is a university. So that may be another one of those terms we need to put in the glossary, beginning with the fall 2009 semester. But we are working on that grade point average, the uniform grade point average calculation right now.
So that means this lady over here who said it applies to our juniors was absolutely on the spot.
Right. Somebody read the legislation.
Obviously, I didn't.
Anyway, thank you, Kelly, James. Looks like more hands. I'm not sure what law was that? House Bill 3851. 3851. Uniform grade point average is House Bill 3851.
We'll be glad to sit here for a while if you want to bombard us with other questions.